Today is entrance day at the Demonic Academy. This place opens its gates only once every 10 years. Over 4 years, there are 6 brutal stages with only 1 attempt at each test. Fail even one and you're done, sent to the fields and labor camps for the rest of your life. This is where the next generation of monsters is forged. Standing at the very front are the 6 heirs of the 6 great clans, the children of the cult lord himself, a man ranked among the 5 strongest martial artists alive. From the Dark Clan, ranked number 1, Mu Young. From the Sword Clan, number 2, Kyung Yuan. From the Spring Clan, number 3, Mu Kun. From the Poison Clan, number 4, Zhong Song. From the Blade Clan, number 5, Yu Chan. And from the Sound Clan, number 6, the only girl in the room with moist lips, Go Wong Ho Rio. 6 prodigies raised from birth to kill. But isn't there supposed to be a 7th? The 7th prince is an illegitimate son, a bastard the clans would rather pretend doesn't exist. And right now, he's stuck outside the gate because, somehow, conveniently, no one can find his badge. The black tag marked with the number 7 is gone. He knows exactly what this is. It's another little game by the 6 clans to keep him out and humiliate him before he even walks through the door. But he swallows his anger and waits. Picking a fight on the first day helps no one. When they finally let him in, he's shoved all the way to the back. The whispers begin instantly. Then the trumpets sound. The cult lord arrives, and the entire courtyard buckles under his presence. He gives his speech. "You are the future of the cult. Train hard and become our strength." And the crowd eats it up. Then his eyes drift toward the back, toward his bastard son. He looks directly at him, then turns away as if he were nothing. The kid isn't even surprised. He's his father, but also the man who didn't show up when his mother died. The speech is over. It's time for the first test. On day 1, right now. The rules are simple and brutal. The Sound Clan elder plays her instrument, a weapon powered by pure sound and energy. Survive for 1 full minute and you pass. Fail and you're expelled from the academy on the first day. She begins playing. And it's carnage. The weaker kids are blasted off their feet almost immediately. Blood leaks from their ears. Even the 6 clan heirs, kids with 20 years of training packed into their bodies, who initially tried to remain calm, are now gritting their teeth just to stay standing. And the elder? She's growing angrier by the second because one kid she expected to fall first is still standing there, completely fine, without even breaking a sweat. He's completely confused. Half the people are already on the floor, but he doesn't feel anything. And a voice inside the boy's head says, "Sensing powerful low-frequency sound waves, I disabled your body's ability to react to sound to prevent internal damage." One of the elders notices that the Sound Clan elder is getting upset and increasing the difficulty. Her pride can't take it, so she raises the intensity even more. Eardrums are bursting and even the prodigies are collapsing. The guy plotting against our boy is confused by the Sound Clan elder's intensity. He looks behind him and makes a stunned expression. That makes every other descendant curious, and they all turn to look back. They see him standing firm as if nothing is happening. Our boy observes everyone's reaction, and even though he can't hear them, he's certain they're unhappy. The problem is that he doesn't actually have any energy. So, theoretically, this will only make things harder. He decides to do something risky. He asks Nano to give him an internal injury. Meanwhile, the old hag keeps going berserk. She pours half of her full power into the performance, enough to nearly wipe out the entire class. The other elder notices that things are becoming genuinely dangerous. Even the prodigies are coughing up liters of blood by this point. He shouts at her to stop, and she strikes the final string, furious that she lost her composure over a 15-year-old brat considered the worst among them. Then, from one second to the next, the boy spits out blood and collapses in agony. No one understands what happened at the very last moment. He falls to the floor in a sea of blood. Thinking Nano went too far with the internal damage, he vomits even more blood, and the red-haired elder panics. If the boy dies, he'll be the one held responsible. So he shakes the boy and tells him to get up. He lifts him while wondering how much energy the boy has. That's when he discovers the boy has none. That boy is a lunatic. How did he survive this through pure mental strength and sheer will alone? He orders some men to take the boy to the infirmary, while the Sound Clan elder remains confused. That boy concealed his pain until the very last moment. She asks the elder how much energy he truly had, and the man reveals that it was 0. He had none at all. She can't believe it. If that were true, he should have fainted like every other kid. But the elder explains that he suffered extremely serious injuries and remained standing through sheer will. The man thinks he'd like a student like that, but he doesn't want to oppose the 6 clans. Meanwhile, the drunk man takes a gulp and says things are finally becoming interesting. The red-haired elder tells the drunk man to get lost, and their energies clash, putting every student on edge. Those two are the left and right guardians of the leader. Then the drunk man leaves, saying he has more to do, while thinking he wants to learn more about that kid, Chan Yuan, and discover who he really is. So what is this voice inside his head? Well, 1 week earlier, beaten, bleeding, and completely drained, Zhan Yangwun was sprinting through a forest with a squad of assassins chasing him. They cornered him and told him the truth. It was never about talent or the academy. As long as he carried royal blood and had a claim to the throne, they would never stop hunting him. The only way it would end was with his death. He fought anyway. He baited them with a hidden second dagger, took one of them down, and had a sword driven straight through his stomach for it. Then they left him there to slowly bleed to death. But a stranger suddenly appeared, a teenager dressed in modern clothes, with his entire body crackling with lightning, tore through the assassins as if they were nothing. He said something about Chorn being his predecessor, and before disappearing, he injected something into Chorn's neck. A gift, he called it. The latest model, a 7th-generation nanomachine, from something called the Isekai Company. Chan later woke up in a bed and, strangely, his body had been purified. He coughed up black sludge as every impurity was forced out, and a voice spoke to him from inside his own head. It wasn't a god. It was Nano. Roughly 482 million tiny machines living inside his body, rebuilding him from the cellular level and unable to leave until he dies. Here's the important part. The 6 clans spent his entire life ensuring that he remained weak, poisoning his mother years earlier, and forcing him to swear never to learn Naikong. With his own half-brothers openly plotting to kill him at the academy, Naino is the perfect tool for revenge. When he watches someone train, Naino analyzes every movement, every muscle, then rewrites his body to match, granting him 20 years of mastery in a single afternoon. That's exactly how he copied his guards' dagger technique, simply by watching through a window. He only needs to flip through a book once, and Nano scans every page, corrects every mistake, and uploads the entire book directly into his brain. Instant understanding, with no studying required. If he gets cut or stabbed, the wound seals itself right before his eyes. Nano can even redistribute his muscle fibers to increase his strength, giving him a literal temporary boost on command. The downside is that the only person our boy still has in his life is Guard Zhang, the man who actually raised him, cooked for him, and stayed when his father never did. He was also the one who found him in the forest after Nano entered his body, brought him home, and even called a doctor to examine him. That same doctor said something was wrong. His body was theoretically perfect for martial arts. Something had changed because he used to be the complete opposite. After surviving, our boy ate the final meal prepared by Guard Zhang because it was time to attend the Demonic Academy test, which brings us back to the aftermath of the first test. The weakest son didn't merely survive the Sound Clan Elder's onslaught. He outlasted every prodigy in the room without a single drop of Nagong and caught the attention of the drunk man, one of the strongest warriors there. Meanwhile, on the infirmary's second floor, the academy doctor Bak is calmly reading when a patient is brought in, and he suddenly becomes excited. He asks if it's true that there's already a patient on the very first day. Just as expected, this academy truly is the best. One guard thinks that, just as Sayob said, Byak seems slightly obsessed with medical practice. He tells them not to stand around and orders them to bring the boy inside. When he sees Chian, he wonders how brutal the test must have been to leave him in such a state. He even asks whether the boy was stabbed in the stomach, but they say he wasn't. It's an internal injury which shocks him even more. The guard adds that he has no knee gung, so the left guardian ordered them to handle him carefully. Bake thinks that in 10 years of teaching, he's seen every kind of case, but never this much blood from an internal injury. The two guards say they've delivered the boy and are leaving. Then one of them glances back at him and notices something strange. The other asks why he's lingering when they're busy. He says the boy somehow looks better than before and wonders whether he's imagining it. That prompts the doctor to examine him. The protagonist nearly wakes, suddenly remembering he's in the infirmary and almost panicking. Although the pain remains intense, he tells himself to endure it until the doctor finishes. Byak checks his pulse and says it's clearly irregular, meaning the boy suffered serious damage. Still, even biting his tongue wouldn't explain this much blood. So he decides to begin with acupuncture. Then a small blast suddenly strikes the room, and the doctor nearly jumps out of his skin when he sees the right guardian. Byak asks why he's there. He calls him a coward who hides behind his mentor, while privately thinking the lunatic is as arrogant as ever. Bayek asks what brought him there, since a guardian shouldn't be injured. Sao realizes he isn't welcome, and Bayek bluntly tells him to rest somewhere else. Sao simply thinks he'll never understand him. Then he looks at the protagonist again and calls him an interesting kid. The boy wonders why this man came at all. Did he realize the internal injury was fake? Siomu approaches the bed, and the protagonist catches the strong smell of alcohol on him. Then Sub asks why he's pretending to be asleep. When the boy still refuses to open his eyes, Sub uses Nigong to lift him upright without touching him. The doctor is stunned. Lifting someone without touching them truly displays a guardian's power. The protagonist realizes Nigong forced him upright, but he still can't move properly because his body hasn't recovered. Sub warns that if he keeps pretending, he'll slap him across the face. So the boy opens his eyes, knowing he's been exposed. He asks how Sib knew. The crazy man bursts into laughter again, saying this only makes him more interesting. He asks how the boy can remain so calm before a guardian, while the protagonist already hates his personality. Seb explains that any skilled warrior can tell whether someone is truly asleep by how they breathe, and the boy realizes Seb heard his breathing. Nanu explains that someone his age should breathe 12 to 20 times per minute, but he was breathing only around 8. The boy tells Nanu he doesn't need that lecture right now. Seb says children these days rarely have such nerve and praises his courage. The boy is confused, so Seb didn't come because he discovered the act. Seb says most children today are boring and always seek the easiest path when things become difficult, while the protagonist can only think that he didn't survive through willpower alone either. Even so, Seb says he possesses a kind of will the others lack. White interrupts, saying the boy is badly injured and needs treatment, but the drunken guardian tells him to wait because an adult is speaking. That causes the boy to start coughing again, spitting up blood. When Seb realizes he truly is in bad shape, He steps in and releases his knee gong, forcing the boy back to sleep. Then he gets straight to the point. He wants to take the boy as his student. Neither of the other two can believe what they heard, while Sub calmly takes another drink. The protagonist asks what he said, and Sub repeats that he wants him as his student. The boy asks whether the right guardian knows who he is, and Sub says everyone knows. Then the boy asks whether the 6 clans will hate him for doing this. Sub laughs and asks what they could possibly do to stop him. Whether he takes the boy or not, he'll be competing with them anyway. Still, the protagonist wonders whether this might be a trap. Meanwhile, the doctor realizes this is the 7th prince and says they expected tricks this time, but making him lose so much blood went too far. The boy says he doesn't know what to say. It's too sudden, and the academy already provides teachers. Seb becomes annoyed, as though the kid thinks he's begging for a student. Still, he can tell the boy has many doubts, which makes sense considering the life he's lived. So Seb says that's fine. If the boy remains unconvinced, he'll offer something impossible to refuse. He tosses something to the boy. When the boy asks what it is, Sub says it's exactly what he needs to survive. After all, he landed in the infirmary on the first day. He asks whether the boy is worried about falling behind. Passing the first test through sheer will is one thing, but no fool should believe he can pass the second without Nigong. The protagonist begins confronting that reality. Sub says anyone who wants to become a warrior must stay ahead, then asks whether he plans to spend 2 weeks in the infirmary and begin from behind. While he's trapped here, the others will certainly continue growing stronger. The boy knows he's right, but also needs to remain here longer to avoid suspicion. Seeing that his words are working, Saipog asks whether he knows why that red-haired idiot sent him here. The boy says it was because of his internal injury, and Saipog agrees. Naturally, an injured student would be sent to the infirmary. But then he asks whether that isn't strange, since many other children were injured too. So why weren't they sent here? Saipog explains that most of them can treat injuries through meditation. A doctor or medicine would certainly be faster, but that's not the point. Simply put, the others can heal themselves, so there is no reason to bring them here. The boy realizes that's why he's alone. He cannot heal himself. Sapel thinks he's almost convinced him. Now he only needs one final push. He says someone who doesn't even know how to meditate for healing shouldn't recover from an internal wound this quickly. Even under Saipal's pressure, the protagonist knows Nano makes it possible. Still, everything else Sapel said is true. If he wants to advance, he must learn Nagong. Then he remembers something and asks Sape about the reward for passing the first stage, the medicine ball, and access to the library's first floor. Sabal starts laughing again, saying Ruvi forgot to mention something important. The boy cannot enter and leave whenever he pleases. He receives only one visit after passing the test. That leaves the boy stunned. Sabal asks whether he truly thought he could freely browse such valuable books. The library is heavily guarded. The boy simply stares at him. Sabal adds that he may remain on the first floor for only 2 hours. The boy is disappointed that there's also a time limit, but Sabal says he can earn more time by advancing. He also cannot copy anything. He must memorize everything before leaving. Memorizing even 2 books is considered impressive, but the protagonist realizes this gives him an enormous advantage. With Nano's scanning ability, 2 hours could let him copy hundreds of books instead of 1 or 2. Saipal says that for someone without Nagong, 4 years in this brutal academy will push him to his limits. The boy understands. He's different from the others. Most were trained by their clans, while he has neither martial arts nor Naigong. If he wants to survive the threat posed by the 6 clans, he needs to become someone's student. Then he looks at the paper near his head and asks whether it's a Nagong breathing method. Sapel says it is, and if the boy becomes his student, he'll teach it to him. The boy says he still isn't sure he wants Sapal as his master, but at least this means he finally has someone on his side and perhaps a chance to learn what the 6 clans denied him. So the boy rises, kneels before Sepal, and accepts him as his mentor, asking to be accepted as a student. He thinks a student should bow twice, but Sepal pulls him back to his feet. He says the blood of Zion bows to no one but itself. Sepal tells him to rest for now, but before he returns, the boy must memorize every Nagong breathing point and learn them thoroughly. Sepal then says he's leaving and tells the doctor to take good care of his student. The doctor asks whether the boy is all right, and he says yes. His new master is simply impulsive. Boyuk says that means Sepal must truly like him and congratulates him on becoming the drunkard student. Bake adds that the injury will complicate things and that his pulse remains unstable. He says he'll fetch acupuncture tools and tells the boy to wait. The protagonist thinks that with Naino, the guardian, and all these new opportunities, he can even think about his mother and guard Jang. In a place filled with enemies, he finally has people supporting him. At the demonic academy training field, everyone practices their Nagong. Meanwhile, students from the stronger families stand aside and watch, then approach the left guardian to report the first test's results, including Cadet 7, who was taken to the infirmary. In total, 4.15 passed. Meg says about 200 fewer people passed than during the test 10 years ago. The elder's energy waves were too powerful. He knows those who failed will call it unfair, and they're already causing a scene. Some protest, demanding to know why they failed and foaming at the mouth with rage. A guard asks whether they still don't understand. If they can't pass this, how could they survive hard labor? One boy responds by asking how anyone could live like that. The guard sees that he refuses to accept the result, so he orders all of them expelled from the academy. And just like that, the guards become forceful and begin throwing the boys out. Rojin says the guards are highly skilled, so the expelled students cannot win. If they're this stubborn, they still haven't learned their lesson. Mayung says he'd also consider it unfair, and the 7th cadet is the reason the first test became so difficult. Then he adds that they lacked both luck and ability, and this was simply their fate. Rojin says many outstanding children passed, and Myung asks whether he noticed that too. Most of the injured students are already meditating, while candidates from the 6 clans and 8 great clans passed easily. They're clearly on an entirely different level. He says enduring the elder's technique without injury would normally require years of Nagong, placing them far above everyone else. He points toward the Dark Clan's number 1, Chan, and the Sword Clan's number 5, Yu Chan. Neither of them moved, and judging by that, the true competition will be between the Dark Clan and Sword Clan, just as he expected. It should be interesting. Then he congratulates everyone for passing the first test. They'll receive a bronze coin, the Academy's lowest rank, and spend the next 4 years training as cadets. From now on, yes and no are forbidden. The only acceptable reply is Mado. Any other response means they want the command repeated. When he asks if they understand, everyone shouts Mado together. Then he says they'll begin sorting the groups. Meanwhile, the doctor says the boy's medicine is ready and begins treating him. The boy addresses the doctor, who introduces himself as Bake and says merely calling him doctor is insufficient. He should use his full title. The boy asks Dr. Bake whether his condition is truly that serious. Bake apologizes for saying this to an academy cadet, but says it will take 11 to 15 days before he can rejoin the tests. The boy is stunned. He wonders what to do because once treatment begins, he can't simply stop it immediately. Recovering too quickly would seem suspicious, but recovering normally will leave him behind. He still knows nothing about the first test after being brought here. Bake tells him not to feel discouraged. An ordinary doctor would require months, but as Bake's patient, he'll recover much faster. Even so, the boy hates losing so much training time. Black tries to reassure him, saying he can help and will pretend not to notice that he's learning from the guardian. The boy thanks him and promises to repay him someday. Black says he doesn't expect much either way. Then he begins the acupuncture treatment. When he removes the blanket and clothing, he examines the boy's body and says he's in better condition than expected, despite having no martial arts training. Since it isn't from Nagong, Black wonders whether it came from Agong instead. He says the first needle will enter the center of the chest, but the moment he attempts it, Nanu detects possible harm from the metal needle and activates automatic defense. The boy quickly orders it to stop. He tells Nanu to stand down because the doctor is treating him and asks whether it cannot distinguish treatment from an attack. Nanu immediately disables automatic defense, and the boy nearly has a heart attack from the shock. Nanu explains that unless treatment is reported beforehand, any bodily harm will be treated as an attack. So he orders it not to react without his permission from now on. After that, the doctor continues treating him, and the boy notices that his stomach already hurts less. Nanu says it is recording the acupuncture data and explains the needle points beneath the chest, near the heart, and along the arm. 6 are intended to heal the stomach, although the boy says he could tell without assistance. He looks at Baek, who tells him to nap while the treatment takes effect because being stared at makes him self-conscious. The boy would like to, but Nanu keeps explaining everything. Then he gets an idea and asks Nanu whether combining its healing with this treatment would accelerate recovery. However, recovering too quickly would seem suspicious. So he asks whether it can heal him while making him continue to appear injured. Nanu says self-healing can begin after treatment, and his pulse can be randomly altered to imitate a serious injury. He says he was only curious, but is pleased that it's possible. If he can deceive them for 2 weeks, he can spend that time learning Nigong from the Guardian. So he orders Nanu to heal him and fool Baek during future examinations, and Nanu immediately begins self-healing. Meanwhile, the other cadets are terrified because half of them will be expelled, and none of the strongest fighters are in their group. They also suspect the 6 clans hold an advantage. Ming says this is the first and last test requiring teamwork. If they want to compete against each other, they can all fail together. As he laughs, Rojin thinks he's exceptionally good at crushing morale. He says that's enough for today and orders them back to the dormitories to rest. Starting tomorrow, the team standing before them will train them. That group doesn't look friendly at all. They seem dead inside, yet he claims they'll kindly teach tactics and techniques. That promise of kindness sounds like a joke after what they just did to the cadets, making the children even more frightened. Soon afterward, everyone is dismissed. Then Group 8's instructor, Yin Pyong, asks why Cadet 3 is still there. The boy says he has a question. The instructor reminds him that questions concerning training cannot be answered, and the boy says he already knows. So the instructor asks what he wants, and the boy says he already knows he'll become Group 8's leader. The instructor thinks the decision won't be announced until tomorrow, but as usual, the 6 clans already know the rules. The boy points out that Cadet 7 was assigned to their group, but remains in the infirmary, so the instructor asks what he's implying. The boy says that with 1 member absent, he doesn't want the group left uninformed. When asked to explain, he says Cadet 7 missed the ceremony and won't know anything, so someone should tell him what was announced. The instructor is slightly surprised. In reality, the boy is thinking that the bastard ended up in his group, and he intends to finish him in the infirmary. But the instructor completely misunderstands and praises the suggestion, saying the boy clearly understands the fundamentals. He says he'll accept the suggestion as Group 8's instructor and personally deliver the information to Cadet 7. The boy quickly says that isn't necessary and offers to go himself. The instructor reminds him that the building is forbidden to cadets except under special circumstances, saying this while staring directly at the prince. The boy realizes he won't be allowed inside and wonders why everything keeps going wrong. He may be a Spring Clan candidate, but his minor title has no authority here. With no alternative, he asks the instructor to do it as a favor. and the instructor tells him to return to the dormitory. But he calls the instructor back once more, and the man asks whether there's anything else. The boy asks whether he can at least be told when Cadet 7 will join them. The instructor agrees, but because it's late, says he'll tell him tomorrow. At that point, the boy concludes he'll simply wait until Cadet 7 returns to the dormitory. Then he'll make him suffer so badly that he'll wish he had died that day. Later, the doctor tells the instructor that the boy will need 14 days. The damage is severe, so he requires at least 2 weeks of rest. The instructor says that much lost time will make it difficult to keep pace and asks whether his recovery can be accelerated. Bake says something might be possible if the boy had Nagong, but Cadet 7 has none. In his condition, waiting is the only option. The instructor remembers that the second test is in 3 weeks and can't believe the boy will lose 2 of them. He doesn't want his entire group eliminated because of one person. So he asks to speak with the boy since they have much to discuss. Boy says the boy appears to be sleeping and asks whether he should wake him, but the instructor declines and says he'll return tomorrow. Then he leaves. Boy continues watching the boy, thinking that barely passing the first test may have exhausted all his luck. But the boy continues sleeping peacefully. In the middle of the night, several people approach the place where the boy is staying, and one of them kicks the window. It's Siab announcing that his mentor has arrived. The boy is shocked. That feeling quickly fades because Siab reeks of alcohol. Siab asks whether he isn't even going to greet him. The boy quickly greets him, and Siab approves. Then he asks whether the homework is finished. The boy looks confused and asks whether he means the Nagong breathing method. Siab says yes. It was supposed to be memorized before his return. The boy thinks about how he only arrived at the infirmary yesterday and begins feeling that Save is extremely impatient. Still, he's grateful Nani treated him and says he obeyed the order. Siab is surprised that he truly did it while injured, since he only assigned it to tease him. Even so, he maintains his stern act and says the boy merely did what was expected, so the boy thanks him for the praise. Then he asks whether his teacher arrived slightly too early, and Siab asks whether he's tired. The boy says that isn't the reason, so Siab says good and begins explaining why this matters. He can teach him for only 2 weeks. He can visit while the boy remains in the infirmary, but once he leaves, Siab will no longer be able to contact him. The boy admits he hadn't considered that, and Siab says of course he hadn't. He was hospitalized immediately after arriving. Siab adds that he must work with his teacher during the day, so nighttime is the only opportunity to visit without arousing suspicion. The protagonist realizes outside training is prohibited at the academy, so being caught would cause enormous trouble. He expected Siab to be merely stubborn, but he's actually considerate, so he thanks him. Siab says they have little time, so training begins immediately, shocking the boy. Siab asks whether he didn't hear him. There is no time to waste. He orders the boy to turn around and sit on the floor, but the kid freezes. Sekyab snaps at him to begin already, and the boy immediately sits down. The protagonist says he wants an explanation first, but Siab immediately silences him and tells him to listen. Then he says it's good that the boy memorized the breathing method. He places one hand on the boy's back, and when the boy asks what he's doing, Siab says time is short, so he'll force the flow into him. That phrasing frightens the protagonist slightly, but Siab says this is actually a refined method created by his great-grandfather. The boy doesn't need to do anything because Siab will handle everything. He only tells him to clench his jaw because if he screams, the guards will come and they'll both face serious trouble. Then Siab pours energy into him, making the boy's eyes widen. Saab immediately orders the protagonist to remain silent. At the same time, Nani reports that intangible energy has entered the user's blood and begins analyzing it using the collected data. The energy is identified as ki or chakra, and Nani begins examining its effects on the body. The protagonist realizes the Niagong is forcing his veins open, and it's far more intense than expected. Siab is astonished because the boy has clearly never learned anything, yet his circulation has no blockages whatsoever. His muscles also appear previously trained, even though Siab is certain he never learned martial arts. So Siab wonders whether this came from the Lord, and remembers the Lord spending time with the boy's mother. She smiled the entire time, and Siab thinks that among 7 wives, Lei Hua may have been the only one the Lord truly loved. Perhaps he secretly cared for her son as well. Still, whether that's true or not, Siab is excited because the method worked. With a body like this, building a solid amount of net gong should take only about a week, and he continues pouring energy into the boy. Meanwhile, back at the dormitories, someone is beating one of the princes and sends him flying. The others charge toward the attacker, while the prince lies nearly unconscious on the ground. They demand to know who he thinks he is. Does he truly believe he'll be safe after attacking Xianzhan's son of the Poison Clan? The boy says their identities don't matter. This academy follows strength. He won, so they should carry their useless member from Group 12 away. That fighter is Cadet Leader 18, Baki. Gi attacked from the very beginning and launched a prince across the room. Now let's see the protagonist do that. After forcing his Naigong into the boy, Scalb looks exhausted and asks whether he memorized the flow. The protagonist says he remembers it perfectly. Scalb laughs and says the first attempt must have hurt, but this is the best teaching method for someone without Naigong. Then he says the deadline is 7 days. The boy must build enough Naigong. By then, he asks whether he understands. Seeing how drained Sabraze is, the protagonist realizes he must have spent an enormous amount of Naigong as well, so the least he can do is endure as much as possible. He says he'll succeed as long as Sieber continues helping him. Sieber says that's the right attitude. Then, he declares that day's training finished. He warns him never to forget the breathing method or the flow. He must remember both perfectly. Sihab says he's leaving and tells the boy to take care, so the protagonist simply thanks his mentor. He promises he'll succeed within 1 week. Then, at the Demonic Academy's Naigong Training Center, the children selected as group leaders gather. Many students are also bruised from the previous night, and the princess clearly wasn't joking. Most of her team has been beaten badly. He explains that the instructors intentionally avoided the dormitories so students could fight and establish their own rankings. Then he looks toward Group 12 and notices that the Poison Clan boy should have become leader. Instead, Cadet 18 claimed the position. From their appearances, Naigong can tell that the fight was brutal. Anyone bold enough to attack a prince isn't merely skilled, he also has courage. Then Hanjin arrives and says training is about to begin. The other instructor agrees and draws everyone's attention. For the next week, beginning today, they'll learn basic battle tactics every morning in the auditorium to the right. After lunch, they'll train here. He asks whether they understand. Everyone answers yes. Then they're ordered to go to the auditorium, with Group 1 moving first. Everyone leaves while the defeated prince remains utterly miserable. His brother begins mocking him, asking whether he truly fell so far in rank. That immediately enrages him. His brother says it proves the Poison Clan is nothing without him. Now the boy ranks below even the smaller clans, and he laughs, making him even angrier. Then the prince looks at the boy who defeated him and smirks. Remembering his name, big guy from a high clan, he can't believe the boy dared to humiliate him. He tells him to enjoy playing leader while he can, because he'll make him regret joining his group. That night in the academy dormitories, Cadet 3, the large musclehead, is summoned. The instructor says his performance during the test was excellent, and he thanks him. Then the instructor mentions Cadet 7, saying he'll remain in the infirmary for 2 weeks. The boy is shocked, but the instructor says that's the doctor's assessment. Even if he memorizes the theory, missing practical training will be a problem. The instructor doubts anyone without Nagong can recover properly, but says he'll check again tomorrow. Since Cadet 3 is free for now, he should use the time wisely by training or reviewing. That infuriates the musclehead because the boy remains beyond his reach, and upon returning to the dormitory, he begins destroying things. Everyone notices he's losing control, but one tells the others to remain quiet, since provoking him will only worsen the situation. Then, he roars that the boy will stay there for 2 entire weeks. But Jerian says that if the doctor said so, it's probably true. The musclehead responds that the boy is obviously pretending. Merely imagining that filthy-blooded bastard resting comfortably makes him grind his teeth. Jerian tells the prince to calm down and suggests handling the situation differently instead of raging. Then he whispers something into the prince's ear that improves his mood slightly. 4 days later, Bakayo is feeling depressed. It's been 5 days without a patient, and he says he's dying from boredom. He believes Chanyeo Woon certainly won't be his final patient. Then someone begins pounding frantically on the door again. He asks what happened and sees instructor Impyung. The instructor says his cadet was injured during sword training. They left the sword inside to prevent the wound from worsening and brought him directly here. Aki brightens and tells him to place the boy on the bed. Finally, another patient. Baki quickly completes the treatment and says their decision not to remove the sword prevented further damage. Impyung asks about the boy's condition, and Baki says none of his vital points were struck. That allows the instructor to relax. Big Eye jokes that he worried unnecessarily, but understands that the instructor cares about his students. Until the second test ends, he remains responsible for them, and now 2 are in the infirmary. Big Eye says the wound is deep despite missing the critical areas, so the boy will need to remain there, although not as long as Cadet 7. 3 days should be sufficient. The instructor says he's returning to training and asks him to care for Cadet 23. Impyong storms out furiously. Real sword training only just began, yet he already has another injury to explain. That night, Cadet 23 rises while Kimian remains asleep. His eyes settle on the scalpels beside the bed. He takes one and decides to begin by ensuring the protagonist can no longer walk. Then he slips into the protagonist room. He tells himself he's doing this only to survive. With that, he cuts Kimian's tendon and tells him not to blame him. But when he moves to strike again, Naino's automatic defense activates and shocks him violently. The boy loses consciousness and collapses. Chen rises and says everything happened exactly as expected. A little later, the unconscious boy begins waking and wonders what happened. Then he realizes he's tied to the bed and his head has been shaved. Horrified, he asks who did this. Chung steps beside him and says he did, calling him Baldy. The boy stares and asks how the protagonist is standing and how he accomplished this. The protagonist feigns ignorance, saying he merely tied him up and placed him on the bed while he was unconscious, then calls him Baldy again. The boy asks how he even lost consciousness. More importantly, shouldn't the protagonist be injured? He appears completely fine. He also doesn't understand why Keith keeps calling him Baldy. Then he looks into the mirror and realizes it's true. He's bald. He begins crying, panicking over his missing hair. The protagonist punches him and tells him to be quiet, only to realize he knocked him unconscious again. When Baldy wakes once more, Kian asks whether he's calm now. The boy glares at him with pure hatred, but can only mumble through the cloth covering his mouth. He now realizes the protagonist isn't the clueless child from the ceremony. He's far more frightening, and the boy wonders who Qian really is. Qian asks how he thinks he managed to survive this long. Picking up a knife, he says, others have tried to kill him before. Some even used poison, so how many attempts does he think there were? Then he presses the blade against Baldy's neck. The protagonist says attacking him was foolish and asks whether he understands how painful a stabbing is. Since it can kill someone, he orders the boy to speak, but the kid continues resisting. So Qian removes the gag from his mouth and orders him to talk. The boy asks what the protagonist is even discussing. He claims to know nothing and says that if the protagonist stabs him, everyone will blame him. He even cites academy rules. Students cannot harm one another outside training or formal duels. Qian realizes he won't speak easily. The boy insists that even torture won't make him confess, feeling confident inside. He believes the protagonist cannot do anything and begins acting arrogantly. The protagonist says fine, they'll discover whether he can truly remain silent. He stuffs the gag back into his mouth, silencing him again, and tells him to wait there. Qian says he grew up with very little, but this place offers plenty of useful tools. He picks up several needles, and the boy panics, wondering what they're for. He releases a sinister laugh, terrifying the kid. She grabs his arm and twists it backward, asking whether he's afraid. The boy had already clenched his fist, and now realizes the protagonist is absurdly strong, despite lacking proper training. He asks why the protagonist is forcing his hand open and wonders what he's planning. He says it will hurt slightly, then drives a needle beneath his fingernail. The pain is so intense that the boy immediately breaks down crying. Cheek tells him not to exaggerate and takes another needle. The boy begs him to stop. The protagonist reminds him that he claimed torture wouldn't work, so he says this is repayment. Then he continues pushing needles beneath the boy's remaining fingernails. After all his fingers are ruined, the child collapses with nearly empty eyes. Cheetan asks whether it truly hurt that badly. After all, he already lost consciousness twice. Then he asks whether they should treat the other hand as well. That finally makes Baldy panic and scream no. Masi asks whether he's ready to speak, saying he should have done so from the beginning. The boy realizes Cheetan is insane. A little more torture might have killed him or destroyed his mind, so he decides to confess. He gets directly to the point and asks whether it was go. The boy blurts out asking how the protagonist knew. The protagonist asks whether he's curious, and the answer is yes. He says that because of his injury, the instructor visits daily to teach him, so he knows exactly which group the boy belongs to and who is in it. He had already guessed the truth, but wanted to hear it directly. Then he identifies him by name, Cadet 23, Hubong. Hubong wonders who called Qian useless, because this kid is a monster. He's concealing his strength and pretending to be weak, and Hubong cannot imagine how dangerous he'll become after growing stronger. The protagonist says he learned what he needed, but now wants to sleep, so they're finished for tonight. Hubong feels relieved, but the protagonist adds one condition. Everything heard here must remain secret. Hubong quickly promises not to tell anyone. Then he notices something strange. Qian raises one finger. He thrusts that finger into the side of Hubong's head. Only then does Hubong realize the protagonist used a blood point strike. He believed the protagonist possessed no neigong. That belief disappears and Hubong collapses again, stunned that Qian deceived everyone. Ironically, he never told anyone he lacked neigong. They merely assumed it. By the end of the night, Qian heads toward the infirmary and says he never expected the protagonist to learn this quickly. The previous day, he gave the protagonist slightly more neigong, and even he couldn't believe the result. Qian learned neigong in only 5 days, when it normally requires at least 2 or 3 weeks, perhaps even a month. He completely exceeded Saigop's expectations. The child is exceptionally talented. Saigab originally planned to help him accumulate neigong over 2 weeks, then teach basic techniques and breathing methods. But that plan has now changed. When he arrives, the protagonist greets his teacher, and Saigab returns the greeting. Saigab then asks where he placed it. Xian says it's beneath the bed, and Saigab tells him to bring it out. It's the dragon sphere, a medicinal ball created by the academy. Students who pass the first test normally receive one, and when properly absorbed, it can grant power equal to 20 years of neigong. Later doses become progressively less effective. Xian thinks it still smells terrible, but if the protagonist uses it correctly, he could gain those 20 years of Naigong. Then he should be capable of protecting himself. But suddenly, Shyam senses something unusual. He asks whether someone else is present and demands to know who it is. Looking over, he sees a badly injured boy. He realizes Cheon used a blood point strike to knock him unconscious. The protagonist explains that the boy attacked after Dr. Baike left. Sabe is shocked that someone attacked him, and the protagonist adds that this began yesterday, the 5th day since they entered the academy, when real sword training started. He believes Hubong deliberately stabbed himself to enter the infirmary. Sayab asks how he dared attempt such a thing inside the academy infirmary, warning that discovery would mean expulsion. It required courage, unless someone sent him. Cheon's expression immediately darkens. Siab notices his reaction and says he must know who's responsible, then asks who issued the order. The protagonist says it was that royal clan bastard in his group. Sayab is unsurprised, saying he's never met anyone truly decent from that clan. It's a troubled family filled with troublemakers, although he knows better than to say too much. The protagonist says it's fine because he's accustomed to hardship. The way, he says it affects Sayab slightly. Then he smacks the sleeping Hubong awake. He explains that Xian struck his blood point with less than 1 year of Nagong, so Hubong will recover within several hours. Performing that technique properly normally requires at least 10 years. Xian asks whether he understands, and the boy says he'll remember it. Finally, the protagonist takes the foul-smelling pill. Xian says he can use it now, and the protagonist asks whether he should simply swallow it. Shim says no. He must chew before swallowing because that improves absorption. Xiam smells the horrible odor and already knows this will be unpleasant. Still, he bites into it and nearly breaks. It smells terrible, tastes worse, and its bitterness makes him feel ready to vomit. Xiam tells him to begin the breathing technique now that he has swallowed it, and he obeys. He sits down, and Sham says he'll teach him how to absorb it properly. Then Sham places both hands on him and pours in slightly more Nagong. Nano suddenly reports that a substance is transforming into energy inside his body, multiplying and reacting with the flow already within him. She asks permission to accelerate the cycle and increase absorption. He doesn't understand her meaning, but agrees if it will help. Nano begins boosting his metabolism. Watching this, Xiam is stunned and wonders whether the child was born with the body of a war god. It seems he isn't merely absorbing the medicine, but strengthening it. He should absorb only around 80% at most, and Xiam realizes his concerns were unnecessary. By sunrise, the boy has absorbed all of it. He's amazed by the result, and Xiam asks how the Nagong feels. He says the child did well, although this time he's soaked in sweat. He gained another 1.5 years of Nagong, shocking the boy. That brings the total to 30 years. Xiam says that's only an estimate. The other students must absorb theirs without assistance, so they probably won't gain even half as much. The boy becomes even more excited. He says everything is thanks to his teacher. Without Xiam, he couldn't have succeeded. Xiam tells him he's truly fortunate. He also says his good fortune comes from her. And Nano replies that she was created to assist him. Then he notices it's growing late and that he must return. So the boy calls to his teacher and asks whether, beginning tomorrow, Xiam can teach him how to develop sword techniques. Xiam says, of course, but there won't be much time, so the boy must prepare himself. Meanwhile, back among the students, the arrogant prince laughs and calls it a beautiful morning. His leading lackey notices that he's in an excellent mood. The prince says it's all thanks to Jurian, then praises him. By now, that bastard should be in serious trouble, with both legs broken. He laughs, saying he wanted to watch him crawl across the ground like an insect. Merely imagining it excites him. Unfortunately for him, the protagonist is perfectly fine and those broken legs won't belong to him. At the clinic, Beck bursts into laughter. He asks how the boy lost all his hair overnight, and the boy becomes angry because he cannot even shout back with someone else nearby. The doctor apologizes for laughing so much and says he tried to suppress it, but the boy says it's already too late. Then Bub approaches the protagonist and notices how strangely relaxed he appears. The doctor can tell something occurred during the night but decides not to investigate. He was instructed to focus on treatment rather than questions. 2 days later, inside the clan dormitory, the prince says this is interesting. Shouldn't that boy have been removed from the group by now? The bald child says he intended to cut the boy's tendons, but perhaps the injuries were too serious. The doctor remained beside him all night without leaving. The prince asks whether the doctor truly stayed awake all night, as though he believes the child is making excuses. Then the boy explains that he attacked during the night as ordered, but the doctor woke as well. That enrages the prince. He hits the child and mocks him, asking how sharp a doctor's hearing could possibly be. The boy is sent flying and badly injured, and the prince stomps on him, calling him worthless and asking how he failed such a simple task. Then the chief lackey tells him to wait, and the prince asks why. The lackey says they should at least determine the clinic doctor's identity. Answer is Baek Jong Myung. That's the name the boy heard, and the lackey appears to recognize it. The prince asks whether the name is important. He says the doctor is probably a disciple of Baek Jong-woo, shocking him. That man comes from the Poison clan but studies medicine that counters poison and became the Lord's personal physician. Despite being a doctor, he's also said to rank around 30th in the academy. So if this doctor truly is his disciple, his martial arts may be exceptional. Even so, the prince continues beating the child, saying that sending him was a complete waste of time. He keeps striking him and warns him not to expect help for his clan. The boy asks what he just said, remembering when the prince recruited him for this task. At the time, the prince told him not to worry about failing. He came from the Spring clan, and if he were expelled, the prince would surely assist his clan. Now the boy realizes it was entirely a lie. He tells the prince to continue hitting him. He wants to see whether he acts so bravely when that boy appears. This makes the prince uneasy, and he asks why the child is wearing a bandana before ripping it away. The boy is completely bald, with a scalp so shiny that the prince sees his own reflection in it. He asks whether the boy truly believed shaving his head would earn forgiveness. Everyone realizes the dormitory, quiet until now, has become noisy again. The prince says he feels disgusted and tells Jerian to leave. Jerian follows immediately like a loyal dog, leaving the beaten child near tears, cursing them and wishing for their deaths. Meanwhile, the protagonist casually asks the doctor whether he also knows martial arts, but Baek says he doesn't and has studied only medicine. 7 days later, at 7 a.m. in the clinic, the protagonist is already performing a far more advanced training session before Sabe, who begins thinking that this child is unquestionably a genius. He demonstrated the butterfly technique only a few times and corrected the boy's posture over several days, yet every movement now appears steady and natural. If he continues training seriously, he should have no difficulty using the technique, so Sabe tells him to proceed to the next section. The protagonist thinks that, thanks to Nano's analysis of his teacher, he can imitate it perfectly, but that would seem suspicious, so he restrains himself slightly. Even so, he repeats every movement. Cedric explains that the graffiti martial art contains 24 opening moves, with every 3 combining into one form, creating 8 forms in total. He says teaching the fundamentals already consumed time, so he couldn't teach the transitions between them. With another 1 or 2 months, he could teach everything. 1 week is far too little. Still, he says the boy memorized everything remarkably well and hands him a paper. It contains the opening portion of the butterfly technique and Kunigong circulation methods. He wanted to teach more because this is their final day, but knowing the boy, he expects him to grasp the basics quickly. The next time they meet, he'll examine everything. He warns the boy not to become lazy and to study diligently. The boy thanks him and promises not to disappoint Sayab. Cedric says he'd better not. Then he draws his sword and tells the boy that it is his martial sword. He asks him to try holding it. When the boy takes it, Cedric asks whether it feels light, and he says it isn't as heavy as expected. Cedric explains that ordinary swords weigh 2 or 3 Gideons, but his clan's light sword weighs only 1.5. The boy guesses this is because of the butterfly technique, and Cedric says he's perceptive. Cedric then swings the sword and slices through part of the boy's bed. The boy realizes how sharp it is, although he also thinks the doctor will be angry upon seeing damage. Cedric explains that even without flashy range or light, the sword is forged from refined metal, and its sharpness and durability earned its name. He tells the boy to step back because he'll now demonstrate what the boy has wanted to see. He must carefully observe his mentor's butterfly technique. The boy immediately tells Nano to prepare for analysis, and she begins at once. As Cedric leaves, 2 guards watch him from a rooftop. Myung says that Rat of a Guardian has finally gone, and Meraki-1 says he did well pretending not to. No. He asks how Cedric could defy orders but admits he's glad he won't need to see him anymore. Then he says they should send guards to the 2nd floor because so many people are there. Meraki-1 simply says he's leaving, and Mayung uses the opportunity to ask why he cares so much about the 7th prince. Meraki-1 says it's only fair. Mayung says that's an interesting way to think, but Meraki-1 tells him not to question him any further and immediately leaves. Mayung says that's exactly what one would expect from the Wind King. No one knows when he'll disappear, and if he chooses to leave, no one can stop him. Still, he wonders whether 10 days truly makes everything fair. The baked guy heads toward the clinic and finds it strange that the boy remains asleep. He's usually awake by now, so he wonders what's happening. He says this is the final opportunity the boy will have to rest like this. Once he leaves, he'll face many hardships, so he tells him to sleep slightly longer. But in reality, the boy's muscles are changing. His body is adapting to the butterfly technique. Muscle modifications are 80%, complete and vein modifications are at 75%, with 1 hour remaining until both reach 100%. 1 hour later, after the modification is complete, Bakeji jolts awake upon hearing the boy vomit. He rushes over and asks what happened. The protagonist is vomiting violently over the side of the bed, so Bakeji asks why he's suddenly vomiting and sweating so heavily. Afterward, he lays the boy down again once he appears slightly better, then checks his pulse and wonders what's happening. Bake is confused. After lying in bed for so long, Chan shouldn't have such a rapid pulse. It feels as though his entire body is working without stopping. Nano tells the protagonist that his body has completed its adaptation to the evolution. He begins calming down. Bake is astonished. One moment, the protagonist was in terrible condition, and the next, he became stable. He's never encountered anything like it. Eventually, Bake abandons his attempt to understand. Since lunchtime is near, he decides to let Chan sleep and goes to eat. When the boy awakens, he realizes his body has changed again. He feels tougher than before. The strength in his hands is entirely different from 6 hours earlier. He thinks about how many masters would normally be required to develop such a body. If they knew he achieved it in only 6 hours, they would probably be frightened. Then he remembers Saab's demonstration directly before him, and it still leaves him shaken. Producing such pressure with a first-stage technique was unbelievable. He asks Nano whether she analyzed it, and she says the analysis is complete. He asks whether she recorded every movement, and she confirms it. Ced says it's unfortunate that he cannot teach him properly because this is their final day. Still, knowing Qian, he believes the boy can master it simply by watching. The protagonist thanks his teacher for the lesson, and Ced tells him to continue training. Once he returns to the academy, circumstances will become difficult. He warns him not to lose. Qian realizes at least one person genuinely cares about him. Therefore, he must fulfill those expectations. He asks Nano whether the analysis is complete, and she says yes. To reproduce the technique, his muscles and veins require major modifications that will take approximately 6 hours. After the protagonist's body reaches the necessary condition, he succeeds in copying the technique perfectly. He's astonished that even one movement looks exactly like Siobi's. He considers trying the second, but senses someone nearby. There's movement in the corridor. That's when he notices something strange. His senses have become much sharper, just like the rest of his body. To him, this proves the modifications were completed perfectly. Bake enters and sees Qian awake. He asks when he awakened and what he means by complete. Qian says he's ready for discharge and realizes the presence he sensed was Dr. Bake returns all his clothes and his pendant. Then the doctor becomes slightly sad. He rarely receives patients, so he wonders what he'll do after the protagonist leaves. Qian gives him a sly smile and says he'll probably receive more patients soon. Bake asks whether he truly believes that, then admits it would be better if no one needed treatment. The protagonist remembers to thank him for caring for him. Bake dismisses the gratitude, saying the protagonist is about to endure many difficulties and that he'll pray for him. After he leaves, Bake thinks there's nothing remaining to do. He wonders whether he should simply sleep. Meanwhile, the protagonist thinks that if Bake noticed Seal secretly teaching him and remained silent, the doctor must have been placed in a difficult position during his stay. The protagonist decides he'll never forget that kindness. As for the patients Bake desires so much, Sean believes he can certainly send some his way. That may not be what most doctors wish to hear, but at least he means well. Meanwhile, the two idiots from his group suddenly feel unexplained chills. Back at the demonic academy during afternoon training, everyone notices that the other demonic heir has returned and that 2 weeks have already passed. Mugyung is thrilled. The common-blooded one has returned. Chang immediately reports to the leader, who asks whether he has recovered. The protagonist says he's completely healed. The leader says he already explained the theory but asks whether the protagonist still remembers his assigned position. He says yes, so the leader orders him to take a sword and shield and assume his position. As Chan moves into place, Mugyung begins talking beside him. The protagonist completely ignores him, filling the brat with rage. The protagonist thinks Mugyung shouldn't become excited yet. Soon, he'll remember his true position. The instructor announces that real sword training will begin, warning everyone to concentrate and maintain safe distances. If another accident occurs, he'll expel them with the leader's approval. He asks whether they understand, and they all answer, yes, then training begins. The instructor admits Mugyung may be arrogant, but he leads the team effectively. The true problem is the bastard Chan. He was deliberately placed in the safest position with one simple instruction: don't make mistakes. Then the instructor notices him standing there and performing better than expected. He wonders whether the protagonist is studying everyone else's movements and realizes the boy is quite perceptive. He orders them to raise their shields correctly and maintain their stance. Afterward, he says they performed well and tells them to await his command. 15 minutes later, he loses patience. He never ordered anyone to move, so who made that sound? If they cannot perform this correctly, how can they defeat enemies? He tells them to concentrate. The instructor thinks it's strange. Even students with previous training are struggling. So how is Chan, who only just returned from the infirmary, doing this without trembling? He decides the protagonist needs another position and orders a formation change. Now they must surround the enemy in a semicircle. One short step forward, followed by 2 large steps. Again, they're told they performed well. Chan remains relaxed while everyone else struggles desperately to keep pace. Mojang is stunned, wondering whether this child ever makes mistakes. To him, Chan remains a worthless commoner, and he refuses to watch silently. So he speaks to Jeryeon through telepathy, telling him to signal if he can hear and to follow his instructions precisely During the next formation change, the two begin plotting, and the formation changes again. This time, they must create 3 layers of shields, and Chan finds it easy. He even acknowledges how useful Nano's analysis is. Once the shields are locked together, they're ordered to thrust their swords through the openings. They're also told to remain careful without sacrificing speed. Behind the protagonist, Carrion says he has the perfect opportunity. He sneers that commoners should kneel, then attempts to strike Chan. But the protagonist turns and looks directly into his eyes, making Carrion freeze. Carrion initially planned to use only a little ne gong, because the protagonist supposedly knew no martial arts, but now decides to put everything into his kick. Before he can touch the protagonist, Nano's automatic defense activates. The resulting shock blasts him backward. Mugjung cannot believe Chan blocked, while the bald idiot cannot understand how he was thrown away despite possessing stronger Negong. The leader storms over, furious that he's causing trouble again. Jerian panics and attempts to stand, but his ankle begins hurting. He looks toward Chown, who returns his gaze with a deeply satisfied smile. Another fool challenged him and suffered the consequences. Jerian burns with anger that a commoner dared laugh at him, but the leader interrupts, asking why he's still talking. He says Jerian must be a senseless idiot. Jerian tries to explain, but the leader refuses to listen. He calls him insane and drives a punch directly into his chest. Then he says Jerian stabbed number 23 in the back. As punishment, he will receive no rest for the next 4 days and must train with the leader until bedtime. Jerian realizes his situation has become much worse. The leader asks whether he has any more nonsense to say, and Jerian finally becomes silent. Everyone knows he deserved it, especially after acting so boldly with Mugyong supporting him. Mugyong is also furious because all his plans are failing, and his hatred for Cham grows stronger. Watching from a distance, Mung thinks the protagonist's Neagong is stronger than expected. Even if the right guardian taught him, something still seems wrong. That bald fool should possess power equal to 30 years of training after taking the medicinal orb. So how did the protagonist defeat him so easily? There's no possibility that the drunkard trained him that effectively. Meng begins wondering whether Chown has a talent for completely absorbing the orb's power. That's the only explanation he can imagine. With 2 heirs in the same group, he decides events are about to become interesting. Later, in the armory hall, the leader tells them they may eat, and everyone rushes inside. Chown is delighted because they're serving chicken. It isn't elaborate, but it tastes incredible to him. After 2 weeks of eating nothing but porridge, this feels like the end of torture. Still, he wonders whether that idiot intends to stare at him throughout the meal. For now, he decides to enjoy his food, even though he still doesn't fully understand why the man hates him. But he cannot forget what they did. They don't understand what it feels like to watch one's mother die while being powerless to help. He eagerly awaits repaying them and intends to destroy every one of them. When lunch ends, the leader dismisses everyone except number 80. That leaves Jerian behind, and he receives additional training from the leader. Chown gives a faint, dark smile as he returns to his room. He notices that his dormitory is on the 8th floor and thinks it'll be easy to remember because it matches his group number. Then Mugyung calls out, asking whether he truly intended to leave without permission. Chown thinks this man perfectly matches his expectations. People whisper that he always behaves like an important master and is the Spring Clan's heir. Someone asks who the other boy is and hears that he's the rumored 7th heir. The princess watches from a distance. Mugyung looks around at the crowd and wonders whether he should begin now. Then he walks toward the protagonist and calls him filthy blood. He mocks him, asking whether he enjoyed resting in the infirmary. When the protagonist asks what's wrong, Mugan responds angrily, asking whether he's upset and calling him a worthless commoner. The protagonist then asks whether he's insulting the Lord, leaving him confused. The protagonist says that calling him filthy blood also insults the Lord. Mugwan asks what he means. The protagonist then asks whether his status is truly high enough to insult someone they worship as a god. Mugwan begins shrinking back as everyone starts whispering. He intended to humiliate the protagonist publicly, but now he is the one being embarrassed. Watching everything, the princess says the Spring Clan is as foolish as ever. Then the Sword Clan prince asks why he's creating such a ridiculous scene and calls him a bastard. Enraged, Mugwan decides to use force. He grabs the boy by the neck, curses him, and says he'll silence that arrogant mouth. But the protagonist responds with a punch directly to his face. The blow drops him to his knees. The protagonist asks what exactly he intended to break. The boy begins coughing up blood and demands to know how a commoner dared strike him. Then he attacks. He charges at the boy using the horse technique, but the protagonist disappears from before him. Mugwan jumps backward, stunned by the movement. Then the protagonist begins running, while the Sword Clan boy wonders how he can use a technique like that. Mugwan shouts at everyone and orders them to capture him. He remains behind, unable to believe the boy struck him first and fled. To him, that makes the child less than human. Meanwhile, the protagonist runs into the forest. The others wonder how he's moving so quickly. Then they notice something strange. He's remaining only far enough ahead to keep them pursuing him. They're being lured somewhere, but the prince appears, calls them slow, and says he'll finish this personally. Thinking about Xian, he swears to kill him and break every bone in his body. He continues chasing until the protagonist finally stops. He immediately begins cursing and asks whether the boy grew tired of running. But the protagonist throws the words back at him as though the situation is amusing. He says there's no need to show off. Then he raises his hand and brings it down upon Mugwan. Mugwan attempts to block but barely succeeds. He's still thrown backward and is shocked. He defended with Nogwan but was still pushed away, meaning the protagonist's internal energy is powerful. So he asks how the boy knows martial arts. His attacks are fast, yet during the first test, he had no Nigong at all. What changed? The protagonist thinks everything is proceeding perfectly. Mugwan is becoming as frustrated as planned. Then Mugwan says he'll continue and charges again. He uses the second subform, Frontier of the Night, but still fails to strike Mugwan. The attack misses by a fraction. Mugwan dodges and counters toward the boy's stomach. The protagonist recognizes the movement and uses the Spring Clan's second form 2, continuous attack. But the protagonist still avoids it. When he charges again, the protagonist catches him with both hands and sends him flying backward. Mugwan thinks this still shouldn't be stronger than a teacher's night gong. Even before joining, he should have been above the other students, especially after taking the pill. This makes him more cautious, but he still believes he can handle the situation. He decides to attack continuously without giving the protagonist an opportunity to counter. Then the boy disappears from his sight. He begins circling at high speed, shocking Mugwan. The others realize it's an illusion and wonder how the protagonist can perform such a technique. Using a blind spot, he attacks Mojian, but the boy ducks and avoids it. Then he kicks toward the protagonist's face, sending him flying backward. Mojian thinks the boy is skilled with subforms, but still doesn't know how to respond properly during real combat. The protagonist realizes he focused too heavily on techniques and never anticipated the kick. Mojian says he's impressed that the boy used techniques outside his specialty, but can tell they're merely improvised. Just as he suspected, the protagonist is copying others without understanding his own limitations. The protagonist realizes he's been exposed. He knows only 2 subform techniques and lacks real combat experience, so he admits he underestimated Mojian. Who knew experience created such an enormous difference? Mojian says he doesn't know how the boy learned martial arts, but activates the Spring Clan's 5th subform, double submission, saying questions can wait. The protagonist wonders what the technique does and which subform he should use. Nano warns him of an external threat and enhances his vision. She says she'll activate defense mode through the battle tutorial. Then she suddenly uses ordinary boxing. He slips sideways and lands a hook on Mojian. Even the protagonist barely understands what occurred. The boy jumps backward with blood on his lips and realizes that wasn't a martial arts technique. The protagonist asks what it was, and Nano explains that boxing was selected from the optional martial arts available for the tutorial. He's surprised, and Nano adds that the tutorial operates automatically, producing responses by analyzing enemy movements every 0.01 seconds. The protagonist still doesn't fully understand, but knows it was boxing, so he asks whether she can use his martial techniques instead. Nano says the analysis is complete and asks whether he wants that. He agrees. Mojian asks whether he also learned boxing, saying the boy clearly has many tricks remaining. Then he charges again, certain the same trick won't succeed twice. Nano switches defense mode from boxing back to martial techniques. The protagonist continues seeing where attacks will come from and avoids them effortlessly. Mojian realizes every strike has missed, and the protagonist finally counterattacks, landing 4 clean blows to his body. During the beating, we see the villain's tragic past. Someone once told Mojian to succeed because if he did, the Lord would abandon that woman and return to her. His mother told him that he had to win everything. Trembling, she grabbed his hair and he agreed. But over time, she began blaming him, saying everything failed because he was useless. If only that other woman had never appeared. Then she twisted the truth again, insisting none of it was her fault. Everything happened because he couldn't do anything correctly. She even strangled him and called him a mistake. He wonders why that memory returned now. Then he grows increasingly furious as he looks at the protagonist and realizes he's losing. He declares that he will never lose to a commoner and charges again with Dark Tar Nigong. But the protagonist catches his head effortlessly and drives him into the ground, slamming him so hard that he ends up sprawled like a sack of potatoes. He begins ranting that everything happened because of a bastard like him, but the protagonist interrupts and says he's merely receiving what he deserves. The lackeys cannot believe it. He defeated someone whom neither of them together could overcome. They remember saying only 10 days earlier that the boy had no Nigong, and now they don't know what to do. The protagonist asks whether they also want a beating, and they rapidly shake their heads. He orders them to carry Mukyong away immediately. They rush over and ask whether the prince is all right, while the protagonist thinks that greater power and authority might make people obey him similarly. But the prince throws a tantrum and orders them not to touch him. He'll walk on his own. They still attempt to help, but he curses his brother and asks why he didn't finish the task. The protagonist says that if the second test weren't a group exercise, he would have crushed his skull. Mukyon calls that a weak excuse. The protagonist replies that if he provokes him again, he'll truly do it. Mesk begins trembling and challenges him, but cannot even stand properly. The protagonist says he's leaving and tells him to remain there barking. Mojin calls after him, but knows that approaching again will only get him beaten once more. The protagonist then heads home, thinking about how close the fight was. Without Nano, he would have lost. He may learn faster than everyone else, but that cannot replace genuine experience. Simply knowing techniques won't make him equal to his teacher. To reach that level, he needs Nigong and real combat experience. Still, he knows the 6 clans won't overlook this. First, he must learn to properly use the abilities he already has. So he calls Nano and asks how many functions he has used so far. She checks her records. She says he's used only 3 functions, although the boy doesn't even understand what 3 means. Nano is surprised that's all he's used, then says he hasn't accessed anything beyond those, according to the records stored in her internal memory. He realizes this must mean she possesses many additional abilities, so he asks Nano to explain everything she can do. She says the manual can be transferred directly into his brain and asks whether he accepts. He agrees. Then she says an additional language, English, will also be transferred to improve his comprehension. He realizes that's the strange language she sometimes uses and accepts that as well. Both the manual and English are transferred into his mind. Another shock strikes him. The transfer ends, followed by another sharp jolt through his head. It's far more information than usual. But aside from dizziness, he doesn't think he'll vomit. He realizes this is incredible and begins reviewing the information. As he sees everything Nano can do, he's stunned. One function allows him to replay fights through augmented reality. That means he can develop the combat experience he lacks. Nano says a full-body scan is required to create the simulation, and when he asks for Mukyong's data, she says there isn't enough. However, she can still construct a version based on their previous fight. It won't be perfect, but he wants to try immediately. So he decides to begin. He goes to an empty field, assuming no one is nearby. Nano activates the program, and a 3D figure appears before him. He quickly realizes it's an augmented reality opponent, visible only to him. Before the match begins, Nano asks him to select the impact level, determining how much pain he'll feel from attacks. 100% means normal pain. Believing it won't be too severe, he chooses 100. The simulation begins at full impact. The artificial opponent immediately calls him a commoner and tells him to come forward. That irritates him, and he asks why the simulation copied the man's personality too. Then he grins. During the second test, he can't freely beat this man, but here he can do anything because it's merely a copy. The false Mukyong warns that if he won't advance, and he will, he attacks using the Spring Clan's first technique, fleeing spring formation. The protagonist is shocked by how accurate the copy is. The strike nearly lands, but he dodges at the final second and attempts to counter from behind. The other side is prepared for it. The false Mukyong mocks him, says the trick won't succeed, and strikes him in the stomach again. The blow sends him flying. He asks why it hurts so badly, and Nano explains that the nanomachines reproduced the same pain from his previous fight using data stored in his brain. She offers to reduce the impact, but he stubbornly says it's fine and continues. The false fighter continues insulting him and dares him to attack again. This only makes him angrier, and this time he charges seriously. After a long period of fighting, he ends up lying flat on the ground. He asks Nano for the time, and she says it's sometime between 9 and 11 at night. He realizes he fought the simulation 15 times and won only the final match. The first round ended after merely 5 formations, and he couldn't even defend himself correctly. Against the real man, he would have been destroyed. Nano says this experience is improving his skills, and if he continues training and uses butterfly dance more frequently, he'll grow stronger. He cannot believe he lost against someone using only 3 formations and basic movements. Still, he vows that within 7 days, this copy won't stand a chance. Later, at the academy dormitory, he asks which bed is his. The moment he enters, everyone stares at him with fear. He thinks it's absurd that they're reacting this way merely because he defeated an heir. Then one cadet approaches and calls him Prince. He points out his bed, surprising him, while everyone wonders what the cadet is planning. So the protagonist asks why his behavior suddenly changed. The cadet says Mukyong already abandoned him, leaving him with nothing to lose. He's doomed either way, so he'll risk everything on this boy. He introduces himself as Cadet 23, Hobong, and asks permission to serve the first prince, Chonyo Woon, as his new master. Whispers immediately spread. Swearing loyalty to a powerless prince sounds insane. Protagonist asks what he means by serving him, and Hobong says he regrets everything he did. He begs to be accepted as a servant and allowed to help however possible. He pauses to consider it. Having a servant is unfamiliar to someone who has always struggled to trust others. Hubong continues, begging for acceptance. Since no one would make such a request without sincerity, especially before a lord, the protagonist finally agrees. Hubong's eyes brighten. He thanks him and promises to serve well. Then Mukyong appears, saying he was absent briefly and somehow this ridiculous situation developed. The bald man looks at Hubong, calls him an insect, and asks who he believes he's pledging loyalty to. Hubong sees both men and becomes frightened, but knows he cannot reveal it. The protagonist interrupts and asks who Mukyong thinks he is to call his servant an insect. Then he says Mukyong is the true insect and calls him trash. Mukyong freezes and asks what he just said. The protagonist presses him, asking whether he has something to say in response. Then he asks whether Mukyong is afraid. Mukyong loses control, curses him as a bastard commoner, and charges forward. He attempts to land a blow, but the protagonist delivers a sharp chop to his neck, dropping him unconscious, face first. He says Mukyong is nothing, compared with the simulated version, and Hubong thinks he unquestionably chose the correct master. Then the protagonist asks Mukyong whether he wants another attempt. Instead, Mukyong retreats and walks past him, warning him to enjoy this while possible. Having one servant changes nothing. Everyone notices that he avoided the fight. Even so, they know his status remains powerful. But perhaps Chen Yowon truly can change the academy. 1 week later, on the day of the second test, everyone gathers at the training field. Instructor says they've already learned everything necessary, and from this point onward, they're responsible for themselves. He asks whether they understand, and they all answer yes. Then he reminds them that, as previously explained, groups 1-4, 5-8, and 9-12 will be matched through a random drawing. First, the leaders of groups 1-4 are told to step forward. People start asking whether the leaders of groups 3 and 4 changed. Group 1 still has Chen Yo-woon of the Demon Clan as its leader, so they assume the others probably changed too. Meng notices there were 2 changes. The first match will be Group 1 against Group 3, while the second will be Group 2 against Group 4. One side gets excited and cheers for its leader, while the other looks miserable. Next, Mukyong calls forward the leaders of Groups 5 through 8. He's surprised the leaders changed again, especially in Group 8. Then he's even more shocked when he sees that the protagonist is now Group 8's leader. His jealous sister thinks she warned that idiot Mukyong enough times. After the afternoon training, he watches the other teams for a while. They're still practicing in groups, unaware that their strategies are being leaked. Deciding there's nothing else to learn, he says he's going to train. Just then, someone calls out to him. It's his sister. He asks what she wants, barely paying her any attention. So she steps in front of him and forces him to look at her. He asks what she's doing. Annoyed, she asks whether he's really going to ignore her. He plays dumb, so she snaps that she thought carefully before coming to him, and this is how he treats her. He fires back that the Spring Clan members are idiots and tells her not to speak to him. She calls him unbearable and says she'll be quick, so he had better listen. Then she shows him the bandages on her arm. He asks whether she was injured. She says it happened last night when she went out to train alone and was ambushed. He asks who would dare do that. She says she doesn't know because the attacker wore a mask. Masked or not, he says she was attacked because she was careless. She tells him to stop talking nonsense because that isn't what happened. He asks whether she's warning him to be careful, and she says there's a good chance they'll target him next because they're in the same group. He asks what she means. She reminds him that the cadets were divided into 4-person teams and their opponents would be chosen later. When he says that has nothing to do with him, she asks why they would divide everyone into teams of 4 if they could simply have one full group fight another. He says he still doesn't understand her point, so she tells him to think. Since each team already knows the members of its own group, they can determine exactly who they'll fight alongside. Then he realizes the rules were announced early on purpose, allowing team leaders to be targeted before the match. She admits he isn't as stupid as he looks. If the leader is removed, the team will struggle to maintain its formation. That's why she's warning him to be careful during tomorrow's test and not wander around alone. She doesn't want to hear that an heir was expelled before even taking the second test. With that, she leaves him behind. He mutters that even the weakest one came all this way to warn him. She's overreacting, but he still decides to be more careful and wonders whether he should bring Hubong along. Meanwhile, an assassin is already watching him from nearby, eager to strike. That night, Nanu tells him it's getting late. He asks about his win rate against the Qianyawun simulation, and she says it's around 60%. He remembers boasting that he'd defeat him easily within a week, yet he's still only at 60%. Nanu says his skills and formation control improved greatly after 106 training sessions. Based on her analysis, he should soon be satisfied with his progress. He asks whether she's trying to comfort him. She says it's merely the result of her analysis. He chuckles, calls that rather cute, and heads back to the dormitory. On the way back, that night he realizes someone is following him, so he stops. Then he hears fighting nearby. He heads toward the noise to investigate it. When he arrives, it's too dark to see clearly, but someone appears to be lying on the ground. He tells Nanu to activate night vision, and she links it to his eyes. Now he can see clearly. Myun is fighting someone, and the masked attacker is overwhelming him. The attacker's sword is already covered in blood, and he keeps pressuring Myun, who can barely defend himself. One strike nearly takes off his ear. Myun jumps aside, then narrowly avoids another blow. Watching this, the protagonist realizes the masked man is skilled enough to completely overwhelm him and wonders who he really is. Meanwhile, as Mun falls, he feels a sharp pain in his knee that throws him off balance. The masked man notices immediately and rushes in to finish him. The protagonist doesn't want to help, but he can't let the team leader die before the test, so he tells the masked man to stop. The attacker notices someone else nearby and goes after the boy, but the protagonist dodges and aims for his stomach. At least, that was the plan. The masked man slips behind him before the blow lands. The protagonist realizes the man widened the distance before he could strike. He's experienced, and his level is difficult to judge. Then the attacker notices a second presence and abandons the mission, disappearing instantly. The protagonist considers chasing him but decides not to. Mun is left on the ground, furious. When the protagonist asks whether he's all right, he acts offended at being helped by a commoner and spits out an insult. So the protagonist says he can remain there a little longer. But when he returns to the dormitory, he's carrying the bald cadet and dragging in a badly injured Mun as well. Everyone asks what happened. He says he'll explain later and tells them to treat the injured first. Then Bong asks whether he's hurt, but he says no. He's fine. He asks Nanu whether the bald cadet will survive, and she examines the wounds. She says it's a sword cut, approximately 4 centimeters wide and 2 millimeters deep. As long as it doesn't become infected, he should be fine. So the protagonist assumes he's safe until someone shouts that the prince is bleeding. He realizes he overlooked it because of Jerian. The prince is losing a great deal of blood. The wound appeared minor, so why is it bleeding this badly? He tells Bong to fetch the leader quickly, and the boy runs off. When the leader arrives, he treats him immediately. The boy asks about Mun's condition, and the leader says they can save him, but there's a problem. When asked what it is, he says Mun won't be walking normally for a while. Mun cannot believe it. Everyone begins worrying because they're in trouble if their leader cannot walk. Their leader puts Mun to sleep and says he'll take him to the infirmary. The protagonist stops him, saying there's another injured cadet as well. Bong offers to handle it, but the leader says he'll do it himself. The protagonist follows him and says Cadet 80 also struck his head. although not as badly as Cadet. 4. The leader says he knows but assumed someone else would bring him. The protagonist asks whether he left that boy there as bait to draw someone out, and the leader says he isn't as stupid as he looks. Another team believed this would make them fail, and he was surprised to learn that boy was injured. 2. That's all he wanted to say. Then he tells him to bring the cadet. He also says it's time to return because he knows cadets aren't allowed outside at night. The boy says he understands. Before leaving, the leader warns him to learn how to fight using what he has. The boy asks what he meant by that and begins wondering whether this happened to the other teams as well. He thought it was connected to the test format, but now it seems larger than that. Something is wrong with this second test. He thinks about it for a while as he watches. Some ants and realizes that attacking the team leader would make defeating that team tomorrow much easier. Now everything begins to make sense. He understands why the matchups were announced in advance. They wanted this to happen. He accepts the situation and realizes they're being pushed to behave like demons without being restrained by the rules. Meanwhile, Team 8 is falling apart, complaining that they're doomed. The protagonist walks in and asks how long they intend to continue. Their leader was injured and they've already given up. They insist they aren't shaken, but he points out that they're sitting around complaining instead of choosing a new leader and making a new plan. They ask who could possibly lead them, since only Prince Mun received that training. Then Baek asks why they think that way. Their prince is standing right there, their master. Still, no one seems convinced because he's only the 7th prince. They all look at one another, but Cadet 38 agrees with the choice, and another cadet follows. Everyone says that since he never backed down from fighting Mun, he may be even better. Soon, they all agree he should lead. Some still wonder what they can accomplish without Mun, but for now, passing the test is most important. So the protagonist asks whether everyone agrees, and when they do, he says that's excellent. He came up with an idea during formation training. Then, around midnight, inside his teammate's dormitory, the protagonist asks Nanu to activate night vision. Once it's active, he scans everything around him and quietly makes his way up the stairs. After reaching the upper floor, he wonders how many times he's visited Team 7's dormitory that day. Then he asks Nanu whether anyone is still awake. She scans room 7 and says everyone inside is deeply asleep. He mutters that they finally went down. Then he asks whether the person who attacked Mun is inside. After comparing the body types of all 20 people, Nanu says no, that doesn't matter. He begins paralyzing most of the team, then moves toward their leader. The leader asks who's there. Startled, boy still manages to knock him unconscious quickly. He realizes the boy woke merely from sensing his presence. As expected of a leader, he's perceptive. The protagonist had assumed no one could identify someone wearing a mask in the darkness. Then he uses pressure points to paralyze the boy. He says he won't be walking for a while because his muscles and meridians were struck. It isn't personal, so he shouldn't hold a grudge. Now he wonders whether he should attack another room too, since he already crippled Team 7. But Team 5's leader is Wonhyo, and the person he saw wasn't a woman. Besides, Wonhyo shouldn't be capable of defeating Mun in martial arts. That means the attacker must belong to Team 6. Nanu says 16 members of Team 6 are deeply asleep. The boy notices that number. Team 6 has 20 members. Even counting the 3 women, someone is still absent. He asks whether anyone present could be the masked attacker. Nanu says no, so he concludes that person isn't there. The missing person is probably the masked attacker. If they're on the first floor, they may have already noticed him moving around. So what should he do? Then he stops himself. Why is he overthinking it? No rule says only leaders can be targeted. Here, it's an eye for an eye. The next day, during the second test, as he draws something from the selection box, Myung notices that if he's leading Team 8, The Spring Clan boy must have been injured. He sees they understood the test's true meaning, just as expected. This time, the participants won't disappoint him. He asks whether everyone is ready, and they all say, yes. Myung tells them they've been preparing for this test all along, and that he expects worthy victories. Many of them still don't fully understand what he means, and they head down the stairs while looking around. Then the protagonist notices something strange. Those eyes look familiar. He tells Nanu to analyze him. She examines the boy's body structure and finds a perfect match, including his height and build. The protagonist begins to smile. He found him. The second test begins. Round 1 is Team 1 against Team 3. They face each other, and the rules are simple. The team that subdues the other wins. Myung gives the signal to begin. Both sides charge, and Muyang begins directing his team. Myung is surprised because he's using a diagonal formation. They attack from the flanks, with shields crashing together. Muyang shouts for everyone to hold their ground and avoid being pushed back. Then the blows begin landing, including sword strikes, shield attacks, and arrows. It quickly becomes brutal. Several fighters fall with serious injuries. Muyang eventually wins easily by defeating the enemy leader. With no options remaining, the defeated side admits defeat. Muyang thinks it wasn't because the opposing team was weak. It was simply boring. He congratulates Team 1 on its victory and announces that the team and its leader passed the second test. Then Team 4 continues beating Team 2, and afterward it's time for the next match. When his team's turn arrives, Chan becomes fired up, but the others look frightened. He asks whether they've already lost their courage. Then he directly asks whether they're nervous. He knows the sudden leadership change unsettled them and admits he's slightly tense, too. But if they lose, they'll be expelled from the academy. It's too early to surrender, so they must fight with everything they have. More importantly, he's angry. He refuses to let the coward who injured their former leader win. His words deeply affect the team, and he says that if they feel the same, they won't lose. That's all he says. They're simply going to win. The entire team's spirit rises immediately. Muyang notices Chao knows how to motivate the cadets, although that alone won't ensure victory. Still, he's about to discover whether Chao is truly a panther or merely a house cat. The match begins, and Team 5's clan leader turns out to be his sister. She says she only wanted to face Team 8 if Muyang was leading it. According to her, a succession battle doesn't suit someone like Chenyin. She says leaving the academy now would be better for his miserable life. Then she orders her team to attack. The protagonist tells Nana to activate the augmented reality strategy tutorial. She immediately complies and displays the tactical guide. The protagonist tells his team to hold its ground. Nana calls out a number. Chenin says the enemy is changing into an arrow formation. Mena tells them to respond with a layered formation. He says this is exactly what he expected. They can only attempt to overpower them head-on, so he orders pattern number 6. Muyang watches carefully. He sees Team 8 adopt a layered formation. This makes him wonder why Qian would make such a foolish decision right at the beginning. Muyang thinks that formation is useless with a weak leader. Even if the right guardian taught him martial arts, this seems reckless. He begins wondering whether he expected too much. The girl mocks the protagonist, asking whether he truly believes he can clash with genuine heirs. She slams her shield into him, then freezes in shock. She cannot believe what happened. Chan blocked her 10 stars. Attack. Muyang immediately realizes the protagonist possesses a powerful defensive technique. He knows his internal energy still falls short of hers, but with Nina raising it to a teacher's level, he can still come out ahead. That thought excites him. She feels herself being pushed backward. If she doesn't change formations now, the weaker fighters behind her will collapse. Stunned, she wonders what this bastard did. Her only option is to fall back. She orders everyone to retreat and use pattern number 1. Nana reports that the enemy returned to a standard formation. So Chan switches tactics and orders pattern number 3. She gives a slight smile, then taunts him. Does he truly believe Team 1's trick will work against her? His internal energy is impressive, she says, but he's still a terrible leader. She orders her team into pattern number 6. Since his internal energy isn't inferior to hers, she decides to shatter his formation with a spear charge and a single strike. Once his team is divided, she plans to finish Qian herself. Her side charges forward all at once. Both teams begin shifting positions. People begin asking what's happening. Qian's formation keeps changing. The movements make no sense to them. She tells her team not to panic and to prepare for attacks from both sides. Then the protagonist suddenly orders pattern number 2. This completely confuses her. It's an arrow formation at the worst possible moment. Her side panics, and she tells everyone to focus forward, but Qian changes the plan. Again, now the threat comes from behind, so they rush to guard the left. The princess demands to know what's happening and what this commoner is doing. While she begins losing control, Qian remains perfectly calm. Before long, his team closes into a circle and traps them completely. That's when she realizes the formation numbers were a deception. The previous night, the protagonist told his team they would use other groups' training numbers against their enemies. When he called for changes, his team would switch using the true patterns, while the enemy became confused by the false numbers. That was his plan. The princess is furious that this bastard manipulated her. Qian gives the order to attack. His team tightens the circle, and the fighters trapped inside begin trembling and dropping their shields. She yells at them, demanding to know who allowed them to abandon their shields, but they've already lost the will to fight. She panics, saying people will laugh at her. Everyone will laugh at her. Then she stares at Qian and calls him a piece of trash. Enraged, she charges and screams for him to die. She attacks with her blazing sword. Strike! He drops his shield, draws his sword, and charges as well. He deflects her attack and slices her face, although she cuts his leg in return. Even so, he doesn't stop and continues pressing forward. Then, he lands a clean strike, a brutal one. Her arm is severed and sent flying. Everyone is stunned by Qian's skill. She cannot believe it either. Her arm is gone. She begins screaming for it in complete panic. Others shout that they must stop the bleeding. Qian looks at his sword and wonders whether this happened because it wasn't a real blade. He neutralized her attack in 5 movements, but the first movement wasn't fully complete. She continues screaming that she'll kill him, while the protagonist realizes sword training has limits. After all, Team 8 wins, and the protagonist passes the second test as its leader. Everyone congratulates him on achieving that victory. Myung thinks Qian still lacks the internal energy required to fully use the 7 connections of the butterfly. But judging from that movement alone, he's nearly at Ko B's level. He begins wondering what that drunkard actually did, because this cannot be explained by good teaching alone. In only 21 days, he improved in every way. His tactics were excellent, and he even dared to sever Myung's sister's arm. Myung begins thinking the protagonist may be a genius sent from heaven. For a moment, he wonders whether he should have made him his disciple before COB. But the protagonist belongs to the academy, and that thought doesn't sit well with him. The other cadets realize the protagonist defeated the Sun Clan's heir. They wonder whether he had hidden his martial arts all along and decide they must remember him, because today he showed everyone what he can truly do. Then the third group of contestants heads toward the arena. They descend to fight. Next, the boy who had been targeting leaders thinks he believed he'd escaped defeat, but that isn't what disturbed him. He had nearly been struck by the protagonist. What truly shocked him was that the man he had beaten before used his absence to ruin everyone's legs, including his own. He admits the boy did well to deceive everyone. People notice that everyone on Team 7 except the leader is limping. so they believe they can crush them with a full assault. They don't know who caused it, but they're grateful, so they charge aggressively using Formation 6. Team 7 complains that they cannot do anything with their legs in this condition, but that filthy little killer tells them to remain grateful for the rest of their lives. Then he charges alone in an arrow formation. One opponent thinks he's an idiot. What use is a formation when his entire team is limping? But his shield is knocked from his hand in an instant. It goes flying, and the boy drives his sword into the man's chest. Anger spreads through the group, and someone orders all the limping fighters to push forward. Even so, he truly manages it. He keeps knocking everyone down before they can rise. Again, then charges once more and overwhelms them. In the end, he wins almost entirely by himself. After that, he looks at Xian and says he's next. The protagonist realizes he's made one extremely troublesome enemy this time. Team 7 wins the battle. Meanwhile, on the first floor of the Academy's main building, inside the director's office, they report on the participants who failed through Team 5. The director says many failed again this time, and Ran Jin asks whether he means members of the major clans. He says those without clans usually aim to serve those who have them, so that isn't a serious issue. But heirs from major clans may believe the result was unfair. They would have passed if this hadn't been a group test. He adds that this wouldn't happen under the Academy Guide's standard rules. But Ran Jin says they have no choice. If they stop evaluating performance this way, the great clans may consider it an insult. They agree those heirs will still grow well within their clans, but it's unfortunate that the smaller clans lost their chance to receive the medicine ball and enter the library. In fact, those who passed should be gathering at the library. Now Chan heads toward the Academy's prized library. Upon arriving, he says it looks even larger than the main building. He assumes the other cadets already visited the first floor while he was in the infirmary, so today they'll probably be allowed onto the second floor. Then he remembers Siab warning him not to waste time on useless things. He should master the butterfly technique and breathing method to improve his chances of passing the test. Kian asks whether those useless things included the library, and Siab says yes. Since the protagonist is already learning techniques from the 4th and 5th floors through him, Siab says he shouldn't regret missing the first floor, because it contains nothing related to martial arts anyway. He remembers that, but with Nano, he plans to analyze as much of the 1st and 2nd floors as possible. Then he steps inside and notices that upon reaching the 1st floor, they're told they have only 2 hours there, so he must move quickly. He tells Nano that he'll flip through the pages while she continues scanning. She begins analyzing 5 sword mastery arts, then one book after another. By the end, she's scanned a massive pile. He asks how much time remains. Nano says there's still 1 hour. When he asks how many books she scanned, the answer is 55, including the sword mastery book. He tells her not to transfer everything into his brain yet, because it's too much at once. He wonders whether he should examine the smaller books, too. Then he notices an old man standing beside a huge monument. The man looks like a veteran, so the boy asks whether he guards the 1st floor. He also asks why there's a tomb in the middle of the library. The old man studies him for a moment and immediately recognizes who he is, the 7th heir. Then he explains that the tomb was left by the founder, the ancient heavenly demon. That shocks the boy. The guard adds that it was carved from sapphire. The boy notices writing on it that resembles a poem. Then he sees something even stranger. It was carved with a finger. The guard says someone must have concentrated Nagong into a fingertip to scratch words into sapphire, something even a sword would struggle to mark. Most people become absorbed in the books and ignore it. But the boy noticed the tomb, perhaps because it's in his blood. The boy admits he nearly walked past it. Too, the guard says that's only natural. With so many books nearby, who would notice a tomb? He has guarded this place for over 20 years, and no one has shown interest in it, not even descendants of the heavenly family. Then he says he's taken enough of the boy's time and tells him to return to studying. The boy says goodbye, but when he moves, behind the stone he finds blade marks. It appears someone tried to conceal something. There, he immediately asks Nano to analyze. She scans the tomb's surface. According to her reading, there are sword marks on the stone. The boy is stunned. Who would do that to the ancestors' tomb? Nano adds that the marks were made by two different people, shocking him even more. Looking at them normally, he still cannot understand anything. So he asks Nano for a 3D augmented view, and she displays it. Now he can clearly see the enormous difference in force and angle between the cuts. Two people were obviously involved, and he begins wondering whether one tried to cover the original marks. Perhaps those messy cuts were deliberately made to conceal something beneath them. He asks Nano to separate the two sets and leave only the earliest marks. She does exactly that. The boy is stunned. Those aren't random cuts. They're sword movements belonging to an unknown form. He realizes the marks record techniques from a sword style he has never seen. Still, he cannot fully understand the movement merely by staring at the lines, so he asks whether Nano can analyze the marks and recreate them in augmented reality. She says yes, but first, she must measure the sapphire's toughness to estimate the user's power. He asks how she intends to do that. Before she answers, the guard returns and asks why he isn't reading. Caught off guard, the boy listens as the man points out that he's staring at the stone and asks whether he saw the back. The guard says it's unfortunate. Rumors have long claimed that the ancestor left behind a sword technique from his moment of enlightenment. The boy is shocked that these marks may be connected to it. The guard says no one knows who made them, but defacing the stone like that is terrible. Perhaps someone did it to steal the ancestors' insight, but now the boy wonders whether this was truly mere vandalism. The guard says he's returning to his patrol and that the boy may look as long as he wishes. The boy is relieved that he's leaving. Nano finally answers. She can measure the sapphire's resistance if he places his hand upon it. He thinks that should have been obvious, so he places his hand on the tomb, and his fingerprint scan begins reading the material. Nano finishes and says that if diamond is rated 10, this sapphire is rated 7. The boy realizes that's still incredibly durable, making him wonder even more who damaged the original mark. Nano says she can now recreate the sword cuts in augmented reality using the stone's resistance data. That surprises him, and then a human figure appears directly before him. He tries to ask who it is, but Nano interrupts. No speaking during the simulation. Before he can complain, she interrupts again and says the replay is beginning. The 3D figure assumes its stance, then moves. Its sword descends in a stunning arc, and the following cuts are incredible. He asks Nano whether that's truly a single movement. She says the analysis shows several linked forms, but according to his martial arts system, they count as one move. He can barely believe it. Even the butterfly technique with only 8 forms would take him nearly half a year to master. Compared with that, this is on another level. It seems impossible to break. He never expected to find something this important on the first floor. He tells Nano to continue analyzing it for now and says he'll transfer it later. As she works, he thinks he nearly missed this treasure because of the additional scratches. Whoever made them must have been terrible. Still, thanks to that, he discovered the hidden move. Nano reports that after removing the false cuts, she found 45 connected movements. He can barely comprehend that number. She repeats that 45 sword movements were recorded. He realizes the marks weren't merely intended to hide the technique. They recorded every stage of its development. A theory begins forming, and he asks Nano to display them in augmented reality. She begins by demonstrating the first movement, followed by the 2nd, 3rd, 10th, 20th, 30th, and all the others. The boy notices the motions becoming progressively cleaner and more complete. Finally, the full simulation ends. He's sweating merely from watching. Then he asks Nano to make the 1st and 45th movements fight each other in augmented reality. She says it's possible. 2 figures appear before him and his astonishment only grows. Nano begins the fight immediately. The 2 clash, and the 45th movement quickly severs the first figure's head. He's stunned. The first move was completely defeated. The technique he believed was perfect wasn't being concealed at all. Those 45 sword traces were a complete record of the long process of creating a counter to the original move. He returns to the guard and says he has one question. Is this the only floor with a tomb? The guard says he's only worked here, so he cannot be certain. But as far as he knows, every floor has one. The boy smiles and tells Nano to prepare. They're going to the 2nd floor. Soon he reaches the library's 2nd floor. He looks around and sees that the others are still there. Since they receive 2 hours on the 1st floor and 3 on the 2nd, that makes sense. There, he spots Xian and Chan reading quietly. He assumes the other heirs never came because they were already confident in their own techniques. Seeing one of them study low-level martial arts, he decides the boy must be more cautious than he appears. Keeping that in mind, he slips past the others. He heads directly to the tomb, finds one there as well, and checks behind it. Just as he expected, there are more sword marks. The surface is covered in scratches, and he tells Nano to perform the same analysis as before. She says the same pattern from the 1st floor appears here. The 1st set contains a move with 24 forms. The 2nd set, made by another person, records 56 sword movements. That number makes him pause. It means even more research was required here to break the original move than on the 1st floor. He wants to watch immediately, but too many people are nearby, so he tells Nano to store the sword movements in her memory. He believes he has now collected 4 unmatched moves and hopes to transfer them into his brain soon. Then he tells Nano to continue analyzing. Meanwhile, he begins flipping through books near the others. He makes considerable noise, irritating them as they wonder what he's doing. They think it's difficult enough to learn by reading carefully, while he's merely turning pages without stopping. Eventually, they force themselves to focus again. Only 1 hour remains, so he isn't worth their attention. Meanwhile, the protagonist has Nano scan every book possible, accumulating a massive amount of knowledge. As everyone becomes increasingly irritated, Xian Sen looks toward the boy rapidly flipping through books and becomes slightly curious. Nana reports that she scanned 156 books in total. He tells her to analyze everything they obtained today and save it in the program. Data he believes that should be sufficient. Now, only one thing matters. He's certain the original butterfly technique ranks among the top 10 martial arts, but he knows better than to become overconfident. Regardless of how extraordinary a martial art is, true mastery requires thousands of repetitions of every form and movement. Most importantly, experience matters. He remembers his master saying that genuine understanding comes only through hardship and many battles. That's why the academy is the best place to gain experience against every kind of warrior. Now he only needs to test Nanu's augmented reality ability. If it works, he can accumulate substantial real combat experience. With that thought, he approaches the supervisor. Since it's already late, the man records his attendance and tells him he may leave. Then the supervisor remembers that someone asked when the boy would be coming out. Still, he dismisses it. The boy wonders whether someone is waiting for him, but decides it cannot be very important. Now, the private training rooms were supposed to open after the second test, and he wants to reach one quickly to transfer the movements. So he heads toward the Demonic Academy's private training area. Upon arriving, the leader of Team C from the second test steps in front of him. The man says he searched everywhere because the boy wasn't in the dormitory. Finally finding him, the boy asks what he wants. The other cadet responds by asking why he's pretending not to know, and whether Xian truly believed he wouldn't realize that he was the one who sabotaged his team's legs. This begins irritating the boy. He's far too busy for such nonsense. The cadet says the bloodlust surrounding him makes it seem like he wants a fight, then asks who told him to leave him alone. That provocation only makes the boy even angrier. The other cadet notices he still isn't taking the bait like someone else would, thinking another hot-headed brother would already have lost control. So he realizes the boy isn't weak and decides he'll need to go all out. But then someone appears and calls to them. By then, both are so focused on their impending fight that they don't notice. Cyan becomes annoyed and shocked that they failed to see him, so he steps directly between them. This finally makes them stop in surprise, and the protagonist realizes this is his brother from the Blade clan. He says they're impressively focused, exactly as expected from the leaders in the second test. Then he apologizes for making them wait and asks to speak first. He says it will take only a moment. He even lowers his head and asks, as a favor, shocking the other boy. An heir is bowing to another cadet. He protests, asking what he means by speaking first when he spent the entire day searching for him, and tells him to get lost. But Yuchan calmly asks what else he could have done when he had been waiting because he wanted to meet him. This only angers the other cadet further. He snaps, asking how Yuchan dares look down on him, and attacks. Yuchan notices how enraged he is and deflects the strike with ease. Then he nearly slices the boy's neck with his hand, stopping beside his chin. He asks how that felt. The protagonist understands immediately. Yuchan neutralized a move he'd seen only once using a simple formation. That means his skill is on an entirely different level. The other boy realizes he has no chance and wonders how someone this strong was ever struck by that other man. Yuchan points out that his footwork is poor and that he wobbles with every step, then asks whether his ribs are injured. Now it's obvious this man is far beyond an ordinary cadet. Even in perfect condition, he still couldn't win. Yuchan says it will be quick and tells him to wait. The boy simply turns away and says he can do whatever he wants before walking off. Yuchan remarks that he's quick-tempered while Xian wonders what he wants. Perhaps he plans to eliminate him before the next test. Whatever the reason, he cannot fight him now. Then the man turns toward the protagonist. The protagonist quickly tells Nanu not to activate battle tutorial mode in augmented reality. He wants the butterfly sword technique. Nanu obeys, switches to action command mode through the battle system, and prepares the technique. But Yuchan stops him and asks him to wait, wondering why he appears so serious. Perhaps it's because of his position. Still, he says it's fine. This is their first meeting as brothers who share the same father. Then he greets him properly and says it's pleasant to finally meet. The protagonist cannot believe what he's hearing. He asks whether Yuchan is mocking him, becoming genuinely angry. Yuchan wonders whether he disliked the greeting, then decides that makes sense after how the 6 clans treated him. The protagonist asks whether he truly expects him to behave politely when he already knows all that. Yuchan says no. He simply wanted their first meeting to go well because he now likes him. After all, they both walk the path of the sword. The protagonist asks whether that's truly the only reason. Yuchan says yes and asks whether he knows how shocked he was when he severed the right arm of the heir from the Song clan. He says he became a great admirer immediately. The protagonist tells him to stop the nonsense and reveal what he actually wants. Yuchan says there's no point delaying matters if becoming close to him will take this long, so he says he won't repeat himself. He wants Zijan to work for the Blade clan. That's his true objective. The protagonist is caught off guard. The other boy notices, and Yuchan thinks that reaction is entirely natural. Then Cyan asks whether he's serious, but the boy says he waited outside the library all that time, so why would this be a joke? He says he doesn't know about the others, but he doesn't consider Cyan an enemy. He wants him in his clan, standing beside him under his protection. Cyan becomes furious and asks whether he's telling him to surrender his status as an heir. Yuchan asks whether that's truly how it sounded. but adds that becoming the heir will be far too difficult for him. Anyway, the protagonist asks what he means. Yu-chan says he heard him. If he chooses the sword's path, they'll eventually face one another, and he has no chance of winning. But because Yu-chan has become a true admirer, he's offering him a bright future if they walk that path together. Isn't that wonderful? The protagonist wonders whether Yu-chan truly doesn't view him as someone who could oppose him. Then he refuses. Zijin asks what he's talking about. The protagonist says Yu-chan won't be able to defeat him, so he should stay out of his way if he wants to live. Gaishin is stunned and furious. Hearing that, Nanu warns that powerful energy has gathered in the enemy's right hand. She tells him to use the second butterfly dance formation, light butterfly circular motion, then step half a pace to the left. The protagonist wonders whether it's already beginning. He assumes a fighting stance. Gaishin is surprised and laughs. Nanu then reports that the energy is fading. The opponent has halted the attack. Gaishin says he became slightly tense, but this makes things more entertaining. He mentions the protagonist's warning not to stand in his way and says that part was actually rather impressive. Still, Simu notices that only his mouth is smiling. To him, all this effort feels wasted. He says they'll meet again because they're walking the same path, but then he gathers energy in his hand again, and Nanyu warns that its power is surging. He swings and carves a massive slash beside the protagonist. The protagonist realizes it's blade energy. His aura formed a complete blade around his hand. Yu-chan simply says the protagonist lacks the strength to threaten him like that. The protagonist says he must already be fully developed if he can wield blade energy barehanded. Then the rumor that he fought Muyang of the Black Clan evenly for the heir's seat was probably not false. Only now does he truly understand that they're on entirely different levels. So he tells the boy they'll meet again later. The protagonist is furious. After defeating Muyang and forcing Anryo out of the academy, he believed they were on the same level. But then he forces himself to calm down, thinking he cannot rush. His goal isn't merely to catch them, it's to stand above them. All as he returns to his quarters, Yu-chan realizes the protagonist had read his attack from the beginning. He intended to sever his right arm in one strike, but the boy moved out of the path before he could fully release his blade energy. This makes him think the protagonist truly is different from everyone else. Meanwhile, in the academy's private training room, the protagonist arrives and confirms that this is the place. It's essentially a tiny booth, barely large enough for him. There isn't enough space to practice complete formations with shadow step. Still, the walls feel sturdy. At least he can study peacefully, and even if he can only gather internal energy here, that should be sufficient. He tells Nana to activate augmented reality, then orders her to simulate the formations analyzed from the sapphire tomb on the second floor. She begins immediately, using an avatar to perform every attack. The boy is shocked again. It's faster and more complex than the first floor's version. Even using the final butterfly dance formation, he couldn't block a single movement. He wonders how many people could stop that formation. Then Nana begins replaying the other person's counter. Formations in sequence, from the first to the second, third, and all the way to the 16th. The protagonist thinks it's completely insane. No one could master such a technique without being obsessed with the sword. He can tell simply by watching the progress. A clumsy, unnatural formation was refined by the 16th variation into something so perfect that it sends chills down his spine. Then he tells Nana to show the original formation fighting all 56 counters in order, and she begins the avatar battle before activating the mode. He enters focus mode and keeps winning from the first form through the 16th, where he finally loses. When the test ends, Shun realizes that, just as on the first floor, the absolute forms were defeated by a difference of only one move. That makes him wonder what would happen if he faced that absolute form using butterfly dance. since his sword form couldn't block any of the recorded attacks earlier. So he decides to test it. He faces a copy of himself. There must be a way to defeat it using butterfly dance, and both sides prepare. Then they charge at one another. Nina reports that his brain activity is rising, his blood flow is increasing, and the energy in his abdomen is becoming more active. While this happens, the simulation continues running, and the clash inside Qian's mind becomes an all-out battle. Even so, he continues cultivating throughout it. His progress seems excellent until he suddenly awakens and wonders what happened. He was certain he had fully focused on the battle, so he wonders whether he entered a trance. His body feels strange. He begins trembling, and panic strikes him. He quickly gathers his aura again and notices something astonishing. His internal energy was equal to 30 years, but now it's 40. He wonders whether he just experienced an epiphany. If he gained that much without Nana's help, then those forms truly deserve to be called Mareem's greatest martial art. He can already feel that his butterfly dance has become far sharper. Now, as he practices, he notices that even the way he cuts through the air has changed. The breakthrough didn't merely increase his internal energy. Something is different about his hand. He has actually materialized energy. He still cannot form a complete sword because he lacks sufficient power. But after taking the medicine ball, he'll possess the equivalent of 60 years of Nagong. When that happens, the gap between him and Che will shrink considerably. He asks Nina how long he remained in that state. She says 2 hours, and he's stunned. It lasted that long. Then he realizes it won't be easy for his body to catch up, especially because he must return to the dormitory. So he tells Nina to upload the forms from the first and second floor tombs, along with the 45th and 56th forms, directly into his brain. She begins the transfer, and brutal pain strikes him immediately. He asks how long it will take, and Nina says her analysis estimates 10 hours to transform his muscles into an energy flow. This surprises him. It isn't much longer than butterfly dance, even though this is a different martial art. But he has no choice. He says he'll leave for now and return later. Back at the dormitory, he notices many cadets are missing when Bong approaches and greets his master. Chain notices the papers in Bong's hand and realizes he's been practicing and memorizing what they studied in the library. He asks whether Bong learned anything useful. Bong dismisses it as merely a second-rate martial art. He chose a footwork technique because that's where he's weakest. The protagonist says this is when everyone must endure the pain. The 4 days of rest they received cannot be wasted, and if he wants to improve at all, he cannot spend time on useless activities. The next day, he's already back in the private training room, suffering intensely. Nano says his muscles and energy flow are complete. As hibernation mode ends, he rises and immediately begins vomiting. Nano quickly starts stabilizing the biological reaction caused by the transformation. Chain thinks it worked, although he feels completely destroyed. Regardless of how many times this happens, he still cannot become accustomed to it. Then he clenches his fist and notices that the strength in his hand is on an entirely different level. He feels even stronger than when he mastered butterfly dance. So he removes all his clothes and sees how muscular he has become. Those muscles look incredible. He can barely believe it's his body. For some reason, merely looking at the wall excites him. He gathers energy into his palm and assumes his stance. On the other side, Team 6's leader is cultivating and blaming himself. He thinks his abilities were insufficient and that he became overconfident after injuring Mug 1. Ever since witnessing the enormous gap between himself and that blade user, he has known that he must train much harder to restore his pride. For now, he decides to set Sin aside and aim higher. But then the wall beside him begins cracking. A moment later, it explodes, and even the supervisors outside are shocked by the noise. Team 6's leader is struck by the flying stones and begins bleeding, wondering whether an assassin entered. Who would dare do This? Then he looks over and sees Xian in full berserk mode. The moment Xian realizes what he's done, he starts sweating heavily. Team 6's leader cannot believe Xian caused it. People rush in to save him, shouting for him to remain awake. Later, once the situation is controlled, the instructors scold Xian. Private room or not, how did he blast a hole into another cadet's training room? If things had gone worse, that cadet could have died. They tell Xian to be grateful that Cadet 108 is still alive, or he would already be expelled. They continue berating him while he's still shaken, then warn Xian that they'll file a report. He can only apologize. Supervisor bans him from the first and second floor training rooms and orders him to use the basement instead. If he damages those rooms too, he'll permanently lose access to the training facilities. The protagonist promises to be more careful. As he turns to leave, the supervisor thinks that breaking a stone wall like that means his internal energy has surpassed ordinary limits. Meanwhile, he asks Nano why he suddenly became so powerful. He never imagined he could destroy that wall. Nano explains that his muscles and energy flow reached their peak, giving his raw physical strength enough power to leave marks on that highly durable stone. This shocks him. Then he understands. The simulation was created by studying the marks on the tomb rather than the true motions. That's why the objective was to leave marks on the stone, not reproduce the form perfectly. He wonders how that concept would affect the dagger technique or butterfly dance, but then notices he has already reached the limit of his current body. Nano says this resulted from body modification. It doesn't alter his natural growth and still follows the growth data already estimated for him. He asks whether that means he can become even stronger as he matures. Nano says yes, his limits will rise once he's fully grown. This gives him the wild idea of accelerating his growth, but she says only time can accomplish that. Even Nano cannot force his body to mature. She can only simulate the result. Qian says that's enough for now. Besides, if she truly could accelerate growth, certain parts of him might become slightly too frightening, if you know what he means. Down in the basement training hall, the protagonist thinks about the decades of movement data already implanted in his brain. He's nervous because this is his first time practicing the absolute technique that may have come from his demonic ancestors themselves. He begins with the first one, the absolute sword technique. He performs the move and is startled by it. He stops and tries again, but something feels wrong. No, that isn't it. He simply knows the movement feels incorrect. As he continues attempting to reproduce it, he improves and realizes the sword technique is destructive, and both attempts captured that aspect correctly. Still, he cannot understand why the absolute sword technique feels incomplete. It lacks the smooth, natural flow shown in the simulation, so he tells Nano to compare the movement taken from the sapphire with the one he just performed. She activates augmented reality, and he sees the two motions side by side, the original and his own version. That's when he notices his movements connect unnaturally, and even the ending is slower. He begins asking why. What's wrong? Is it easier when it's merely one movement? He says that even without perfect flow, it shouldn't affect him this severely. But then he begins thinking about energy, flow, and remembers that even the final butterfly dance form couldn't be performed correctly without proper energy circulation. Then he understands. He feels cheated. What kind of joke is this? Leaving only the sword motions while concealing the energy flow is completely unfair. Then he remembers the words carved into the tomb. He asks Nano to show him the front of the first floor stone, and she projects it before him through augmented reality. The inscription reads, "A mighty wind blows and the clouds rise high." After spreading his name throughout the continent, he returned home. How could he not protect every corner of his nation with the mighty warriors he had gathered? Staring at those lines, Qian wonders whether they contain a clue. Nano says the three-line poem is an old Han Dynasty verse. The protagonist didn't know that, and she adds that Liu Bang wrote it after defeating Shang Yu. This confuses him because it wasn't written by the ancestral demon, so he wonders whether any of the words were altered, but Nuno says no. This only makes him more irritated. Still, he tells Nana to scan the stone for clues, so she examines the entire surface. After scanning, she discovers tiny holes beneath every character. Qian looks more closely and sees them too. Each character has a different number of dots, and he begins wondering what they represent. He cannot determine it merely by touching them, so he studies the holes and wonders whether they correspond to pressure points. 4 dots might mean the 4th pressure point, but that doesn't seem correct. He continues thinking until he remembers the first book Nana analyzed. It discussed pressure points, and each one had a number and a note. The 4th point would be the solar plexus, which seems wrong because energy flow should begin lower in the Danshan area. That would make it 7 points. But then Qian notices something. The character for great contains 3 dots. Add 4, and it becomes 7. The next character, wind, contains 9 dots, and the mark beneath adds 1 more. He continues doing the calculations all the way to the final one, the 23rd point. That's when he realizes he solved it. He discovered the hidden energy flow and becomes excited. Soon, he's laughing so loudly that everyone outside hears him calling himself a genius. Sometime later, after eating, he decides to return to the basement and attempt the absolute technique again using the correct flow. But then someone calls him. Shaman becomes curious and Yumpa asks for a moment. He wants to know whether he would accept a duel. The protagonist hesitates, asking why he should. There's no reason to fight a stranger, especially when it isn't a test. He doesn't want to waste time. Yumpa continues following him and guesses that Qian is simply being selfish. Then he speaks again. If the protagonist defeats him, he'll give him a reward and share information about the 3rd test. This catches his interest, so he follows him. Along the way, the protagonist asks why he would make such a foolish offer merely to secure a duel. Yumpa says he needed to evaluate the protagonist's qualifications, leaving him confused. Then Yumpa adds that it may not equal the move Qian used to sever Ryo's arm, but he'll show him the Blade Clan's proud lunar energy technique. He tells him to come forward, so Yumpa charges without holding back. He aims directly at the side of the protagonist's face, but Qian slips aside and avoids every strike. Watching him, the protagonist thinks he's far too slow. As Yumpa continues attacking, the protagonist lands one heavy blow and sends him flying. Yumpa is launched backward and crashes down violently, coughing up blood. Even Qian thinks he may have struck too hard and wonders whether the man died. Yumpa clutches his stomach in shock. He cannot believe he lost so easily, especially after thinking he could at least accomplish something after watching the protagonist fight Ryo. As he rises again, he says Qian is extraordinary, exactly as expected from the heavenly bloodline. He admits he thought the protagonist was only at the advanced martial artist level, and says he'll keep his promise by sharing the information. But the protagonist stops him and asks why he wanted the duel at all. Whether he won or lost, Yumpa didn't appear to gain anything from it. Yumpa can tell he still doesn't trust him, which is understandable. So he repeats that he wanted to evaluate the protagonist's qualifications. The protagonist still doesn't understand, and Yumpa says he also needed to measure his own standing for the 3rd test. Chan asks what that has to do with anything. Yumpa says there's a strong chance the 3rd test will be conducted in groups. Chan doesn't understand and points out that the academy said the test would no longer be group-based. Yumpa explains that it won't resemble the 2nd test, but individual strength will still matter greatly. Chan notes that only advanced martial artists with this degree of skill and at least 30 years of internal energy can become high-ranking warriors. So among the cadets who passed the 2nd test, perhaps only 20 qualify as advanced. To compensate for low internal energy, they'll require a medicinal pill. Yumpa agrees. Once those are distributed, many cadets may suddenly reach that level. But one major problem remains. The protagonist asks whether it's advanced martial arts. Yumpa says yes. The library's second floor contains only intermediate techniques, so many will fail there. If the test isn't about developing advanced martial arts, then only one possibility remains. They'll also receive a secret manual for advanced techniques during this test. But the protagonist says that probably isn't everything. Yumpa agrees. If that were all, the test would be too easy. If the third test involved only learning, 80% of the cadets would pass. Then he says his father told him the manual should contain the 7 demon sword techniques, part of the demon sword formation used by all high-ranking cult warriors. Chan recognizes the name and thinks he has heard it before. He remembers Guard Jiang saying those formations were created by the greatest swordsmen of that era, the sword demons. They were originally developed to counter the disciples of Soren's 18th and 108th formations. Among them, the 7 techniques are special, even though they're only advanced martial arts. When 12 people use them together, they create the 12-sword formation. With 36, it becomes the 36 formation, and with 108, the 108 formation. He's impressed that an advanced art can become something so terrifying. He recalls that an advanced martial artist, using the 12 formation, can defeat a specialist, the 36 can defeat a master, and the 108 can even bring down a grandmaster. Yumpa says his father instructed him to gather a group of 12 people to learn the 7 techniques. Surprising Qian, Yumpa explains that this is the foundation of the demon sword formation. Merely mastering the techniques isn't enough. Performing the formation is incredibly difficult. So difficult that anyone below the advanced level may not even understand. The protagonist asks whether that's why he requested the duel, and Yumpa says exactly. He couldn't evaluate him based on one movement. He needed proof of the protagonist's ability before deciding whether to invite him for the test. The protagonist asks what invitation he means. Yumpa says he forgot one important detail. During the third test, cadets are expected to work under leaders for everything from learning the techniques onward. He heard those leaders would be chosen according to the second test results. Chashun realizes the leaders will select their own members, and Yumpa confirms it, although any cadet may refuse. This makes the third test seem intended for the 6 great clans and the young masters, not ordinary cadets. He quickly recognizes it as another stage in the heir's conflict. If a leader cannot gather members and master both the techniques and formation, he'll be disqualified immediately. Then he remembers that Yumpa said cadets can refuse a group. Ordinary cadets have no real choice but to depend on leaders if they want to pass, so he asks whether that's why Yumpa said he would invite him. Yumpa says yes. Gathering members and learning the techniques is only the beginning. If the final evaluation involves duels or something similar, then a capable leader matters even more. Chaishin then remembers the reward Yumpa mentioned, and Yumpa says the reward is himself. The protagonist looks completely unimpressed and bluntly says no one asked for that. The protagonist asks whether Yumpa might not be selected as a leader, but Yumpa says no. He's certain he'll be chosen. To pass the test, someone as skilled as the protagonist would be far more valuable than an ordinary cadet. He admits that part makes sense. Yumpa does appear qualified to lead. Still, something feels wrong, especially because he would need to use that. So he asks why Yumpa chose him when there are other heirs and leaders from the second test. Yumpa says he didn't want to admit it because the protagonist might become angry. But he already made the same offer to the young masters of the Black Clan and Sword Clan and was rejected. The protagonist says that makes sense because they've probably already formed their own groups. Now he realizes he was Yumpa's final option. Yumpa admits it, adding that they also share the sword path. He truly dislikes hearing that. Yumpa begins panicking and says he isn't asking the protagonist to become his subordinate. He only wants the protagonist to use him to pass the third test then he asks him to accept. Chashin gives a faint smile, and Yumpa brightens and thanks him, only for the protagonist to refuse. Yumpa freezes and asks what he means. The protagonist repeats that he refuses. A little later, as he leaves the forest, he asks Nana for the facial analysis results. She displays them, and Chashin notes that although it cannot perfectly detect lies, activating it when he sensed something strange was still wise. Nana tells him Yumpa's expression shifted slightly, indicating a 45% chance that he was lying. When Yumpa said he only wanted to be used to pass the third test, those facial signs strengthened, increasing the probability of deception to 62%. The protagonist says he remained cautious because it was still only a probability. But when Yumpa claimed they walked the same sword path, Chashin remembered Yuchan. That made the lie obvious. If Yumpa truly cared about their shared path, he wouldn't have approached the Black Clan and Sword Clan first, while ignoring the Blade Clan. The protagonist concludes that Yumpa must think he's an idiot. Afterward, Yumpa goes to Yuchan and admits that the protagonist rejected him after hearing the details of the third test. Yuchan begins laughing, thinking the protagonist is more interesting than expected. He obtained the information he wanted and left. Exactly as Yuchan predicted he would. Yumpa asks what to do next, and Yuchan mocks him, asking whether he plans to beg and crawl for the protagonist's approval. Yumpa says that isn't it. Yuchan says the original plan would have been entertaining, join his group, then leave on test day and have him disqualified. Still, it would be a waste for him to lose that way. If he weren't a rival in the air battle, Yuchan would have made a serious effort to recruit him. While Yuchan continues speaking to himself, Yumpa drops to his knees and begs for one more chance, saying he still has other ideas. Yuchan stops him. He says it's finished and tells Yumpa to end this. Before it's too late, he should find another group or perhaps become a leader himself. Yumpa is stunned and asks about their agreement, but Yuchan cuts him off, saying he still has other people to select. Then he turns away and coldly tells Yumpa that he has no use for useless baggage like him. Yumpa is shocked by how cruel that was and walks away in tears. Meanwhile, Yuchan continues thinking about how Qian defeated him with a single strike. The skill he displayed several days earlier was nowhere near that level. Yuchan hates the uncertainty and wonders whether it was luck or true talent. Only time will reveal the answer. Meanwhile, our protagonist remains completely overpowered in the best way, thanks to those nano machines. He returns to the hall, thinking about the 11 people he may need to gather. Nothing is certain because the academy hasn't announced it yet. But if the information is correct, he needs a plan. Several members of Group 8 come to mind, although not many, and there's no guarantee they would, follow him. He decides to finish training for the day and think about it later in the dormitory. Then he asks Nano whether she finished analyzing the books they scanned in the library. She says yes. 55 beginner martial arts books from the first floor and 56 intermediate ones from the second. Trina asks whether she can create a hologram of a specific person by analyzing their energy and body movements, then make that hologram fight like the real person. Nano says yes. She can select a target as the avatar and assign it a martial art. He chooses the 5-sword mastery arts. For the person, he chooses his brother. The avatar immediately begins calling him a plebeian even inside the simulation. Chen clearly hates that and tells it to begin. The avatar attacks using the selected art, but the protagonist dodges easily and strikes his brother's neck, snapping it. Nano reports that the character died from a broken neck. Chan is shocked. 4 days earlier, that same attack only pushed the man backward. Nano explains that the avatar couldn't withstand the full power of his master's strike. He begins wondering whether his breakthrough allowed him to surpass Mugi-un. But that isn't really important. Even giving the avatar an intermediate martial art probably wouldn't change much. So he tells Nano to create 10 avatars and give each a different intermediate martial art. She prepares a simulation with 10 copies of Mugi-un. Their techniques include Heavenly Raising Sword, Rotating Rain, Heartless Sword, Falling Massacre Sword, Fallen Fist, Horse Fist, Dark Raising, Emperor's End, and Great Sunlight Sword. Chan immediately wonders whether he went too far and tries to say 10 may be excessive, but then all 10 Mugi-un copies begin calling him a plebeian, and now even the simulation is mocking him. Nano asks whether she should reduce the number. The protagonist says no and tells her to begin. He'll kill them all. As they rush toward him, he remains focused and handles most of the attacks. He blocks the first wave, but the second attacks low and nearly catches him. Kion leaps away just in time. The problem is that he uses too much force and slams his head into the ceiling. He crashes face first, and Nano immediately pauses the augmented reality. Protagonist can think only about how much it hurt. The simulated space made him forget how cramped the actual room was. Then he notices the damage to the ceiling and knows he's in trouble. When the supervisor arrives to investigate, he immediately begins scolding Kion. He asks what happened to the ceiling, already developing a headache because of this child, and says he warned him before. From now on, he's banned from that training room. He keeps apologizing, but the instructor tells him to follow. He leads Kion to another training area. It appears to be about half the size of the previous room, but the door is much thicker. The supervisor says the protagonist will train there from now on, completely confusing him. Then the man explains that if the protagonist continues using the ordinary room, he'll keep destroying walls. He wonders what kind of place this is because it seems even better than the previous one. The supervisor says it's a special training room intended for people who reach expert level and pass the 4th test. The protagonist still doesn't understand why he's receiving access. The supervisor says Qian obviously hasn't passed that test, but after causing yet another incident, the academy approved allowing him to use it early. The protagonist asks how he knows he reached expert level. The answer is simple. To break the reinforced walls in the private training center, he must possess at least that much energy. These new walls are even stronger, so regardless of what he does, he shouldn't be able to damage them. The supervisor tells him not to worry and simply concentrate on training. He thanks him. With a room this strong, augmented reality should be safe. He asks Nano for the time, and she says it's around 8 p.m., so he believes he still has time. He wonders whether he should continue fighting the 10 avatars, but the only advanced martial artist model available is too weak. So he asks Nano whether she can create a fighter based on instructor Sayo Mangu. She says yes, as long as it's limited to the butterfly dance movements he demonstrated in the infirmary. This excites Kion. Even if it's only one technique, a model of his teacher is far better than another. Mugi. Nano activates augmented reality and asks him to choose the martial art. For now, he selects only butterfly dance. A copy of his master appears before him. Even knowing it's false, the protagonist feels far more pressure than he did against Mugi-un. The avatar even behaves much like the real man, so Kion tells Nano to mute him. Next time, he reminds himself that his master is one of the demon cult's top 10 martial artists. There's no way he can match that level of skill head-on, so he must find an opening and strike first. But his master quickly blocks the attack, and the protagonist realizes it was far too easy. To read, a heavy blow slams into his jaw, and blood immediately begins pouring out. As he's sent flying, his master closes in for another attack. Then the avatar uses butterfly dance, 3rd technique, 7 butterfly dances. Chiang is struck 6 times and blasted away. He knew he couldn't match him, but being crushed by a single technique is still difficult to accept. Now he truly understands the level of one of the demon cult's greatest martial artists. Nano asks whether he wants to change the avatar's martial art, but Chiang says no and tells her to reset the fight. She asks again, and he makes it clear that he wants another attempt. This time he says he'll use the absolute technique. Chiang charges toward him, but he quickly uses his fingers to stop Siam's technique, and even the avatar appears surprised. Siam continues striking with his fingers from every direction and realizes it's working. Then he uses the finishing move, aiming 2 fingers directly at Siam's eyes. But Siam blocks with his swords and throws Siam backward with a counterattack. Pain tears through him, and he admits he still cannot win, even using the absolute technique. Still, he notices injuries. There are sword wounds on his teacher's avatar. That means the final attack connected, but wasn't deep enough. Siam believes that in pure sword technique, he may have already surpassed the avatar version of his teacher. But when handling the critical moment, the enormous difference in experience still defeated him. He realizes knowing the absolute technique alone won't allow him to defeat a true master. Still, he has 4 years to clear the Demonic Academy's 6 tests. During those 4 years, he intends to surpass Siab, beginning with his avatar, training. 4 days later, they head toward the martial training hall. All the instructors are waiting there. The boy remains frustrated. He gave everything he had, and the best result he achieved was a draw against 10 Mojian avatars. Then Myung shouts, asking whether they enjoyed their 4-day break. They answer yes. Myung says it's time to explain the 3rd test, just as announced 4 days earlier, and distribute the Black Dragon medicinal pills. During the 3rd test, teams of 12 must perform a formation. This confuses everyone. The protagonist realizes the information was accurate. Myung explains that joining a 12-man formation requires at least advanced martial proficiency. Then he gives each of them a book. It covers the fundamentals of the demon sword formation, the main bloodline's proud martial art, and the advanced secret technique called the 7 demon swords. He says that if they absorb today's pills and train diligently to learn the 7 demon swords, reaching advanced proficiency should be possible. The protagonist thinks that doesn't sound too difficult, but then Myung announces that the 3rd test is only 27 days away. Each group must defeat the instructors standing before them. Myung calls it simple, but no one likes the idea. The instructors are specialists. Some cadets say they've heard several are even at master level. They already considered the test difficult. But fighting fellow cadets would have been much easier. Now they're expected to defeat people with genuine combat experience. The protagonist sees everything unfolding exactly as Myung predicted, so only the selection of group leaders remains. Myung says this test will be completely different from the 2nd. This time, they're responsible for themselves. They must gather members and learn the formation without assistance. After explaining how group leaders will be chosen, they distribute the secret manuals and pills, then prepare to dismiss everyone. But Xian is confused. He believed the leaders would be selected by rank. Myung points toward the instructors and says everyone can see their names. Whoever steals an instructor's yellow badge within 7 days will become a group leader. Everyone is shocked. They must rob the instructors. Then they realize something worse. If no one steals a badge, there will be fewer groups, meaning fewer students can remain. There are 207 cadets in total, allowing 17 groups of 12, with 3 students eliminated immediately. Before they can even defeat the instructors in the sword formation test, they must first steal their badges. Myung tells them not to overthink it. Instructors carrying yellow badges won't use their personal techniques, only the 7 demon swords. The cadets protest that this changes nothing. A specialist remains a specialist, even when using only advanced martial arts. Now the protagonist understands their true objective. To counter the 7 demon swords in such a short period, they'll need a deep understanding of every movement. The difficulty wasn't increased merely for amusement. 7 days is nowhere near enough time to learn how to neutralize the 7 demon swords. They deliberately did this to push everyone into panic. Myung thinks the confusion is exactly what he expected and wonders whether he should frighten them a little more. So he says they all have 7 days, but asks whether any cadet wants to challenge an instructor. Immediately, no one speaks. Myung expected at least one person to volunteer. He says sufficient courage and skill would make it an excellent way to gain recognition, although losing would have the exact opposite effect. He begins thinking no one has the courage. Then someone raises a hand. He recognizes him as Group 1's leader, Myung, a candidate to become Vice Lord of the Black Clan. The protagonist raises his hand as well. He's ready. Then he notices another volunteer, the man who defeated the Poison Clan candidate, Chien Yo-won Sung. That's Bakji. Mung says 2 unexpected men have stepped forward. Things are about to become interesting. Yo-chung glances to the side. The protagonist realizes the man beside him became Group 12's leader instead of Yo-won Sung. From here, he appears powerful. Myung says he likes the determination in their eyes and asks which instructor wants to entertain them. He calls to the instructors of groups 1, 8, and 12, reminding them that he told them not to approach his cadets. Then the chief martial instructor, Ho Jin Chang, steps forward. This catches him off guard. As Ho Jin Chang approaches, Pi Young thinks he doesn't need to volunteer if this man is handling the matter. From this point onward, he thinks the protagonist must be careful, because regardless of whom he faces, no one will go easy on him. Young assumes they're trying to prevent cadets from obtaining leadership positions too easily. Still, with Jin Chang involved, it shouldn't become too harsh or too uncontrolled. Then he suggests beginning with Group 1's leader, Cadet 1. Jin Chang moves to face the boy, but Young Song suddenly shouts and asks the director for permission. Jin Chang is offended. How dare he interfere when he knows Jin Chang has his eye on that cadet? Furious, he glares at him. Young Song apologizes to his senior, saying he knew Jin Chang wouldn't hold back. He believes Mu Young is the best candidate for the next Vice Lord and doesn't want to see him humiliated here. But then Jin Chang raises his hand again and says he'll face Cadet 18. Instead, Mu Young thinks he never should have tested Jin Chang's patience. Now his cadet is truly in trouble, and he approves. Mu Young had already planned to face the protagonist anyway, so now he'll claim the prize himself. Soon the two stand face. The protagonist tells Nano not to miss even a second. Mu Young tells them to begin. Mu Young charges aggressively using the cloud palm flow. The supervisor becomes excited. That palm technique is one of the main bloodline's top 3 arts, a Black Clan specialty alongside the Great Black Demon Sword. It lives up to the rumors. Still, it's unfortunate that Mu Young must use the 7 demon swords instead of his own poison techniques, but the boy easily breaks through the attack. The protagonist notices something unusual. Those movements feel strangely familiar. Mu Young suddenly changes his stance. He draws one leg backward, shifts his arms, and launches attack after attack at the instructor. The instructor is impressed. Even when his attacks are blocked, the boy never panics. Judging from the force of those palm strikes, Mu Young has reached specialist level, and his technical understanding far exceeds that of an ordinary cadet. He says that in terms of martial skill, Mu Young is already at an elder's level. So the instructor uses the 2nd and 3rd forms of the 7 demon swords and decides to stop treating him like an ordinary cadet. Mu Young is confused. The Black Cloud Palm Flow is a higher grade art, yet his attacks keep being neutralized. He begins doubting that this is merely advanced martial arts. The protagonist cannot believe it. The completed techniques may appear different, but their movement paths are identical to the sword marks left in the sapphire. The only difference is that the 7 demon swords contain only 12 movements, half of the 24 in the destructive sword technique. He cannot be certain yet, but he suspects the demon sword may have created those sword marks. The fierce battle continues. Then the boy and specialist clash directly, and both are thrown backward. Mu Young realizes the other man is also a specialist, perhaps slightly more skilled. Since he can block palm techniques using only advanced martial arts, he must possess far more combat experience No wonder he's an instructor. Muyong says that if he cannot close the distance soon, his disadvantage will only increase. With no other option, he changes forms. One hand moves forward while the other remains behind. The specialist notices immediately. The boy must intend to finish the battle using his strongest technique, so he gathers all his energy to block it. Muyong charges. He attacks with another palm strike. The specialist braces himself. Surely, the attack will come from the right. He prepares to stop it, but Muyong lowers himself, plants one knee, changes the angle, and attacks using his left hand instead. This completely breaks the specialist's stance. He realizes it's the same pattern as before, merely reversed. It's difficult to counter. He tries to stop the left hand with his right, but Muyong switches again and strikes with the right this time, hitting the specialist's shoulder. The man falls to the ground injured, while the boy remains calm. Everyone erupts because he defeated that same instructor. They even notice he used an energy blade, proving he has already reached specialist level. Now they're convinced that the Black Clan's young master is closest to becoming vice lord. Mugam remembers the secret art left sword, right palm and right sword, left palm. It allows someone to use two special techniques while freely switching sides. That ability made Mugen Go Wong Hole of the Black Clan the cult's second strongest fighter. He was supposedly the only one who mastered it. So seeing the boy use something similar shocks him. The child truly is a genius. The specialist quickly makes his decision. He removes the golden badge from his chest and hands it over. The boy has earned the right to become a group leader during the third test, and Mugyongthing thanks him. The protagonist begins thinking about the badges. Something about the explanation bothers him, and he wonders whether one person is limited to one badge. Still, he steps before the next specialist. He decides to stop overthinking. What happens here will determine his future, and he must prove himself in front of everyone. The instructor is impressed. Even while facing a specialist head-on, the boy looks calm and confident rather than frightened. Honestly, the instructor is surprised. He never believed this child would even pass the first test, but now he decides it's time to end the boy's streak of luck. Activating his energy blade, he says he'll crush him in front of everyone. He hopes the protagonist uses that monstrous strength, and in the worst case, perhaps he can at least break a leg. The boy senses the instructor's killing intent. The instructor recognizes Butterfly Dance and tells him to attack first. The protagonist knows his skill may have reached specialist level, but his internal energy still falls short of a true specialist's. Allowing him to attack first only proves the instructor is looking down on him. Using the 10 stars defensive art, the instructor plans to finish the battle with one strike. The specialist is caught off guard when the protagonist charges forward. His hand is fully open, aiming to crush him through pure strength. The instructor realizes the boy is far too fast, and the protagonist slams into his shoulder with a brutal blow. The specialist is thrown backward by overwhelming power. Now he begins losing ground, and the specialist thinks that even after blocking with the 7 stars defense, being forced back 5 steps means the boy has considerable internal energy, while his external strength is monstrous. The protagonist realizes this won't be an easy victory, so he pushes even harder. The specialist begins trembling under the pressure of that palm and realizes the boy is humiliating him. He adds more force to his movements, pushing the protagonist's hand back momentarily and forcing him to retreat. The specialist tells himself the boy's energy still hasn't reached true specialist level and sneers, thinking the brat can run now. He attacks using the 4th and 6th forms of the 7 demon swords, but the protagonist thinks he can still read them. Even without Nano's assistance, he can tell the forms are stable, and compared with the sword traces on the sapphire, they're much easier. He dodges simply by lowering his body, slipping close, and nearly tripping the instructor. The man thinks the boy is foolish for moving so close and prepares to finish him using his second technique, but Qian instantly destroys that plan and sends him flying. Mugor cannot believe it. The protagonist just broke the 7 demon swords using only basic butterfly dance movements. The instructor becomes even more furious, thinking that being delayed by a brat's techniques is a humiliation he refuses to accept. Since matters have reached this point, he decides to use the 10 stars defense to knock him unconscious with an internal injury. Mayankt immediately notices that he's attempting a lethal technique and thinks the idiot has lost his mind. The protagonist has no choice but to endure it directly with his body. Pain tears through him. He coughs up blood and realizes his internal energy is being disrupted. Nano warns that forced energy is damaging his organs. He immediately asks for assistance. She quickly begins healing the injured organs. He refuses to fall while Nano maintains regeneration without stopping. The protagonist continues defending through the storm of attacks, almost as though he's gone berserk. The specialist cannot understand it. He's certain the boy is suffering internal damage. Fear begins creeping in. Why won't this child fall? The more nervous he becomes, the more his movements begin slipping. The protagonist immediately drives his right hand through the opening. The specialist believes his energy armor will hold, but the strike is so powerful that it shatters several ribs. The moment they break, blood sprays everywhere. Everyone is stunned by the brutality of the attack. Before collapsing, the specialist grabs the boy and calls him a monster. Qian remains standing, panting and covered in blood, with a terrifying look in his eyes. The entire place falls silent as everyone stares. Qian realizes Yunpa wasn't exaggerating. This boy could become a serious threat. Ma Yang thinks about the 7 demon swords created by the legendary demon sword. Their countless combinations are supposed to be nearly impossible to break, yet Qian just did it. This goes beyond talent. He's a martial genius. Mayung regrets ever allowing that cursed drunkard to leave, then calls for the director and says they must take the blood-covered instructor to the infirmary. His ribs are broken and 3 other bones are fractured as well. This thought makes Myung uneasy. He suddenly remembers that he forgot to warn the instructors that Cadet 7 had punched through reinforced walls. If this man had known, he probably wouldn't have lost so badly. They order the instructor moved immediately, and the boy finally becomes a leader. The instructors can only think about how the cadets will begin viewing them as weak after 2 defeats. Jingxian looks back at all of them. He realizes that talent and skill can allow the next generation to surpass its teachers. Yet instead of feeling proud, these men worry about protecting themselves. Still, he believes he has no right to judge them. He allowed the moment to influence him and selected Cadet 18 without noticing someone this gifted. Now he has another regret. Ma Yong then announces the final duel. Jingxian will face Baek Ji. The other instructors hope Jingxian can restore their pride. One says he cannot imagine Jingxian losing, and another agrees that he's no ordinary instructor. He's their senior officer. The cadets wonder whether Baek can actually win. There's no rule against it, and because he volunteered, perhaps he's concealing his strength like Cadet 7. Baek says he'll be the opponent and asks Jingxian to honor him with his guidance. Jingxian thinks the cadet is humble and says they should both do their best. Then the two face each other. Jingxian releases his aura throughout his entire body, placing enormous pressure on the boy. Byung feels crushed by that presence and wonders whether this is truly the same man who was smiling a moment ago. Even so, he decides not to hold back and charges, attempting to do everything he can. The protagonist notices it's a kicking style and watches carefully with Nano, pleased to have another powerful fighter to study. He says watching Mufiang use different techniques with both hands was fascinating, and that was only a small portion of what he knows. He isn't certain he's analyzed everything correctly yet, but it should still help. If he must fight him later, it'll be valuable. Bak begins with that kicking technique, targeting 2 points simultaneously. Jinxian avoids it with ease. Bak realizes he dodged everything merely by moving his upper body. Then Jinxian quickly changes his stance and tells the boy that his rear foot is exposed. He attacks Bak's foot directly, but Bak steps on. Jinxian's hand spins through the air and attempts another technique, surprising Jinxian. He delivers a kick aimed directly at Jinxian's face, but the senior instructor won't allow the strike to connect. He forms a keyblade and pierces Bak's foot, sending him crashing down, backward, leaving a massive hole in his foot. Bak realizes that forming a keyblade that quickly means Jinxian must be a master. He used only a simple sword movement and hasn't even touched the 7 demon swords yet. Jinxian points out that Bak specializes in kicks, but now that he can't use his right foot, what does he plan to do? Bak can tell this man is far stronger than the earlier instructors. Even while limping, Bak rises again, plants his foot, and steadies his stance. He knows the skill gap is enormous, but he still has to try ending this with one technique. Jinxian thinks the boy has remarkable fighting spirit. Bak puts his weight on the injured leg anyway, with blood still pouring out, and charges Jinxian again, attempting once more to land his kicking technique. Jinxian thinks that even while injured, the boy refuses to retreat. Youth truly is remarkable, but at the final second, Bak cancels the kick. Jinxian had prepared to stop it, and Bak drops low with a feint, then attacks from below. Jinxian realizes the boy is truly attacking despite that injured leg, and that Bak also possesses specialist level skill. But when Bak strikes upward with both legs, Jinxian has already vanished. Only an afterimage remains. Bak realizes he fell for the trick. Jinxian crouches directly before his face and says he wasn't bad, but this is as far as he goes. Then he lands a direct strike at the boy's center and sends him flying with a single attack. He crashes down hard, and everyone can tell he lost. After only a few exchanges, they realize defeating an instructor is no joke, and cadets 1 and 7 truly are monsters. Bak knows it's over as blood pours from him. If the keyblade hadn't been withdrawn, it would have pierced his heart. Cyan thinks the boy was simply unlucky. If the instructor hadn't been a master, Bak might have had a chance. He also senses that the other instructors are relieved he lost. Jinxian still offers advice, saying that if he connects the feint and actual attack more smoothly, he'll deceive opponents far better. He says he wants to see how far Bak can grow. Despite his condition, Bak thanks the instructor for lesson. Then he limps back toward the other cadets, trembling. Zahn immediately notices that he's in terrible condition. Bak is pale, and his neck is red. He tells Nana to analyze Cadet 18 and prepare the results so he can review them after the third test is announced. Meanwhile, they explain the third test. Each cadet will receive 1 wooden sword and must be careful not to break it. Anyone who obtains a badge within 7 days can become a group leader. They ask whether everyone understands, but no one answers with much confidence. The protagonist decides he should take the medicinal pill first. Afterward, there's something else he wants to investigate, but then he becomes startled. Several cadets stop directly in front of him. One stares straight into the boy's eyes, and Bong asks what they should say to their sovereign. 4 others stand beside him like guards surrounding the protagonist. He looks completely bewildered by Bong calling him my sovereign. The previous night in the dormitory, several cadets approached Bong and said they liked the idea that this boy might truly change things. Still, they asked whether it wasn't a dangerous gamble. Weren't the 6 great clans something to fear? Bong admits he is afraid. But if people from small clans will be looked down upon forever, he's willing to take the risk. If it's for his sovereign, perhaps people like them can finally have hope. That inspires the others. They ask whether Bong truly trusts him, and when he says yes, they make up their minds as well. They say they're in this together. Bong, Hiwei, Yuwoon, and Demyoung swear loyalty to their sovereign. him Yuwoon and place themselves in his hands. Bong speaks to him, but the protagonist says it's fine. There's nothing to worry about. Then the tallest man steps forward and introduces himself as One Who. He gets directly to the point. He wants to join the protagonist's group that catches him by surprise. His followers are delighted. The sooner they gather members, the more time they'll have to train. But since they need only 7, 9 people must be rejected. One says he's from the Black Fist clan, an elite clan, and has already reached the advanced level. He insists he won't hold them back. Rakyun says he's currently intermediate, but after taking the pill, he'll reach advanced level 2. He promises he won't become a burden. Everyone begins trying to move closer, and some become jealous. 5 of the 16 are from elite clans, meaning 11 people are competing for only 2 positions. No wonder they resent elite clans. The protagonist thanks them for wanting to join, but says he must clarify one thing first. He isn't seeking people merely to pass the 3rd test. That shocks everyone. He says he wants people who will remain beside him after leaving the academy, throughout the difficult path toward the main line, through both the worst times and the best. That degree of loyalty is a great deal to ask, and those with weak resolve begin wondering whether they should withdraw. They don't want to become trapped in a war between heirs. The protagonist expected that fear. He says he doesn't care whether they come from small or elite clans. If they sincerely wish to follow him, that's enough. By the end of his journey, their current status won't matter. Then he says he'll change the 6 foundations of the main line. This shocks everyone. They wonder whether he's serious. He may be a candidate, but this sounds less like ambition and more like a declaration of war. Some decide they should wait for another leader. The protagonist asks them to stand beside him and become part of a new foundation for the demonic cult. That's what he, Exion, and Qian Yowun expect from their members. Several hesitate, then apologize. They only wanted a leader who could help them pass the 3rd test. They say it's unfortunate because they wanted to join him, but this wasn't what they agreed to, so some of them leave, and Bong thinks this is bad. Perhaps all of that should have been said after they were accepted. But then he notices that some remained. Qian Yowun, Wo Min, and Ojong still look completely committed. They tell the protagonist they've observed the other candidates too, but something about him feels different. He warns them that the path he described is dangerous enough to get them all killed. Honestly, he also wants to fight back. The protagonist isn't surprised. Since he's from an elite clan, he could have selected a stronger candidate. But Qian Yowunhu says that, like any martial artist, he dreams of power and glory. Hearing such ambition made him want to follow the boy. Then he drops to one knee before the protagonist and swears his loyalty. He says he may have doubts, but he'll never kneel before anyone else. As one of the future Demon King's swords, the first sword, the fist, Qian Yowunhu asks to serve as his first sword. Womin and Zhang also swear their loyalty to the boy. The protagonist begins feeling that things are finally moving forward. He thanks all of them, but Bong quickly says that first sword or not, he's still the sovereign's first follower. Wenshu simply smiles. At that, later, at the entrance to the Demonic Academy Training Center, he tells everyone to absorb the pills and memorize the complete text of the 7 demon swords. They ask whether memorizing the text is enough, and he says no. Beginning tomorrow, they'll train together, and he'll personally inspect their movements and techniques. This convinces them they chose the right sovereign. Being cared for like this feels incredible. Meanwhile, the protagonist is copying the only master he ever had. He decides he'll simply beat the lessons into them until they learn, just as his teacher did. He tells them to go to their training rooms and says they'll meet around 10 after taking the pills. Then Wenshu approaches and asks whether he may say something. He says he might be overthinking it, but from now on, the boy should always have at least one follower beside him. He's worried because of the order to steal instructors' badges This makes the protagonist stop and think. The director said anyone obtaining a badge within 7 days would become a leader. Perhaps they don't actually have to defeat an instructor. Maybe they can steal badges from other cadets as well. Wenshu agrees. Since his sovereign has fewer followers than the Black Clan boy, he could become a target. Being cautious won't hurt. Qian thanks him for the warning, and Wenshu says it's only natural because he swore to serve him. Then he says he'll use the room near Qian's, but the protagonist explains that he cannot train there for certain reasons and is using another place. Wenshu is shocked and asks whether that isn't the center reserved for specialists. This only makes him admire Qian more. He says he'll train hard enough to reach specialist level and use the same center. The boy's enthusiasm even surprises him. Inside, after taking the pill, he manages to form a key sword. Now he understands what it feels like to become a true specialist. With over 60 years of ki, he says that pouring it into a blade should allow him to create a powerful ki weapon. He thanks Nana for helping him, saying this was possible because of her, and she proudly says, "That's correct." He asks whether humility doesn't exist in the future, and she says it does. She simply doesn't know how to use it. Then he tells Nana to show him the recording of Bakji's fight. She projects the footage into his vision through augmented reality. He tells her to pause and zoom in on Bakji and move even closer to his neck and face. She does, and he notices the pale complexion, red eyes, and red marks on his neck. Those definitely shouldn't be there, and he becomes increasingly irritated. Sometime later, an instructor begins another match, this time against Hum, and realizes the boy has already surpassed normal cadet skill. He's also a specialist, meaning the instructor cannot defeat him using only the 7 demon swords. He notices this boy isn't completely neutralizing every movement like Cadet 7 did, but he's exploiting the technique's blind spots. The instructor admits he had doubts because the boy arrived so confidently after only 4 hours. But analyzing the 7 swords, that quickly makes him a genius on the level of the other 2, including the Blade Clan candidate ranked 5, Yu Chan. He says there's no reason to prolong the duel. They can stop here. The boy realizes what that means. The instructor is surrendering his badge. He tells the boy to join his group and says he expects great things from him. The boy thanks him and cannot hide happiness. He truly succeeded. Then he begins wondering who his next target will be. Meanwhile, Bakgi remains calm, simply sitting and eating. Then Kaiwan walks over and says he liked Bakgi's earlier duel against the instructor. Bakgi sets his chopsticks down and says he's eating, so stop bothering him. Kaiyong thinks this man is unbelievably rude but decides to get straight to the point. He says Bakgi's abilities impressed him. Since he appears to be a new specialist and seems interested in leading a group, Kaiyong asks whether he wants something greater. Bakgi continues eating as though he doesn't care at all. This only makes Kaiyong even angrier. Still, he forces himself to remain calm. Becoming angry now would ruin his plan to gather talented people, so he tells Bakgi to consider the offer. It could be an excellent opportunity. Bakgi says this is the 2nd time. He remembers that Blade Clan man acting confidently and asking him to become his right-hand man, which angers him further. He says he honestly doesn't want to lead anyone or pursue a grander title. He simply refuses to stand beneath anyone. His only goal is to become stronger. Then someone else approaches and politely asks whether they can speak, apologizing for interrupting his meal. Bakgi thinks not again and tells him to leave, but Qian says that if he doesn't speak now, Bakgi may die later. This makes him stop. He asks what he's talking about, then recognizes him. Bakgi says Qian isn't even one of the 6 clan candidates, yet somehow he's more arrogant than the previous 2. Does he truly believe this is how someone should recruit others? The protagonist says he has the wrong idea. Bakgi snaps back. The wrong idea? He approaches while sounding threatening, then calls it a misunderstanding. The protagonist says that isn't what he meant and gets directly to the point. Baek-ji appears to have been poisoned. Baek-ji stares at him in disbelief. He explains that during the duel, Baek-ji's face looked pale and red marks appeared on his neck. This unsettles Baek-ji. He begins thinking about poison but tells himself it cannot be true. He has remained careful around Jong-soon since joining Group 12. Even so, he asks why the protagonist is telling him this, and even if he were poisoned, why should that concern the protagonist? Then Baek-ji backs away slightly. He says perhaps he judged him too quickly, but if he were poisoned, he should have noticed during key meditation. The protagonist asks whether he truly felt completely normal while meditating. Baek-ji begins wondering whether that kind of meditation would even reveal poison. He admits he doesn't know everything about martial arts, but he's certain these appear to be signs of food poisoning. Right then, Dr. Baek arrives at the perfect moment. Chien calls to him while the doctor is collecting food. Dr. Baek greets him warmly and says it's good to see him, then asks whether he has eaten. The protagonist says not yet, and the doctor says that's excellent because he didn't want to eat alone. But first, the protagonist apologizes and asks whether he can examine his friend because he believes Baek-ji was poisoned. This catches him off guard, but he quickly takes Baek-ji to the infirmary and tells him to inhale the smoke through his mouth immediately. Baek-ji pretends not to understand, but the doctor tells him to simply take a deep breath. The instant he does, his body begins reacting violently. His skin turns purple, and Dr. Baek confirms food poisoning. Baek-ji is stunned. Someone truly poisoned him. He says he felt normal during meditation and never handled any poison. He always ate alone. But Dr. Baek explains that this kind works differently. It doesn't travel through the blood. Its effects appear only after accumulating in the lungs and stomach. Baek-ji is shocked, and the doctor adds that it can be mixed into food or ground into powder and inhaled while sleeping. In small quantities, someone would never notice breathing it in at night. Then he asks whether Baek-ji shares a room with anyone who uses poison. Baek-ji remembers the first night in Group 12's dormitory. He had beaten one of the heirs into submission while everyone else stood against him. At the time, he thought their identities didn't matter. At the academy, only strength mattered, and Group 12 was now under his control. No one there could oppose him. But then Jong-soon warned him to enjoy his victory while he could because the Poison Clan's claws were like poisoned liquor. They became stronger over time. Baek-ji realizes that's what Jong-soon meant. In his mind, he curses Jong-soon. Dr. Baek says it's fortunate they discovered it early. If he takes an antidote for 7 days, he'll recover. But he asks whether red marks on the neck mean the condition was already serious. The doctor remembers the protagonist saying Baek-ji was struck in the chest during the duel. That impact must have disturbed his lungs and briefly triggered the symptoms. If those signs had remained visible continuously, not even a god could have saved him. Baek-ji asks how Chan knows so much about this poison. The protagonist says his mother died from the same poison, and he was affected by it for a while as well. Hearing this, Baek-ji begins apologizing. He says he never even thanked him for saving his life. Dr. Baek says he remembers his teacher once saying something similar. The protagonist says he simply didn't want anyone else dying from such a cowardly poison. And beyond that, he's furious because he's been searching for the source of that poison. Baek-ji is shaken by the killing intent in his voice. The doctor suggests he remain there for the night. If he returns to the dormitory, he might be poisoned again. Then he seriously asks Baek-ji whether he's considering revenge, especially with his foot still injured. Baek-ji says no. Then Qian intervenes. He says removing the poison comes first and tells Baek-ji to rest as the doctor instructed. Then he asks them to leave Jong-soon to him. The doctor asks what he's planning, and the protagonist says they merely need to talk. Dr. Baek clearly doesn't believe him. Then Song contacts him through telepathy and says the person he seeks is in the forest near the 5th dormitory. Kian replies that if this is true, he'll allow him to stay somewhere near his own quarters. This shocks both men. The protagonist is speaking to someone who isn't present, and they wonder who he's addressing. Meanwhile, Mo Qian desperately wants the protagonist and the poison user to fight to the death. In fact, he hopes the protagonist dies. As Qian heads there, Zhang Sun is already in the forest, thinking that because the instructors live in the 5th dormitory, no one visits this area. It's the perfect place to gather poisonous plants. He says the medicinal pill gave him the internal energy of a specialist, and if he trains diligently for several days, he'll reach the 5th level of destructive poison. Up through the 4th level, it was only the foundation, but from the 5th onward, the techniques become truly lethal. Even without using food poison, he'll be able to make Bak Gi kneel. He even plans to kill him before the poison does. Then the protagonist appears and asks why he looks so pleased. Zhang Sun raises his lantern and asks, "Who's there?" He can tell it probably isn't an instructor, but the weak light prevents him from seeing clearly. Qian walks directly toward him and asks whether he enjoyed playing with poison. Yongsun realizes it's the protagonist and asks what he's doing there. Then the words strike him. The protagonist said playing with poison. He wonders whether he heard correctly. The protagonist mentions the red marks on Baekgi's neck and asks whether Young Sun truly believed he wouldn't discover the truth. Young Sun is stunned. How does Chan know? Then he begins laughing. He says that's how the protagonist discovered it, and now that he mentions it, the protagonist's mother died the same way the moment he calls her a bitch. The protagonist crushes his mouth and part of his face with one punch, sending him flying. The blow is unbelievably satisfying. He pours years of hatred into it. The punch lands with full force, and Zhang Sun is launched away. He tumbles across the ground as if dropped from a tremendous height, then crashes into a rock so violently that his body is nearly destroyed instantly. Blood pours from him. Trembling and half broken, he wonders what the hell just struck him. Qian approaches calmly and tells him not to behave like a coward. They've only begun. Zhang Sun starts thinking the protagonist may truly intend to kill him, but tells himself there is no way he'd violate academy rules. It must be a bluff. Still, his body won't move. The blow was too powerful. He struggles with everything he has. Chan says he did something unforgivable and asks whether he understands what he did. Zhang Sun continues begging his body to move, forcing every ounce of will into it. The protagonist's demonic aura keeps rising. Then he says it plainly. Zhang Sun used that filthy mouth to insult his mother. Zhang Sun tries to move again. As the protagonist approaches, Zhang Sun finally gets one hand moving and throws a punch at him, calling him a bastard and saying he lowered his guard. But Chunnan casually catches the punch with one hand. Zhang Sun is stunned. His 10 stars technique was stopped far too easily. Then the protagonist grabs the arm he punched with and twists it violently, crushing the hand completely. It breaks, tears, and bleeds under nothing but Qian's grip and fingernails. That's when Zhang Sun realizes the protagonist is serious and concludes the only solution is to kill him. He raises his palm toward the protagonist's face and releases what appears to be a cloud of poisonous gas. This forces him to close his eyes and cover his nose as he retreats. Zhang Sun tries to attack again and throws more poison toward Qi Jin's face. The protagonist's face begins to distort, burned by the acid. Zhang Sun brightens when he sees it worked. He says that at level 4 of destructive poison, he can store 7 concentrated toxins. This was his deadliest acid poison, so dangerous that even the chief warned him never to use it on cult members. But with death approaching, he no longer cares and smiles through the blood. Then Qian calmly rises again, and Zhang Sun freezes. Nana reports that a powerful acidic toxin has been detected on the user's face and hand. Emergency defense activates, neutralizing the poison and repairing the damaged skin. Jang Sun cannot believe it. Qian healed immediately, and his skin is completely restored. He simply stares, thinking, "What the hell is this?" Fear overwhelms him. Looking at the protagonist, he realizes the boy didn't merely resist the poison, he recovered from it too. Jang Sun knows that should be impossible, even for a martial master. He collapses with his broken hand, trembling in fear and staring at his brother, who now seems like someone entirely different. For a moment, he wonders whether Qian is a monster. The protagonist grows increasingly irritated by all the poison. Of course, someone from that clan would use it. He's finished allowing them to live. The expression on the protagonist's face terrifies Jang Sun even more. He begins crawling across the ground like an insect. Qian takes the opportunity to punish him with a brutal kick to the head that sends him flying. Jang Sun's condition worsens as more teeth break loose and he spits out blood and fragments. He curses wildly, then collapses before Qian and presses his head to the ground, begging for mercy. He keeps pleading and slamming his forehead down repeatedly. It's pathetic. He's sobbing, toothless, and completely ruined as he begs to be spared just this once. The protagonist grabs him by the shoulder and asks whether he wants to live and truly expects mercy. Then he remembers how they forced his mother to die in agony, while this man still dares to beg. Jang Sun finally realizes how badly miscalculated. Qian is never going to forgive him. His thoughts jump to the instructors, and he remembers a dormitory is nearby, so he begins screaming for help. The protagonist cuts off his voice with a strike to the neck, leaving him mute. Jang Sun can only panic as Qian calls him an idiot for believing he would stand there and allow him to alert the nearby instructors' dormitory. Then the protagonist asks whether this is the hand Jang Sun used to throw poison at his face. He stomps down and crushes it. Jang Sun screams silently, and the protagonist coldly says that, judging by his lips, he's probably saying it was the other hand. That hand is ruined as well, with the fingers bent in every direction. The protagonist says he won't kill him today. He won't be expelled from the demonic academy over worthless trash like him. For a moment, Jang Sun feels relieved, but Qian says death would be too merciful. He'll torture him until Jang Sun begs to die. To begin, he'll start with the bones. Jang Sun realizes no hope remains, and tears finally spill out. Sometime later, he's twisted beyond recognition. Qian left no bone intact, and Jang Sun can only wonder how he ended up like this. His body is bent into a horrific shape. He tries to remember, and Bei comes to mind. Then he recalls that everything began because of a micropoison. Rage rises again as he wonders when he first learned about it, and his memories return 6 years to the pharmacy in the poison clan's main residence. The memory pulls him completely into the past. He hears his mother, or one of the important women there, asking how long it will take before it takes effect. The answer is less than a year. A woman wearing an extravagant hat says that sounds perfect. Anyone lacking knowledge of internal qi would never notice. Jang Sun's mother agrees and says of course they wouldn't. Then she asks what the woman needs the micro poison for. The woman asks whether she truly wants to know where it will be used and laughs while glancing at Jang Sun. He doesn't know what to think. Less than a year later, news spreads throughout the demonic cult that the Lord's 7th wife, Lady Hua, has died. Jang Sun's mother is delighted because she hated that woman, but the joy doesn't last. They soon learn that Lady Hua died from a micropoison, and Jang Sun's father becomes furious. They narrowly escape his wrath because the demonic doctor argues that micropoisons aren't exclusive to the poison clan. The cook who prepared Lady Hua's meals kills himself, and the true culprit is never discovered. The only clue is that the cook met a veiled woman sometime earlier. No one learned her identity. Because of the case, Jang Sun's grandfather, the poison clan leader and one of the 6 council elders, lost his seat, while Jang Sun's father severed ties with wives from the 6 great clans. Later, Jang Sun's mother tells him she didn't use him and asks whether he actually saw her deliver the poison. But explaining further would be the same as admitting she was a murderer. So she tells him this secret must remain buried or he'll face his father's wrath as well. Jong-soon has no choice. In the end, his mother dies several years later beneath the weight of that guilt. He wanted to tell everyone it wasn't truly her, but he couldn't break the promise he made. That's when he swore to become Lord, claim the highest seat in the heavenly demon cult, and take revenge on the true culprit and her entire clan for his mother. Since he blamed that filthy woman as the root of everything, he decided to kill her son with his own hands. Even now, he asks his mother for forgiveness because, regardless of how hard he trains, he no longer believes he can defeat that monster after remembering Cheon's terrifying face. The protagonist says that even if Jong-soon remains in the academy, he'll continue using poison against other cadets. So if he cannot kill him, he'll destroy his Dantian instead. Jong-soon is terrified and shakes his head desperately. Cheon notices he's still resisting, even after the paralysis point was activated. He asks whether Jong-soon wants to say something and decides to release the pressure point, sealing his voice. He does so. Jong-soon begins mumbling so badly that the protagonist cannot understand him. So he asks Nano what he's saying. Nano analyzes it, and Jong-soon says the poison clan didn't kill his mother. The protagonist snaps, demanding an explanation. Through slurred words, Jong-soon insists the true culprit was one of the women from the other 5 clans, and Nano relays the statement. He begs the protagonist to spare his Dantian, nearly revealing the secret his mother forced him to keep. That thought stops him. He almost exposed that his mother supplied the poison. He thinks he can say anything except that. Cheon realizes he's hiding something and tells Nano to perform facial analysis. Then he asks whether Jong-soon is certain the culprit belonged to one of the other 5 clans. Jong-soon nods, and Nano says his facial muscles show no major changes. The probability of lying is below 5%. The protagonist begins wondering whether he was wrong to blame the Poison Clan. If that's true, then he unleashed his rage upon an innocent person. So he directly asks whether Lady Bake truly had nothing to do with his mother's death. Jong-soon's expression shifts, and Nano confirms it. His pupils and facial muscles changed. The probability of deception is 75%. Xian becomes furious because, just as he suspected, they are connected. Jong-soon continues insisting he isn't lying. The protagonist tells him to be silent and finally destroys his Dantian permanently. Jong-soon feels his ki scatter and drain away. He knows everything is over. Meanwhile, on the Academy Infirmary's 2nd floor, Bake senses something is wrong and wonders whether he should prepare antidotes. Then he hears a sound outside, and Cheon arrives, telling him to do something about Jong-soon. They all see how badly the boy has been ruined. Even Munson rises to look alongside Bake. The doctor asks what happened to leave him in such a condition. Even he is shocked by how extreme the protagonist was, while Mun is stunned that the protagonist actually brought him there and demands an explanation. After examining Jong-soon, the doctor realizes his Dantian has been destroyed. Destructive poison is the Poison Clan's strongest poisonous art, and the internal energy stored in the Dantian is what creates and controls the poison without harming its user. Once that area was destroyed, the poison spread throughout his body. The doctor may not be a martial artist, but he understands how important the Dantian is. He expected something terrible, just not this severe, and he attempts to help. While treating him, the doctor wonders why his blood smells so horrible. The moment he cuts him, the stench becomes overwhelming. He's astonished that Jong-soon remains alive with so much poison in his veins. Perhaps his poison training granted him resistance. Even so, he may not survive much longer, and the doctor begins thinking quickly. Then an idea comes to him. He remembers that he still has an antidote from his master. It came with a warning. Drinking it would feel like dying, but he would survive. At the same time, Qian thinks he cannot simply let Jong-soon die and asks Nana whether she can enter his body to heal him. She says that would violate system rules. Because the user's DNA is registered, she cannot enter another person or leave his body. He realizes that option is impossible. Then he notices some of Jongsoon's blood on him and asks whether Nana can analyze the poison from it. She says yes and tells him to touch the sample he wants examined. He does. Nana completes the scan and reports that 7 different toxins were combined, creating an entirely new poisonous effect. The protagonist immediately asks which medicines must be combined to make an antidote. Nana projects the list directly into his vision, showing every herb required. Meanwhile, the doctor stabilizes Jongsoon and says the danger has decreased now that he slowed the poison with acupuncture and an antidote. Then he notices something strange, the scent of medicinal herbs. Boiling, he turns and asks what Chanoon is doing. The protagonist says he's preparing an antidote to solve the problem. The doctor stares as though he's lost his mind and asks how he could possibly do that. But looking more closely, he sees that they're all detoxifying herbs, although using them incorrectly could create another poison. Then he realizes the proportions are perfect and begins wondering whether this boy studied medicine before. He admits it's a strong formula, but producing it would require Chanoon to identify the poisons first: acid toxin, herring toxin, grain fungus, tree frog poison, and red spider venom. This leaves the doctor completely stunned. The protagonist asks Dr. Baek to trust him just this once. With that, he completes the antidote and gives it to Jongsoon. Seeing him drink every drop, the doctor says he clearly still wants to live. He's done everything possible and now must keep the poison from spreading through additional acupuncture. He adds that the protagonist combined the ingredients well, but warns him not to attempt anything this reckless again. The protagonist quickly apologizes for causing trouble. Then the doctor asks whether he truly destroyed Jongsoon's dantian. He knows the academy follows survival of the strongest, but this still seems extreme. The academy director and Poison Clan won't ignore it, so he asks what the protagonist plans to do. The protagonist thanks him for his concern and says the situation began because of him, so he'll handle it himself. Baek looks at him and thinks that although Cheonan often behaves maturely for his age, he can still see the recklessness of a 15-year-old child. Once he's decided something, no one can stop him, but the doctor hopes he'll consider the consequences more carefully. From his own experience, those who survive aren't always the strongest, they're the smartest. He tells him to stop being so stubborn, then says it's late and the protagonist should return. At that, Baek-gi asks what he should do, and the doctor tells him to go back as well. So he leaves after the protagonist. Chunno pauses and thinks that all he ever wanted was power, and Nano helped make that possible. He once believed strength alone was enough to rise above everyone in the cult, but now he sees that belief was merely his own arrogance. Baek-gi watches him and asks why he went so far as to destroy Jongsoon's dantian. The protagonist admits he lost control of his anger. He thought that if Jongsoon were left alone, he might poison the other cadets too. Hearing this, Baek-gi begins considering the protagonist's judgment. It isn't perfect, but he doesn't think like the other candidates. Perhaps that makes him a good choice. Baek-gi is about to say something, but Bong comes running and shouting for the protagonist. When he sees him, he says they were supposed to meet at midnight after training, and that he was worried the protagonist had been ambushed. He apologizes for worrying everyone, and Bong dismisses it, simply relieved that he's safe. Baek-gi notices the protagonist has found people who are genuinely on his side. As for himself back in his dormitory, he has no one. He says he's leaving, but Kian stops him and asks whether he wanted to say something. Baek-gi says it was nothing important and tells him to forget it. Then Bong calls the protagonist back to the dormitory where he explains everything that happened. Wu says that even with Kian's special abilities, they still need to become much stronger. There shouldn't have been outside interference during these 4 years, but the Poison Clan is one of the cult's greatest powers. Since they don't know how the clan may target him, Wu says they must remain cautious and focus on becoming stronger. Everyone agrees, and Bong wonders whether Wu is smarter. Then he appears. He says they must prepare now that they've made an enemy of the Poison Clan. Bong says that's obvious, but he's more concerned about how the director will respond to the incident and hopes nothing worse occurs. The protagonist says the rules never state that destroying someone's dantian is forbidden, but to a martial artist, the dantian is everything. What happened is entirely his fault. He acted from anger without thinking. The next day, he goes to meet the director. His friend's concerns were correct. After all, Qian introduces himself to the director, offering a greeting. Ming says nothing and calmly continues working until he sets down his brush. Then he says, Qian forced him to waste considerable time writing a report. He tells the boy not to be offended that he didn't return the greeting and instructs him to sit. Meng says they'll address the public matter first. Before anything else, he'll speak as the academy director. That wording catches the protagonist's attention. Meng says destroying a dantian, the core of a martial artist, is a foolish act that has never occurred at this academy. If ignored now, another idiot may imitate it later. Then he addresses Qijin directly, ordering him to surrender his yellow badge and spend 5 days in solitary confinement at the detention center. He remains surprisingly calm and asks whether he won't be expelled. Meng says of course not. Expulsion happens only when someone fails a test or kills another cadet outside a test or duel. This reassures Chuani slightly because he had expected the worst possible punishment. But Myung tells him not to look so relieved. The protagonist knows he's right. Losing the badge means losing his position as group leader. And 5 days of confinement will leave him only 1 day to obtain another badge. He wonders whether any instructor will still possess one by then. According to the rules, he should have received 7 days, but that would have completely destroyed his chances. Mayung already gave him a small opportunity. Then Mayung's entire presence suddenly changes. Killing intent fills his eyes. Shane is shaken by it. The aura is overwhelming, so powerful that even with his abilities, he cannot measure it. Myung asks why they don't discuss the protagonist's stupidity, not as director, but as his senior within the cult. He says he has blocked all sound with his aura because what he's about to say would cause problems if anyone else heard it. Then he turns back to Qian and says he had great expectations for him, but he did something no one else would have done, leaving him deeply disappointed. The protagonist apologizes, but Mayung snaps that apologies are meaningless. After causing such chaos, he asks whether this is truly the best the protagonist can do, because he created a disaster and doesn't even know how to resolve it. Then he explains exactly what the protagonist did. He suspected Jong-soon was connected to his mother's murder because of the poison, so he destroyed his dantian for revenge. Then he became afraid the boy might die and dragged him to the infirmary only because he didn't want to be expelled. Myung says that if the protagonist intends to do something, he should do it properly. He calls him an idiot and asks why he left alive someone who may return for revenge. Acting that way only gets people killed. All Qian accomplished was placing a target on his own back, and surviving requires him to become more calculating. Thinking 1 move ahead isn't enough. He must think 3 or 4 moves ahead. The protagonist realizes Dr. Baek gave similar advice, though this feels more like a severe reprimand. Still, he understands the director is showing him how impulsive he was. Then the director asks why he entered the academy. Qian answers that he wants to become stronger than everyone else. Myung asks whether anger and revenge are what drive him to seek that strength. Before anything else, he is a candidate for heir. So Myung asks whether he truly intends to let rage and revenge control every decision until he reaches that goal. He warns that emotions like his won't merely burn one tree. They'll burn the entire forest, and in the end, the protagonist himself will turn to ash. He asks whether the protagonist understands, and the protagonist says he thinks he does. Myung challenges that answer, thinking that at this rate, the protagonist and his entire group will be fortunate to avoid a tragic end caused by his recklessness. He tells the protagonist that if he truly wishes to become the cult's future, his blood may burn, but his mind must remain cold. Otherwise, he'll be crushed before he ever achieves revenge. The protagonist admits the director is correct. All he could think about was avenging the 6 clans responsible for his mother's death, and now he isn't certain what comes next. Then he realizes revenge should be only one point along his path, not its final destination. What he lacks is clear judgment. The director can tell he isn't so foolish that he cannot think. If he truly understands himself and his desires, he could grow into the cult's greatest monster. The director believes that monster will be born from his wise guidance, not from some drunkard. With that, he withdraws the aura that had blocked all sound and takes the badge. The boy says he'll follow the director's advice, and he's quickly taken to the detention center. On the way, he tries to speak with the director and asks for a moment before being locked away. The answer is no. He at least wants to explain the situation to his group. Yet the director says the punishment will be announced publicly. He even says they should be called his former group because they're now merely ordinary cadets. The boy realizes this is intended to teach him the cost of reckless decisions. Soon, an announcement states that Cadet 7 destroyed Cadet 4's Dantian, permanently stripping a gifted fighter of his martial arts. He has been removed as group leader and sentenced to 5 days of detention. Everyone else is warned that the academy will never permit this again. Gossip spreads everywhere, and people begin saying the boy may not survive even if he graduates from the academy. But when Nishio Chung reads it, he begins laughing, calling the man completely insane and wondering how he even conceived the idea of destroying someone's Dantian. He simply keeps laughing. But then he remembers being worried about a powerful rival. Now that problem appears resolved because the boy removed himself from the competition. Kyung considers it an enormous stroke of fortune while Muyan is far from satisfied. Meanwhile, the boys' group gathers and one member says everyone is shocked just as expected. But there's a greater problem now. Their lord will return in only 1 day, and he wonders whether any yellow badges remain. Instead of taking one from an instructor, perhaps they can steal one from another group. While they're speaking, Baek comes over to talk with Hwang. The next night, around 10, the boy sits alone in detention. But instead of feeling discouraged, he continues training with complete focus, then tells Nano to end the simulation, and she complies. Afterward, he complains that he's hungry. While eating the small balls they gave him, he grumbles that he must survive on this hard, dry food for 4 more days. He also complains that the place is hot and damp, making him sweat constantly, and says an ordinary cadet wouldn't survive even 1 day there. The room is smaller than the training hall, but at least no one is observing him. If he wants this time to matter, he must become as strong as possible within 5 days. Then the door opens and he immediately realizes it's too early. He wonders what's happening. The bloodlust pouring inside is overwhelming. A figure enters with fingernails twisted into a strange shape and lifts the boy using only key telekinesis. He realizes the person is Yoon. Earlier, the previous night at the Poison Clan's western stronghold, the clan leader visited his nephew Jong-sun and began trembling with rage. He immediately ordered them to report the matter to Chief Baek Moon, who also trembled furiously. The chief hated what he saw and became enraged over what happened. Then the bald man said they couldn't let it go and shouldn't wait until the boy left the academy. He suggested sending an assassin, hiring a hostile clan, bribing an instructor, or even having a cook or servant poison his food. But the chief silenced them and asked whether they had forgotten what happened 6 years earlier after Lady Hwa died. Baek Moon argued that if they did nothing, their reputation would suffer. An elder told them not to be foolish. If it were that simple, the Sound Clan would have acted too. He explained that since that incident, the Lord had been searching for any excuse to weaken the 6 clans. Harming a cadet inside the academy would give him the perfect justification. This elder was Bake Moon, head of the Poison clan. Still trembling with hatred, he asked whether they truly had to wait until the boy left the academy. Bake Moon said that's how matters should proceed, but he was going anyway. He intended to meet the left guardian personally. Back in the present, the boy is experiencing the result of that meeting. Suspended in the air under the elders' key control, with one raised hand, Bake Moon crushes him beneath a tremendous wave of pressure. The boy realizes that even with his 10-star key, he cannot resist. This man's strength is far beyond what he expected. The killing intent is filled with pure hostility. He doesn't know why someone this powerful entered the detention center, but one thing is obvious. He isn't there to help. The boy knows that if he does nothing, he'll die, so he begins forcing his arms to move using only raw strength, surprising Bakyu. The old man didn't expect a child to resist with physical force instead of internal energy, and wonders whether anyone can truly possess such monstrous external strength. Then he decides there's no reason to wait and pulls the boy closer. He grabs his neck with one hand, and Nano detects a powerful hostile force and activates defense mode. But the boy tells her to stop. He knows they must be careful. If Nano counters too quickly, he may suffer even greater injury. Since the old man came for a reason, he decides to wait. Bakyu notices that he didn't attempt to break the key technique and admits the boy reacted intelligently. He says he came to see the face of the one who harmed his grandson. But this boy may still prove useful. Hearing that, the boy wonders whether he means Kim Jong-sun. Then he finally understands who this is, the Poison Clan chief, the mysterious demonic staff, Bakyu. Bakyu assumes the boy already knows why he came. The boy wonders whether he's about to be killed and desperately searches for a way out. With only a little more pressure, the old man could snap his neck. He cannot believe this may be how he dies before achieving revenge. Bakyu says that even at 15, the boy faces death by staring back instead of panicking. This makes him think the boy requires a proper lesson. So he grabs his staff and strikes him, sending him crashing into the wall. The blow makes the boy spit blood everywhere, and then Bakyu quickly uses ki to drag him by the neck back into his hand. He believes that should have erased the arrogance from the boy's eyes, but nothing changes. The boy continues glaring at him with open hatred. Bakyu already knew he was filled with hate after destroying Jong-sun's Dantian, but seeing this much rage makes one thing clear. If left alone, he'll become a grave threat. Even so, the boy asks whether he's truly going to violate cult law and kill him. Bakyu notices the threat hidden behind those words. He says that if they killed him and dissolved the body with acid, who would ever know? The boy answers that they could certainly erase the evidence, but if he disappeared from the academy, the Poison Clan would be the first suspect. This makes Bakyu admit the boy isn't ordinary. His martial talent, clear judgment, and refusal to break even in a life-or-death situation are far beyond his age. If he matures, he could become dangerous. Bakyu thinks that if not for the academy, he would end the boy's life immediately. He tells him he's clever, but injuring his grandsons and placing a target on himself proves he isn't clever enough. As he said, he cannot kill him here, but he can make a promise. The moment the boy leaves the academy, Bakyu will inflict unimaginable pain, breaking every bone in his body and skinning him before feeding his flesh to beasts. Afterward, he'll destroy his Dantian and torture him until his final breath, regardless of how much he begs. The boy feels the killing intent becoming heavier and heavier. Then the old man forces his mouth open, making him cough up more blood. But Bakyu says leaving him with only that would be a waste, so he'll give him a small gift. As he takes a bead from his arm, the boy realizes he's using sound telepathy. The old man says this means the boy will meet that other old man Very soon, he forces the object into his mouth, and while the boy swallows it, Bakyu says it isn't a lethal poison. But if he tells anyone that Bakyu violated cult law, he'll die. Then he throws the boy aside, slamming him into the wall again and leaving him collapsed on the ground. Bakyu turns to leave and tells him to remain like that until they meet again, leaving the boy barely alive. He's burning with hatred, and after Bakyu leaves, the door closes behind him. Outside, the left guardian speaks. They had an agreement, but Bakyu asks whether he truly expected him to give only a warning to someone who harmed his own blood. The left guardian has little to say. Bakyu dismisses the matter and apologizes for losing his temper, adding that he didn't go far enough to cause internal injuries, so there's nothing to worry about. The left guardian lets it pass. Bakyu thanks him for helping an old man, but the left guardian warns him not to cause trouble. He permitted this only because Bakyu swore not to harm the boy during his 4 years at the academy. Bakyu tells him not to worry. Once that old man is in the grave, no one will know anything. Meanwhile, Chian looks back and says he has only 4 years of protection there. After that, his life depends entirely on him. Right now, the boy remains on the ground, suffering from the attack. He twists in pain and says it must be poison. Since it entered through his mouth, he orders Nano to force it out immediately. But after analyzing it, Nano says the poison weakens energy. If only the toxic component is removed, what remains can strengthen his dantian like a medicinal pill. This shocks him. He realizes Bakyu intended to drain his internal energy so he could kill him after Chinan failed the 3rd test and was expelled. Unfortunately for Bakyu, without Nano, the plan would have succeeded. So the protagonist tells Nano to remove only the poison. She agrees, and it begins leaving through his skin. The smell is horrible, and even that tiny amount reeks terribly. Nano says the poison has been removed, and the remaining substance is reacting well with the energy flowing through his 14 meridian points, stimulating his dantian. Kian says it sounds like the dragon medicine pill. If that's true, he wants to meditate using the breathing technique. If he's correct, this is an enormous blessing in disguise, and Nano quickly accelerates his metabolism. After some time meditating in confinement, the cave becomes hot. Ki begins pouring from his body until he opens his eyes in astonishment. His energy increased from 60 years to 90. He says the Poison Clan leader didn't give him a small gift. He gave him an enormous one. He still cannot believe the Poison Clan dared attempt that. Without Nano, he would have faced serious danger. He blames his own carelessness, admits he was fortunate this time, and swears never to lose control again. As he wipes himself with a cloth, it begins smelling so terrible that he decides he can no longer wear that shirt. Then he notices something behind him and wonders what it is because a faint breeze is passing through. He looks back and sees cracks in the wall. He remembers the sound from when he was thrown against it. It sounded hollow, so he begins breaking the area open and discovers a hole. It gives way after only a few strikes. If he digs further, he should be able to pass through. Soon he opens a passage leading to another section of the cave. This surprises him. He expected a larger cavern, but instead it connects to a tunnel. He asks Nano for night vision, then enters, wondering whether it was intentionally sealed. If so, something must be hidden there. Nano detects faint light at the tunnel's end, and he wonders whether it might be glowing stones, but as he approaches, it becomes far too bright, so he tells Nano to disable night vision. When he emerges, he discovers a place filled with highly unusual structures. He wonders where he is. After dropping to the floor below, he cannot believe such a place exists inside the detention center. He guesses it was once an exit, but because it's blocked, no one uses it anymore. Then he notices something on the ground and wonders what the marks are. There are several, and they resemble drag marks, as though something enormous, perhaps a monolith, was pulled across the floor. This reminds him of the monoliths, and he begins realizing something. significant. He tells Nano to activate augmented reality and create a 3D model of the sapphire monolith from the library's first floor. Nano recreates it before him, and Kian asks her to compare its shape with the marks on the ground. She says she'll analyze them, then reconstructs the area's layout and concludes that this was probably the original location of the first floor monolith. He says that matches his suspicion, then asks her to repeat the process with the second floor monolith. As she reconstructs that one as well, he confirms that this truly is where the monoliths were originally kept. But why separate them across different floors instead of leaving them together? And he notices a stone pillar bearing the inscription Heavenly Demonic Sword Art, with many dots beneath the words. This shocks him because whenever people discuss the Heavenly Demonic Cult Lord, one martial art always comes to mind. It's the cult's strongest and most famous art, the Heavenly Demonic God Art. Every cult member knows its greatness, and outsiders call it one of the 3 greatest divine arts. So what is the Heavenly Demonic Sword Art? At first, he wonders whether it's a breathing technique, then concludes it's more likely a sword art. But why has he never heard of it? Jang already told him that the strongest technique learned by the Lord was the Heavenly Demonic Sword Technique. So he wonders whether this is the true name of the absolute sword recorded on the monolith. He asks Nano to compare the inscription with the monolith's text. She says they're identical, and he remembers what the guard once told him. The guard mentioned a rumor that the ancestor left behind a sword technique created during his moment of enlightenment. Now Qian realizes that the true name of the absolute sword created by the demonic ancestor was the Heavenly Demonic Sword Art. He also notices the holes are arranged like a rising dragon. He wonders what that means. Could it connect to the number of holes? There are 24 of them. The art contains 24 movements, and he cannot imagine any other connection. Still, there must be a reason they form a rising dragon. He continues thinking about it and looks up again toward the chamber's ceiling, wondering whether something is hidden there. But when he looks, the light nearly burns his eyes. Then he realizes that hiding a secret in light instead of darkness is brilliant. Nothing left by the ancestor was ever easy to obtain. He asks Nano to adjust his eyes, and she quickly activates anti-light vision. Now he cannot believe what he sees. All those lamps contain inscriptions. He tells Nano to analyze every one of them. She scans the carved stones, and he asks for 3D models so he can examine them closely. Once they appear, he begins sorting the stones according to their relevance to martial arts. Nano says she found writing and diagrams for a breathing technique on 24 stones. Among them, he notices the same rising dragon symbol. He's stunned that Nano understood it before he did. Now he realizes the holes in the pillar pointed toward these stones. He tells Nano to remove all the others and leave only those 24. Looking at them, he realizes they contain a breathing technique, but it instructs the practitioner to circulate internal energy through specific pressure points while performing exact movements. Those movements are identical to the sword technique from the monolith. Once he understands, he can barely believe it. The method requires using the breathing technique while performing the same sword movements. Ordinary breathing arts are usually practiced while sitting cross-legged or lying down because breathing is easier. This is strange, but he decides to attempt it anyway. He asks Nano to transfer the information from the dragon's head to its tail, and everything flows into his mind. He begins breathing while controlling his ki according to the method, then starts moving at the same time. Nano says powerful energy is surging through his 14 meridians and begins analyzing the data. The boy begins combining the techniques in a remarkable manner. After some time, while the guards outside are yawning, he continues training inside what was supposed to be his prison and becomes better and better. He asks Nano how long he has been training. Nano says he has been moving for 2 hours and the floor is covered with holes. This startles him. He moved for 2 full hours, yet instead of feeling exhausted, he feels refreshed. The more he repeats the movements, the faster his ki seems to circulate. Nano confirms that his energy circulation has accelerated. He asks whether that's truly possible and decides to test his ki. As he uses it, energy continues growing stronger, and he realizes it's far faster now. He can even form a ki sword, saying that with this improved flow, he can release the blade more freely. He says this cannot be compared with ordinary breathing arts. It's a truly supreme breathing technique. Then he thinks that when the sword movements and breathing technique become completely unified, that must be the true sword art. At that moment, he begins viewing the demonic ancestor as something close to divine. He drops to his knees and bows before his beloved ancestor, asking him to accept the respect of his descendant before the pillar. 4 days later, Qian's group reports that the latest news is that Blade Clan candidate Xiongyu Qian has 4 badges. Sword Clan candidate Xiong Chenggu has 2. Cadet 700 from the Nihilist clan Sama Sha also has 2. Besides them, 7 cadets each have 1 badge, making 11 group leaders in total. The bald man cannot believe it. The only remaining badge belongs to instructor Hao Jinshang. Wang Hu says his greatest fears have come true. Bong points out that 3 people obtained more than half the badges, and no one could stop or challenge them. That happened only because they were so powerful. Wang Hu says the rumors claim they've reached expert level, perhaps even higher, because they've been working together for some time. Someone mutters that things could have gone terribly. Another tells him to look at the positive side. They eliminated the unreliable members. Wang Xiang and Hao Jiangying were the unfortunate ones. Still, Wang Hu says this path simply wasn't meant for them. Bong begins explaining why. They started behaving strangely immediately after learning that their lord destroyed Zhang's Dantian. Afterward, they apologized and said they wanted to remain, but apparently they couldn't. Bong says they left with another group the moment the Lord's punishment was decided. Knowing how opportunistic they are, he wonders whether they'll succeed elsewhere. This leaves all 6 of them discouraged. Wang wonders whether he ruined the mood and tells everyone not to, becomes so depressed. They may have lost 2 men, but they still have Baekgi, and he's worth 100. Baekgi tells them to stop, flattering him. Wang Hu says it's true. Without Baekgi, both he and their lord would have faced serious trouble. Someone adds that if Baekgi hadn't defeated the instructor 4 days earlier, their group would have collapsed. They're all grateful. Baekgi says he helped only because he owed Cadet 7 a debt, although he isn't certain Cadet 7 would accept that. Wang Hu replies that if he didn't care, he wouldn't have helped at all. Baek admits that's true. Afterward, they stop talking and practice the 7 demon swords until dinner. By dinner time, they're standing before the dining hall. The group begins separating. Wang Hu asks whether Baekgi is skipping dinner. Baekgi says he normally skips lunch and eats only at night, but he had lunch because of them. Hearing that, Wang Hu decides he might skip dinner too, surprising Baekgi. Wang Hu says that even if it's temporary, Baekgi is the group leader, so he must protect him. Baekgi says he's merely going to the training center, tells him not to worry. The others say they're returning to the dormitory because training is finished, but Wang Hu still hesitates. Baekgi simply tells him to enjoy dinner. Everyone can see he's conflicted. He loves food, so missing a meal hurts. One member says he and Bong will go instead and tells Wang Hu to eat. Wang immediately brightens, while Bong is annoyed that they decided for him. Then they follow Baekgi. He asks whether they aren't going to eat, and they answer that missing one meal won't kill them. They came because they're worried. He's the leader, and they cannot allow him to be attacked outside, but Baekgi says they're far too protective. He jokes that Cadet 7 won't even be able to eat peacefully. After leaving, Bong is still starving, but he continues following. Soon, they reach the training center. Baekgi tells them they can stop following because he's already arrived. but they still believe anything could happen. He points out that they're practically at the entrance. Then Baek-gi senses something. When they ask what it is, he steps before both of them. A massive group suddenly surrounds them, but Baek-gi remains calm. Seeing the wooden swords, he concludes they had been waiting for him. This was clearly an ambush. Bong then recognizes the man in front. It's Ha Will-me-off, the one who arranged the trap. Baek-gi also notices something else. Several people there are from his former team. They ask whether he's enjoying himself after abandoning his original group. Baek-gi knows he's in a difficult position. One of his allies asks what they want. The leader mocks them, asking whether they truly don't know. Then he demands Baek-gi's badge. Baek-gi asks whether he truly expects him to hand it over. The leader warns that if he refuses, he'll be injured. Then he worsens the threat. He says they're Cadet 7's lackeys, so even if they surrender the badge, he still won't let them leave easily. Oh, Young hates being called a lackey, while Baek-gi tries to determine what to do. He may be a natural-born expert, but that isn't enough to fight 30 advanced cadets alone, and My Byung is approximately as strong as he is. Baek-gi begins speaking to Young through sound transmission. He says he'll surrender the badge, while Young must escape with Bong. Young asks what Baek-gi plans to do, and Baek-gi says they cannot all escape together. He'll hold them back as long as possible, but Young snaps and tells him not to be insane. They're leaving together. Baek-gi calls him an idiot. If they lose the badge, the group will dissolve again, making all their efforts meaningless. He adds that even the protagonist probably couldn't steal a badge from a senior instructor. My Byung realizes they're using sound transmission to communicate. He refuses to watch and orders everyone to attack. Baek-gi responds immediately. He throws the badge into Bong's hand and tells him to run. Bong is left wondering why he was chosen, but Baek-gi is already thinking about how sorry he feels. He understands why his former teammates are angry after he abandoned them as leader. Even so, he cannot forgive this, so he charges directly into the attackers. He tears through their center, spinning and striking in every direction. My Byung watches carefully and begins to understand. Baek-gi's level remains too high to ignore. My Byung wonders whether he's truly still only a natural-born expert like himself. Then Baek-gi shouts to them that they still have a chance to escape. Zhang and Bong finally move and run, but while fleeing, Bong's cap falls off, revealing his bald head. Someone immediately shouts to catch him. The bald man has the badge. Bong angrily shouts, asking who they called bald, but Baek-gi yells at him to shut up and keep running. They continue calling him bald anyway. As Bong runs beside Zhang, Zhang becomes worried. Bong's movement techniques are too slow to escape them, so Zhang suddenly stops and tells Bong to give him the badge. Once Bong hands it over, Zhang orders him to continue running, regardless of what happens. Then Zhang runs in another direction, separating from him. Bong panics. If Zhang is caught, he'll be crushed, so Bong decides he must reach the dining hall and warn Wonho. He runs as fast as possible, already able to see it, but then he notices something strange and stops. Looking back, he wonders why no one is pursuing him. Even so, he rushes into the dining hall. He finds Wonho, who asks why Bong is covered in sweat. Still gasping, Bong says they must reach the training center immediately. Wonho asks what happened, and Bong says it was an ambush. Baek-gi and Zhang are fighting. This shocks everyone. Wonho immediately takes off, racing ahead of the others. His greatest fear has come true. When he arrives, he sees the aftermath. Baek-gi is surrounded, still standing before everyone. Then Wonho notices that Zhang has been knocked unconscious. He immediately assumes the protagonist's brother must have planned the ambush. Furious, he demands to know how they dared do this. Bong realizes his fears were correct. One of the heirs has appeared. The heir sneers that they seem to have a pest problem. Wonho becomes angry at the insult and asks whether Zhang truly has the nerve to speak like that after arranging an ambush and plotting against them. But then Baek-gi stops him. He says Zhang wasn't the one who attacked them. Zhang realizes they've misunderstood everything. Still, he says they owe him regardless because they lost the badge and now have no chance. Baek-gi thanks him for the assistance but says it won't change his decision. Zhang tells him to consider the offer. He says Baek-gi will have plenty of time to think about it, and they leave. Once they're gone, Wonho drops to the ground in relief. He asks about Baek-gi's wound. Baek-gi says he's fine. It isn't deep, but they did lose the badge, and he apologizes. Bong realizes Zhang endured until the very end to protect it. He begins cursing uncontrollably. Later, Wonho asks Baek-gi what truly happened. So Baek-gi explains, while they were being pursued, everyone chased Zhang. Then Zhang tripped and rolled across the ground. His pursuers piled onto him and tried everything possible to tear the badge from his hand. Even while being beaten, he refused to release it. Baek-gi says Zhang ran desperately after Bong gave him the badge, but eventually he was caught and lost it. Meanwhile, while Baek-gi fought Mi-byung, he managed to push him back forcefully. Baek-gi says Mi-byung may be a natural-born expert, but still couldn't face him alone. The problem began when Mi-byung's allies joined in and injured Baek-gi's leg. This made him fall, and Mi-byung moved in to finish him. But at that moment, someone else appeared and apologized for interrupting. As he approached, he said Baek-gi was someone he'd watched for some time, then asked why they didn't simply hand Baek-gi over to him. Mi-byung told him not to interfere in someone else's affairs and asked whether he truly believed he could intervene while so heavily outnumbered. The newcomer clearly didn't care. He continued walking forward and knocked aside everyone in his path. Then he stopped directly before Mi-byung and asked whether having several extra lackeys truly mattered. Did Mi-byung still want to challenge him? Mi-byung had no choice but to retreat. Even while bleeding, Baek-gi rose and called to Yu-chan, saying he owed him one. He said the badges were gone, so he couldn't obtain another, but that still didn't mean he would become Yu-chan's subordinate. Then Baek-gi tells his friends he obviously rejected the offer. Immediately afterward, they arrived. Wonho says he didn't know Cadet 5 was interested in Baek-gi and asks whether it was because of the heir's conflict. Still, he says that doesn't matter because they've now run out of options. Homan asks whether they can gather more cadets and retaliate. Wonho says that would mean relying on people who care only about themselves, not those who sincerely wish to serve their sovereign, which goes against his beliefs. This leaves Homan discouraged. Baek-gi asks what they're supposed to do now, but Wonho says only one path remains. Baek-gi realizes he means the senior instructor's badge, but reminds him that obtaining it is impossible. Wonho says he understands that better than anyone because he fought the man personally, and now even the heirs avoid him. Even so, they must trust their sovereign. Baek-gi wonders whether all they can do is wait and continue believing in him. Bong says he'll take Zhang to the infirmary. Homan tries to help, but Bong says he must say something first. He tells Wonho that just as he said, Bong also trusts their sovereign more than anyone, but simply depending on him doesn't feel right. If they serve him, they should accomplish something themselves. If there truly is no other option before he returns tomorrow, they should at least gather more cadets. Hearing this, Wonho lowers his head in frustration. Bong begins thinking he may have spoken too harshly, but then Wonho laughs and says he's right. They shouldn't merely depend on him. As servants, they should act as his hands and feet. He even says Bong may be the most loyal among them. The others are impressed, saying Bong occasionally has excellent ideas. He decides to stop wasting time and quickly leaves to recruit people. The next morning, around 8 a.m., the instructors head toward the protagonist's cell, wondering how he endured. Upon arriving, they say it's the final day of Xian's punishment. and order the door opened. Then one approaches Cadet 7 and tells him his punishment has ended. But the protagonist is sitting there calmly, meditating. He opens his eyes and looks at them, leaving the instructor stunned. When he steps out, he appears even healthier, and they say the boy's body has clearly improved. More importantly, those aren't the eyes of someone who spent 5 days imprisoned in a dark cave. His gaze is sharper than before. Then they remember to ask what happened to his shirt. When he shows it to them, the odor is horrible. One blurts out how terrible it smells. He asks what Chan did to that shirt and throws it away. Inside, they inspect the cave and say everything appears normal, so they decide to head downstairs. Chan quietly feels relieved that they didn't notice the hole he concealed with rocks. Then he asks how many badges remain, and the instructors notice that he still hasn't surrendered. They tell him only one is left. The protagonist concludes it must belong to the senior instructor, and one instructor says he should already know that stealing his badge isn't the only option. Chan says he understands and could target other cadets, but instead, he tells the instructor he wants to see Ho Jin-shen immediately. This surprises them. Still, they tell him to bathe first because he smells absolutely terrible. Then one instructor asks whether he has lost his mind. Smell aside, he warns Chan not to attempt something beyond his ability. Another agrees and tells him not to act recklessly merely because he's desperate. Even so, he refuses to retreat. He thanks them for the warning and says that if the fight becomes too difficult, he'll surrender midway. So he asks for one opportunity. One instructor says this child learned nothing from punishment, wondering why he would accept such a difficult challenge. He even doubts the senior instructor would show mercy once the fight begins. But because Chiwon is so determined, they have no choice. They tell him to avoid injury if possible, or he'll have no chance. The protagonist promises to remember that. Sometime later, Bong attempts to recruit someone to serve Cadet 7, but the man calls him insane, asks what nonsense he came to say, and orders Bong to leave. Bong remains behind. Realizing this was his 4th rejection, he becomes discouraged but says he'll continue trying a little longer. Before he can do anything else, he notices a commotion and wonders whether some kind of problem occurred. Then he sees the crowd stirring and asks what's happening. Is Chiwon truly going to challenge the senior instructor immediately after his punishment ended? Hojin steps before everyone and is surprised to see Cadet 7. He thinks it's a pleasant surprise that one of his top duel candidates came voluntarily. Ann greets the instructor, and Hojin says it's been a while. He praises him for enduring the detention center and asks whether he wants to fight with wooden swords or bare hands. The protagonist chooses bare hands. They agree to begin and everyone becomes excited about the challenge while Bong watches in shock and fear. Then Hojin releases his ki and assumes a fighting stance. Everyone feels the pressure and wonders whether Cadet 7 can truly defeat him, especially since even Cadet 5 surrendered. Jo-san says he already lost too, much through punishment. But if he wants the cadet's support, he must do this. Hojin tells him to attack first. He remembers that within the cult, power is everything. All he must do is prove his ability. He tells Hojin he's eager to learn from him, but the moment he releases his presence, he bursts forward with a single step, appearing directly before Hojin and catching him off guard. Hojin realizes he's fast but still says he already studied Chun's blade techniques and moves to attack. The protagonist instantly channels ki into his finger and stops Hojin's attack, deflecting the blow and forcing his hand aside. Hojin is shocked. Chunin used a sword technique rather than a blade technique, and while he's still surprised, the protagonist continues pressing the attack. Hojin realizes he's neutralizing the 5th sword form movement by movement, and it isn't merely quick reflexes. He asks how the boy can use techniques at that level, then says he hopes Chian won't mind if he becomes serious, excited. He increases the pressure and uses the 7 demon swords' fourth technique, simultaneous release. Everyone watches him unleash the first through fourth movements together, blending them into a master-level demon sword technique. But then Qian uses the heavenly, demonic sword art. Everyone wonders what it was as he stops all of Jin Chan's attacks and pushes him to his limit. Then Hojin senses something wrong. He realizes the sword technique cannot be blocked, so he must prepare defensive ki. But he's still struck and launched into the air by Qian. Everyone is left speechless as Jin Chan crashes behind him from the strike. Qian thinks everything happened exactly as in augmented reality. The 7 swords and destructive sword are similar. Jin Chan begins growing angry and releases even more ki. Sama notices that the destroyer's fighting spirit hasn't faded at all. The duel isn't finished. Jin Chan thinks it's fortunate he used 10-star ki to endure that blow, because with real swords, he would have died. Even without actual blades, he raises the pressure again, now wanting to fight the boy with everything he has. Qian notices that he released all his ki and changed stances. This battle is becoming far more dangerous. The protagonist remembers hearing that powerful martial artists can expel foreign ki from their bodies, so the fight won't end merely because he landed the first strike. Jin Chan stares at him with a wild grin and asks whether he wants to enjoy this a little longer, but then he senses something and suddenly stops, just like that. All his pressure disappears. Qian wonders what's happening and why his fighting spirit is fading. Then Jin Chan says he's deeply impressed. Qian is the perfect example of someone who becomes stronger every day. He thinks perhaps a monster beyond the main bloodline's imagination has been born, so he abandons whatever plans he had and gives Qian his badge as an instructor. He admits he lost today and says the protagonist is more than qualified to become a leader. With that, the protagonist thanks the instructor. Everyone realizes he truly succeeded and is shocked by how the fight ended. Bong nearly cries as he calls to his sovereign, saying they had been waiting for him to return. Qian apologizes for worrying him, and Bong tells him never to apologize that way again. Hojin is pleased with how everything ended until Baek approaches him. He wonders what Baek wants because he appears to have something important to say. Then Baek kneels before him. Everyone is stunned, and Qian can only wonder what the hell is happening. Baek Gi says he wants to express his gratitude. He tells everyone that young Master Qian saved him from the Poison Clan. This shocks the crowd. They realize Cadet 18 was poisoned and ask what he means. Baek Gi says that after the protagonist saved him, he even went to detention because of it, which moved him deeply. The protagonist asks why he's speaking that way. The others begin whispering, realizing Cadet 7 did all that for Cadet 18. Now they wonder why Baek Gi is kneeling and why he was treated that way in the first place. Blushing intensely, Baek Gi swears to spend his life serving Qian as a loyal subordinate. The protagonist finally understands. Baek Gi created this story himself. More gossip spreads. Cadet 18 belongs to Cadet 7, and everything the protagonist did was to protect his man. Wonho says Baek Gi did well, but adds that the speech was quite embarrassing. Baek Gi snaps that he'll never follow Wonho's ideas again, and Wonho admits that's fair. Then another instructor checks on Hojin and asks whether he'll be all right. Hojin responds by asking whether he looks ashamed. He says Qian earned the badge through skill and a fair fight. The instructor calls him an extraordinary child for learning such a powerful technique, then wonders whether a guardian taught it to him. Hojin says perhaps, and because the protagonist's master is a grandmaster, it's possible. Still, the instructor cannot understand why someone famous for blade techniques would teach his student a sword art. He asks whether Hojin is coming to the office, but Hojin tells him to go ahead because he wants some fresh air. When he arrives there, he encounters Myung. Myung tells Hojin that he finally arrived. Hojin remembers Myung telling him to stop and wonders whether Myung warned him through telepathy that he was losing control. Myung says anyone would have reacted similarly against a technique like that. He says that in his youth, he fought hundreds of battles between justice and evil and often fought beside his lord. So when it comes to personally assisting the lord as a guardian, Myung says Hojin should understand that better than anyone. Then he mentions the technique Chan used. Unless his eyes deceived him, it resembled the lord's heavenly demonic sword, perhaps even surpassing it. The heavenly demonic sword is said to be one of the demon cult's greatest arts, created by the heavenly demon himself and passed down only to the lords. People say their ancestor, the greatest genius of his age, ruled as the world's strongest martial artist because of those techniques. Myung thinks that, although the movement initially appears similar, it may actually be a sword art surpassing even the Lord's heavenly demonic sword. He cannot understand how a child could perform it. He wonders whether Qian learned it from the sapphire monolith, which supposedly contains the ancestors' enlightenment. But those carvings are badly damaged and covered in sword marks. Myung studied them thousands of times and learned nothing, so he cannot understand how the protagonist succeeded. Hojin begins to speak to the director, but Myung interrupts and says, they should keep this secret for now. Hojin realizes Myung is thinking the same thing and agrees that's best for the moment. Meanwhile, a woman approaches Chan. She says his sacrifice for a subordinate deeply moved her. She heard he's recruiting talented people regardless of gender or clan, and Ho Sang of the Axe clan says that if he accepts her, she'll devote her life to serving him. Wang Hu immediately turns bright red while staring at her, and Baek wonders what's wrong with him. While the boy looks completely dazed, another woman approaches and tells Xian that her martial arts may not be exceptional, but if he accepts her, she'll swear eternal loyalty. The protagonist says martial arts can always improve. Her determination to serve matters more, so he gladly welcomes her into the group. Then a man says his name is Jin Guk, the Jin family's eldest son, and swears eternal service. The protagonist thanks him. Bong wonders whether that's slightly excessive, while Wang Hu and Baek Gi think they just gained another Bong. They believe this may become a problem because they still need 3 more members. Still, now that their lord has another badge, it's only a matter of time before more people join. Chan asks where the rest of his followers are. Baek doesn't know what to say, and Wang Hu says they should first find somewhere private. So they all go there. Once they arrive, the protagonist begins piecing everything together and realizes Wang Hu, Rhoda, and Myung left. He thanks Chu and Min for attempting to recruit people, and they say they're simply glad he returned safely. Then Chu-eun asks where Zhang is. The question makes everyone silent. Even so, the protagonist tells them to explain what happened. After hearing the story, he realizes that's why Zhang was hospitalized. He also sees that Myung still hasn't let the matter go. Baek notices Chu-eun is different now. He's still angry, but unlike before, he's keeping his killing intent under control. It appears he won't charge in blindly this time. Wang Hu asks what he intends to do. He believes the academy wanted cadets fighting over badges. Even if it's twisted, he cannot say their actions were completely wrong, but none of them are willing to forgive what happened. So the protagonist says they owe him a debt. Now it's time for them to repay it. Baek Gi begins wondering whether Chu-eun truly has changed. Meanwhile, one of Yu-chan's followers reports that just as instructed, they provoked Myung by taking Baek Gi's badge. Yu-chan asks whether he was that group's leader because something feels wrong, but he doesn't dwell on it. The man says Yu-chan asked about Yeo Myung. He was hospitalized with severe internal injuries. But there's something more important. Yu-chan asks whether he truly thinks he would break his promise, then hands over the badges. But he adds that the agreement wasn't fully completed, and the man asks what he means. Yu-chan reminds him that the agreement was to help him win over Baek Gi, then asks whether Baek Gi is present now. Frustrated and unable to answer, the man asks what Yuchan wants him to do. Yuchan says nothing excessive. If he wants baked Gi, he only needs to show him even deeper despair. The man realizes Yuchan is rotten to the core. Yuchan asks whether he understands. People notice goodness only after experiencing suffering. Now that he considers it, he doesn't truly have anyone suitable to lead the group, especially after Jiang Zhu was crushed. The man can barely believe what he's hearing. Then Yuchan calls for Yampa and says he'll give him another opportunity. Yampa immediately brightens. Yuchan orders him to gather those men, destroy Bakgi, wipe out Group 1, and steal their badge. Then he asks whether Yampa already understands how to do it. He warns him not to make another foolish mistake, and Yampa promises he won't disappoint him. Yuchan says that once they obtain the badge, they should form a group with those men under Yampa's command. That way, they still gain a group leader, benefiting both sides. The man realizes Yuchan intends to exploit even his own followers and becomes completely disgusted. Elsewhere, a group is training when someone arrives asking for Myong, the leader of Group 6. Yampa steps forward and introduces himself as Cadet 200, but Myong notices someone else, boy in the back. That boy recognizes the men behind Yumpa as the same ones who helped chase Baek Yi and asks what they want. Yumpa gets straight to the point. He needs Myong's help because he wants a badge to pass the third test. Myong scoffs and asks why he'd help when there's nothing in it for him, then tells him to stop wasting his training time and get lost. But Yumpa asks what he'd think if the target were Chuan's group. That gets Myong's attention. Yumpa notices and says he personally owes the protagonist a lot. He suffered plenty because of that kid. If they take MC's badge, his group will fall apart. After all, who would follow someone who lost his group twice? And of course, that would make Chuyun's side much more likely to be disqualified before the third test. Mong realizes Youngpa wants to finish what started yesterday, but his strength is no joke. He asks if they really have no choice, but to work together. In the end, Myong agrees. Youngpa thanks him for making the smart choice, but Myong asks when they'll strike. Youngpa says right now. Myong gets excited and says he likes that approach. Meanwhile, Chain is with his group when those men suddenly show up with a huge brute, calling the protagonist people filthy rats. They sneer that they love hiding in the mountains. Chain says he was already on his way to find them, so he's grateful they came to him instead. Myong asks why he's smiling. Doesn't he understand the situation? MC fires back that Myong should be asking himself that. Then the boy who's had enough suddenly tells them to lower their swords. Both Yumpa and Myong are shocked as everyone closes in around them. They both wonder what's happening. Shin asks again, who's the real fool here? 4 hours earlier in the empty field behind the specialist training center, that boy approaches Pyeonghak and asks if he'll really be all right going alone. Pyeonghak says there's nothing else they can do because they were told to go by themselves. Still, he has a bad feeling. The boy says one badge won't be enough for all 20 of them. If anything, it'll just make them turn on one another. Pyong answers that they still can't sit around doing nothing, and the boy begins to understand his point. He continues, saying they won't survive if they're afraid to get their hands dirty. Giving up just because they're weak will only destroy them. Even then, the boy hesitates. Using their former leader as leverage feels too extreme. Byung tells him there's no use crying over what already happened. He says to stop worrying about the group and promises him a place once he becomes leader. Right then, Chan appears and tells them to wait. Both of them freeze. In surprise, he asks why they look so shaken. The others quickly surround him. Then Byung asks whether they really made a deal, using his name. They're stunned to see him there. Chan asks if they came to get revenge for yesterday. Wonho refuses to let it go. After being used like a filthy rat, he says there's no way he'd forgive them. Nudoki, Baekji, Shinwan, and Wonho are all there, talking about how badly the protagonist destroyed the others and saying everyone should avoid him, especially after seeing how many he sent. To the infirmary, Mayong tries to act tough, saying they still have the advantage in numbers. Yongpa calls him an idiot for saying that to his face. Then he rushes forward so quickly, Bangkok can't even react. As MC closes in, he grabs the boy's arm. He tries to hold back, knowing one full power punch could tear the kid apart. But when he strikes, blood bursts from the boy's mouth, and he's launched away by a single punch. That one hit leaves the entire opposing side speechless. The kid tumbles across the ground while his friend shouts for Pium Hak. When the boy finally hits the ground, Hyampa realizes he may not have held back as much as he thought. While everyone is still stunned, Bong steps forward and asks where the badge is, the one they took yesterday after breaking all of Oh Jong's fingers. The boy says Cadet 108. Myung has it. That's exactly what Wan Hu expected. And Xian says there's no way a greedy man like that would leave it. With these losers, Bong starts beating the boy again, but Baik tells him to stop. Bong snaps back, asking if he suddenly became soft because of his old group. Baik tells him to wait. He wants to know about the deal made in his name. The boy admits Chan told him to corner Baik, attack him, and steal the badge. That catches Chan off guard. Baik can't believe it either. He thought he had nothing more to do with Chan, but now it seems this was all part of his plan. Baik asks if they were promised a badge in return, and the boy starts apologizing. Baik cuts him off, calling all of them trash, while Bong keeps hitting him. Bong says he'll do to this man what they did to Zhang, but Wan Hu stops him. Bong asks what he wants. Wan Hu says beating him isn't enough. If they handle this properly, they can turn everyone against Chan. He looks at Cadet 670 and asks if he truly believes the young master's promises. The boy doesn't understand. Wan Hu asks if he really thinks Chan would hand or a badge. The boy insists the young master promised. Wan Hu says he understands now. Since they're a group of 20, Chan must have promised 2 badges. The boy can't deny it. That enrages everyone. They realize only 1 badge was ever coming and start shouting at 670, saying he told them they were all in this together and would be accepted into the group even if the ambush failed. Wan Hu points out that they were deceived first, and now they're turning on one another. 670 asks what he means. Wan Hu asks if they truly believe Chan failed to anticipate this. If they fight among themselves, they're doing exactly what he wants. That's when they finally understand. They were nothing but pawns. Wan Hu likes where this is going and tells them to stop shouting. If they're truly angry, they should take revenge. Back in the present, 670 tells everyone to lower their swords. His entire group obeys. Yampa asks what this is supposed to mean. 670 asks whether he truly thought 1 badge was enough as a guarantee. Then he says Yampa must think they're idiots. Yampa begins realizing someone reached them first. And Bong speaks. He says Yampa couldn't even take the destroyer's badge because he lacks skill. So how dare he act tough when he only knows how to ambush people with a mob? That strikes a nerve, and the man grits his teeth in rage. He asks how Bong dares call him weak when they were the ones hiding like frightened rats. Poger laughs and says he agrees with Bong. Whatever happens, at least they won't flee like rats. Then he adds that this works out nicely because they never intended to let him leave anyway. The boy becomes even angrier. Chan watches with a cold expression. Maya Ong begins wondering how things became this bad. Pride won't help now, and he considers escaping. But if he abandons his group here, there's no way he'll pass the 3rd test. Yao Chan Pach is panicking too. If he fails now, he'll lose every chance to serve Yao Chan, so he knows he must talk his way out. He turns to Gao Yom and says this is all a misunderstanding. Yao Chan intended to make them captains, so why won't they believe him? Gao asks whether that means everyone will receive badges too. Yimpa hesitates. Gao points out that accepting 19 subordinates would require 2 badges. Now Yimpa understands why they turned against him. He knows the mission is over unless he convinces them, but he also cannot promise something that isn't his to offer. So he proposes a deal he'll ask personally, and they can receive 2 badges. That makes Gao hesitate. Yimpa continues, saying it isn't a lie if he can ask. Of course, Yim Chan will make the final decision. The offer sounds tempting, but Gao asks if he can truly handle what comes next. Yimpa asks what he means, and Chan appears directly behind him, saying Gao wants to know whether he can handle him. Yimpa is completely thrown off. He barely slips away from the hidden attack. Then Maya Ong charges straight at the protagonist with his wooden sword, but Chan doesn't even dodge. He catches the blade with his bare hand and snaps it in front of him. Maya Ong can't believe it. That wooden sword was reinforced with 2 7-star energy, yet it still broke effortlessly. While he's still stunned, a heavy blow crashes into his side, nearly breaking his ribs again and throwing him away. Lying on the ground, he sees Baik still, standing over him, saying he'll be his opponent. Maya Ong angrily shouts that it was a cheap shot as he feels another rib crack. He realizes they're completely outmatched. Running isn't an option for him, but his own men are already panicking and abandoning Yimpa. They know they have no chance against Yimpa and Mon's monstrous group, so all they can think about is breaking through Group 12 and escaping. Maya Ong furiously shouts, asking what they think they're doing. Beck tells him not to lose focus. He charges, and Maya Ong can only defend with one arm. Wonho says it's time for them to begin as well, alongside Bong and the new girl, who's burning with anger and ready for her first fight. Once they all join in, victory comes easily, and Yimpa is pushed harder and harder. Maya Ong keeps taking blows too, most of them directly to his ribs. Yimpa asks how this even happened. They've already lost, and continuing to fight will only make things worse because they can't win. He throws down his sword and bows to Chan, saying he surrenders and the victory is his. MC asks what he's trying to do. Yimpa says the outcome is already decided. They've been defeated, so what else can they do? Then he asks for mercy from a candidate for the throne. Yimpa says that no matter how angry the protagonist is, he must show mercy to someone who surrendered. Xian repeats the word mercy, then grabs Yimpa by the hair. He asks why he should accept that. If Yimpa didn't want to fight, he should have remained a rat from the beginning. Trembling, Yimpa asks what MC is doing to someone who already surrendered. The protagonist tells him to shut up and smashes his face into the ground. Everyone nearby begins trembling. Simply hearing what Sean is doing terrifies them. As blood begins pooling on the ground, the protagonist says Yimpa must pay for targeting the wrong people. Then he says he isn't even close to finished, while Yimpa is already crying. Sean keeps beating him, and Yimpa, half crazed from pain, curses him and asks whether he truly thinks Yao Chan will let this go. The protagonist doesn't react at all, and Yimpa begins wondering whether he pushed things too far. Even so, he tells himself Yao Chan controls the largest faction in the academy right now, so all he can do is wait and hope the name frightens the protagonist at least a little. The protagonist thanks him for the warning. Then he remembers who he's dealing with, the man who shattered every bone in Jungsun's body and slams Yumpa's face into the ground again. It looks like he's no longer interested in talking. After the blow, he leaves the boy unconscious on the ground, perhaps dead, though probably not. The protagonist says that if this was enough to knock him out, then using full strength would have crushed his skull. Now every enemy is on their knees. Before the protagonist, they tremble over what he'll do next. Then he asks about Maya Ong. They drag him over, and Baik explains that he kept resisting, so they struck his paralysis points and silenced him. Maya Ong trembles with rage, thinking that if his ribs weren't broken, he could still fight. Baik asks whether he should let him speak, but the protagonist refuses. He says it's fine. He doesn't want to hear a word from that idiot. So he simply takes the wooden sword from Maya-Ong's hand. That alone makes Maya-Ong panic over what the protagonist intends to do. Then the protagonist grabs one of his fingers and bends it backward until it snaps into an L shape. The pain is so intense it feels as though the boy dies and returns. He begins screaming, and the protagonist tells him to shut up and stop acting dramatic over one small finger. Then he asks whether it hurt and breaks another. Maya-Ong bites his lip hard enough to bleed as he endures it, glaring as though the protagonist is completely insane. Qian glares back and says Zhang suffered just as much. Actually, after being beaten that badly, he was probably in even greater pain. That thought terrifies everyone there because they are the ones responsible. They all curse the protagonist in their minds, and Maya-Ong swears he'll kill him no matter what. The protagonist only smiles at that attitude, then slaps Maya-Ong across the face. The blow nearly destroys the boy's face. After that, the protagonist gives an order. He tells them to break one leg and every finger of Maya-Ong's entire group. Hearing that, the captives are terrified. Gao thinks that if he had allowed Yunpa to persuade him earlier, they'd probably be the ones suffering like this. As the protagonist walks away, Maya-Ong is filled with so much rage that it seems to consume his entire body. Then he enters a berserk state. Bong notices he's back on his feet, radiating a blood-red aura. Bong calls to his lord, but Maya-Ong attacks with everything he has. The protagonist turns around, and Maya-Ong is almost on top of him. While that demonic possession unfolds, over there, Yutian's group is simply training, but he senses something is wrong. They practice the 7 demonic swords exactly as the secret manual instructed, yet it still doesn't look right. They're all advanced martial artists, so they should have mastered it by now. What bothers him is that they still can't recreate the special coordination the formation requires, so he calls for a break and says he needs to read the manual again. Then he turns to Gumpio and asks what he thinks as an observer. Did they perform the formation correctly or not? Gumpio becomes nervous about answering, but Yutian tells him it's fine and not to be afraid, to speak honestly. Gumpio admits it merely looked like everyone was performing the same movement at once. He says he can't be certain because he's never seen the real version. To him it looked ordinary. Yutian realizes he feels the same way, but someone suddenly calls for him. Then a group of badly beaten people is brought in, and everyone asks who they are. One student, wrapped in bandages and covered in blood with only one eye visible, calls him young master. Yutian recognizes the voice of Yunpa. He asks what happened to his face and who is carrying him. Then Myung is thrown to the ground in his demonic state, but this time he's unconscious. Yutian is horrified by the sight. Everyone begins checking the fallen men and realizes one Ho is there, along with Bake and all of Yuan's subordinates. They ask who the other man is and are told it's Yuan. That makes Yutian happy. He asks what happened to him, and they explain that without Myung, Yuan would have died, and that Myung had learned the reverse bloody demonic technique. Yutian is shocked, and they explain that the technique reverses the flow through the blood points to increase strength. It also damages the user's key points and drives them insane, which is why even the cult classified it as dangerous. Yutian decides that man truly is an idiot and assumes he became mad enough to attack friend and foe alike. Still, he thinks they performed better than expected, so he's impressed. But before sending the supposed protagonist to the infirmary, he begins cutting him repeatedly. He says having your tendons sliced must be painful. Still, unlike what happened before, he says he'll leave the Dantian intact. Gao watches him cut the tendons of someone already half dead and thinks he's horrible. He truly has no mercy. Then he begins removing the cloth from the supposed protagonist's face and asks whether he isn't grateful. But when he looks, he freezes. It's Yunpa. He can only think, what the hell is happening? Then the real protagonist charges him. He lands a punch directly in Yutian's face, and blasts him away. The others around Yutian, who hadn't realized that wasn't Yumpa, demand an explanation. But then Yuanhu rises and blows everyone back. They realize he's completely fine and cannot understand how. Wanhu tells everyone to stand. Sunhua says that was quick. She thought they would remain down longer. Baek Gi points out that everything went exactly as planned. Jilan realizes they were deceived, but asks about Master Yutian. Was he knocked unconscious? Then they remember something else strange. That group was the one that brought those men here in the first place, but Gao is standing beside the protagonist too, and they accuse him of betraying his master, calling him a snake. The protagonist says he can't believe they trusted Yumpa that much. He removes the cloth and says perhaps he doesn't even need the disguise anymore. Then everyone sees that Yo-woon was the one who made the entire plan work. Returning to the moment when Myung leaped at the protagonist, Bong panicked. But Baek moved quickly and kicked the boy to stop him. Still, the kick wasn't enough, and Baek was thrown back. He realizes the recoil was incredibly strong and says Myung's ki boost must be extraordinary. Then Myung tries to attack again, but before he can, the protagonist slips behind him and grabs his arm. Myung is shocked as he turns, but the protagonist already has a plan. In an instant, before Myung even understands what happened, he sees the world upside down. The protagonist hurls him into the air effortlessly. Then he drives Myung's back into the ground, making him spit blood. Immediately afterward, he jumps and lands another punch. Myung's face is smashed into the ground. In a normal world, that should have killed him. The protagonist says he probably survived only because the demonic blood made his body tougher. When they ask if he's all right, the protagonist tells them not to worry, recognizes the reverse bloody demonic technique, and says it's his first time seeing it. Wonho adds that mastering a forbidden cult art will certainly get Myung expelled from the academy. Then he asks about the rest. The protagonist says he already dealt with all of them. Their fingers are broken, and they've been thoroughly tortured. Now they only need to be taken to the infirmary. Byung says they've now avenged Zhang and found the true culprit. They should act next, but Wonho tells him to calm down. He understands the anger, but says they don't have enough strength to fight them yet. Myung agrees, saying they need not only equal numbers but at least 2 more natural-born specialists like Baek Ji before even considering another fight. But Sun Hua asks whether she and Wonho together couldn't handle 1 natural-born specialist. The boy turns red when she leans closer, and everyone begins noticing the atmosphere. Gao says that if they need more people, his group can help. All 3 of them turn toward him. They thank Gao but say that even with his group, it would still be dangerous. For now, they decide the best move is taking everyone to the infirmary and planning revenge later. If only they had more natural-born specialists. That's when the protagonist tells everyone to prepare. They're attacking Yu Chan now. Wonho asks whether he already has a plan, and the protagonist says of course he does. Then they're surprised because his voice sounds exactly like Yumpa's. Nano disables the voice alteration, and for a moment he can barely speak before his normal voice returns. That's when everyone realizes his voice had been changed. Everyone is amazed and asks how he did it. Meanwhile, the others become angry when they see their reaction. They demand to know how anyone could perform such a switch. Jin charges at them, burning with rage, truly believing he can kill the protagonist. But the protagonist blocks him with only 2 fingers. Jin immediately realizes he cannot win. His fist techniques were stopped far too easily. The protagonist steps closer and grabs his badge, pulling it away effortlessly. Jin tries to react, but the protagonist drives a punch directly into his chest, launching him backward with full force and making him cough blood. The protagonist thinks a natural-born specialist like him survived only because 1 strike wasn't enough. He moves in again, but Nano warns that powerful energy is building behind him. He spins around immediately and tells everyone, "Get down." They duck just in time and avoid the attack. Then the protagonist uses his ki to stop the blade. That shocks everyone nearby. The protagonist mocks him, saying Chan is making a fool of himself. Chan says he was merely repaying him for that sneak attack. Jin asks whether he's finally awake, saying he took long enough. Chan asks whether he waited deliberately, and Jin says he simply didn't want Chan blaming a surprise attack for his defeat. Chan remembers when the protagonist was merely a brat outside the training center and thinks he improved far too quickly. He regrets not tearing off his arm back then and says he'll do it now before the protagonist becomes stronger than him. Seeing Chan this serious, everyone realizes he now views Yoon as a genuine opponent. Wonho thinks that if his lord loses here, their entire group is finished. Then, face to face, Chan suddenly disappears, rushing the protagonist. With the second movement of the demonic Phantom Blade technique, Phantom Blade Attack, the protagonist recognizes it as a Blade Clan art capable of rivaling Butterfly Dance. He feels Chan's enormous fighting spirit and knows holding back against someone this strong would be foolish. So he goes all out, blocks the attack, and decides to respond with a sword technique. Chan is stunned that he can form a key sword and begins wondering what the protagonist is planning. When the protagonist knocks Chan's arm aside, Chan attacks with the other, thinking that like Qian, the Phantom Blade can't be stopped by an ordinary sword movement. As he attacks, Chan's hand bends in a curve, snaking toward the protagonist and forcing him to block with real effort. He's pushed backward, and the others cheer because Chan is finally pressuring the protagonist. Wonho and the others, however, look worried. Wonho says he thought the movement had been neutralized, but Chan attacked from another angle. He adds that a movement like that would tear apart a normal arm, so Chan's body must be heavily trained. And he also possesses slightly more internal energy. The protagonist honestly thinks Chan could fight a senior officer. Chan smiles and says the protagonist was fortunate because that last strike was intended to tear off his arm. He asks why the protagonist keeps playing with an incomplete technique he clearly hasn't mastered instead of using Butterfly Dance. The protagonist asks what incomplete sword art he's talking about. Then he realizes Chan recognized the Sapphire Monolith's destructive sword technique. Chan says the protagonist looks like he's merely copying the 7 demon swords demonstrated by the instructors and warns that it won't work against him. But the protagonist notices Chan still hasn't understood, so he says he'll use only 5 movements. If Chan stubbornly continues relying on his so-called incomplete 7 demon swords, he'll lose his right arm within those 5 techniques. The protagonist asks whether he wants to make a bet. Since Chan claims he can defeat this incomplete style within 5 movements, that sounds like an excellent wager. Chan tells him to name the terms, and the protagonist says they'll wager their badges. Chan laughs and says he's interesting. But because the protagonist has 4 badges, Chan says they'll make it fair. If he wins, he'll take Baekji as well. Baekji thinks this bastard is still being troublesome. Chan asks whether that's acceptable. Baekji becomes nervous that the protagonist might truly wager him away. Then he looks at the protagonist's face and sees how serious he is. For the first time, he feels that perhaps he can trust Yoon. Now everyone sees the wager is set. Chan even says he'll allow the protagonist to strike first, and the protagonist notes how arrogant that is. Chan simply tells him to shut up and attack. The protagonist does. Chan attempts to defend, but the boy thrusts straight ahead. Chan calls him a fool and says this stubbornness will cost him everything. He says the protagonist doesn't know how many times he studied the 7 Demon Swords secret manual while training with the instructors. He already knows every weakness. Then he begins using the 4th movement of the demonic Phantom Blade attack, Phantom Blade Thread. But when their attacks collide, Chan feels something is wrong. The protagonist is applying far too much pressure against him. When Yawun lifts his hand, Chan has no idea what's happening. The protagonist surges forward again, pressing harder, and Chan begins wondering whether this is truly the 7 swords at all. He cannot understand why it becomes harder to block the longer it continues, while the protagonist keeps pushing harder and harder. Chan realizes that if this continues, he'll have to retreat, so he pulls back, trying to activate the 5th demonic blade attack, but he never gets the chance. The protagonist maintains overwhelming pressure, and Chan cannot understand how he's moving so quickly. As he continues retreating, he realizes everything has gone wrong. The protagonist spins his sword, and Chan feels himself being overwhelmed. When the blade descends again, the strikes finally connect, and Chan feels agonizing pain. His entire body is sliced as the protagonist carves an X across him, with cuts tearing through his arms, legs, and everywhere else. Then the protagonist drives the sword into Yu Chan with a cold, serious stare. Afterward, he tears off his arm. As Yu Chan watches it fly away, it becomes clear that despite his arrogance, he was a genius. He trained relentlessly, became a natural-born specialist before entering the academy, and kept advancing until he reached true expert level, astonishing the other cadets. His followers had always believed he was the strongest candidate. But when he sees his arm flying away, Yu Chan freezes, then begins screaming and crying from the pain. The protagonist says he won the bet, and no one can believe what just happened. The young master lost, and to a technique like that. They keep asking how it happened. Yu Chan quickly uses ki to stop the bleeding. His followers try to rush toward him, but the protagonist places his ki sword against Yu Chan's neck and warns that if anyone takes one more step, he'll sever the other arm too. He's completely serious. One of them quickly tells the others to retreat. Then the protagonist demands what he was promised. Yu Chan asks how he did it. He wants to know how such a remarkable technique came from only the 7 demon swords. The protagonist thinks for a moment and says, that's all he used, or at least that's what it looked like to someone too weak to argue about sword techniques. Yu Chan immediately remembers those were his own words. He once told Yawun he wasn't strong enough to threaten him, and now that line returns. To crush him, frustration consumes him. He worked so hard to become the next lord, but now he tells them to hand over the badges. They hesitate, and he speaks to Yawun, telling him not to think this is the end. Then he loses consciousness. Blood loss finally overwhelms him. One of Yu Chan's followers is too afraid to say much, but he still glares at the protagonist and swears they'll repay him someday. Then he hands over the badge with pure hatred. He repeats the young master's words, saying this isn't the end. The protagonist isn't in the mood, so he drops that man with one punch. The fool actually threatened him to his face, and the blow sends him crashing down while spitting blood. Even then, the man curses the protagonist, saying they kept their promise. So what is this supposed to mean? The protagonist says he only promised to take the badges, not to end everything there. Then they begin to understand. The protagonist says Yu Chan taught him a valuable lesson: never leave loose ends. The man realizes the protagonist holds grudges deeply and says that doesn't mean he should beat someone who already lost. But the protagonist hits him again. The blow sends him flying. Afterward, he collapses with a shattered jaw. Yawun calls them hypocrites. When they do this, it's acceptable. But when someone else does it, suddenly it's cruelty. Then he orders everyone else captured and their arms and legs broken. The protagonist group rushes the others, who are already trembling with fear. By the end, all of them are completely broken. Afterward, the protagonist distributes the badges among his side. Gao asks why he's giving them away, and the protagonist says there's no reason for him to keep them. Hearing that, Gao realizes something. In this place, only the strong survive. The protagonist owed them nothing, and Gao begins thinking the man before him may truly be destined for greatness. Gao realizes this conflict will place them in the Blade Clan's sights. If that's inevitable, perhaps they should help him become the next lord. So they all kneel before the protagonist. He asks what they're doing. They lower their heads to the ground and swear loyalty to young Master Yowoon. Then they ask him to accept them. Baek tells the huge man everything unfolded exactly as planned again, then laughs to himself while the others realize he isn't as simple as he appears. No one expected that brute to be skilled at strategy. Sometime later on the Academy Infirmary's second floor, Dr. Baek is grinning and thanking Yowoon. Immediately after his punishment ended, he sent over a mountain of patients. One instructor sees him smiling at the wounded and calls him strange, while Baek wonders who to treat first. Another instructor says it feels like only yesterday that boy was brought in with internal injuries. Now look at him. He's become a monster. Baek cuts them off and tells them to hold Yu-chan, who's in terrible condition. Meanwhile, Zhang says his lord has earned his complete respect, and he'll follow him until the end. In the director's office, Meng stares at the boy. He definitely used the reverse bloody, demonic technique. Then he begins using his key to force the boy's meridians back into place. A moment later, the boy wakes with a start and begins coughing. Myung sees he's finally conscious. He asks how he ended up there. The boy insists he was fighting Chen Yaowen, but Myung cuts him off. He's the one asking questions. He demands to know how the boy learned the reverse bloody, demonic technique. Now the boy realizes how serious this is. Seeing his shock, Myung continues glaring at him, clearly furious. And the boy says he has no idea what he means. That only leaves Myung disappointed. He raises one hand and lifts the boy using key alone. Panicking, the boy asks why the director is doing this to him. Myung pulls him closer and twists his arm, using only key, snapping it completely. Outside, no one hears anything, and even if they did, they wouldn't dare intervene. Inside, the boy screams as his arm is twisted apart. Myung says his aura seals the room, so no one can hear those screams. Then he recites the boy's file, saying that officially he has no ties to any outside clan. That's the report he submitted. The boy begins crying in fear. Myung tells him he must believe he's skilled at hiding secrets, but a 17-year-old mastering the reverse bloody demonic technique, a martial art lost for decades, makes his entire clan suspicious. And if the Sword Warrior clan is wiped out, Myung won't care. Then he twists the boy's leg and breaks. That as well, the boy is in agony, but he still says nothing. So Myung grabs him by the throat and says he underestimated the cult's intelligence network. Did he truly believe Myung didn't know the Sword Warrior clan was one of the two Sword Shadow clans, a secret branch of the Blade clan? The boy grows increasingly desperate until he gives up on hiding it, bites his tongue, and spits out a huge mouthful of blood. Myung is alarmed because he never expected the boy to go this far. He didn't merely bite his tongue, he reversed his ki flow too. Myung tries to control the ki in the boy's abdomen, but he can't, and realizes they never intended to be captured so easily. As the boy fades, he wonders whether he's truly going to die like a dog for that clan, broken and bitter. He thinks this is complete nonsense. At 6 in the evening in the Academy dining hall, everyone crowds around the protagonist, asking for one more chance to stand by his side. Then, Bong steps before everyone and orders them to line up. After causing all that chaos, how dare they demand to speak with his lord directly? If they have business with him, they'll wait their turn. He looks strangely proud of himself, and Go Wong-hu thinks there's no stopping this now. As expected of Bong, he's actually good at this kind of thing. Still, he wonders whether the rumors have already spread. It happened even faster than he expected. Then again, that's no surprise. He defeated instructor Ho Jin-chan and Yu-chan too. Go Wong-hu thinks his lord has finally been recognized as a lord candidate. Alongside Muyung of the Black Clan, of course, he'd become the center of attention. Soon, everyone stands before the protagonist. The first to introduce himself is Cadet 70, Yan Sub of the Thief Clan. When he kneels, he even wonders if that part is necessary. Subjong says his clan may only be mid-level, but he still wants to help, and then the others begin doing the same. The protagonist notices there are far too many people. Listening to all of them will take forever. As night falls, he thanks everyone who came to join his group, but says there's something important they need to hear. He isn't looking for people merely to pass the next test. He wants allies and subordinates who will help build a new demonic cult. The path ahead will be difficult, but he'll walk it with them. If they don't truly desire that, he'll have to reject them. Wang Hu notices how much his lord has matured. He remembers when the boy said he would change the cult's 6 clans. Now he sees the difference. Instead of targeting the 6 great clans directly, he made reforming the cult itself his cause. It's less threatening to the cadets, yet still reveals the ambition of a future lord. Even so, he still lacks the support held by the other clans, and Wang Hu wonders how many will truly remain. One cadet rises and apologizes, saying it would be difficult for him because his clan serves the Sound Clan. Others stand too, saying they're sorry, and Wang Hu admits they still gained many followers. It's unfortunate, but he can't blame them. After some time, only a few remain, and the boy smiles anyway, satisfied with that number. One of them rises and says that after hearing those words, even if his abilities are lacking, he still wants to follow him on that journey. The others ask the protagonist to accept them too, but then someone else arrives and calls directly to the protagonist. He asks whether they can speak for a moment. Both Wang Hu and Min realize it's Mungyu. He says, "My lord, you must accept me no matter what," and the protagonist asks why he should. Min explains that Mungyu is the grandson of the 9th elder. The heavenly demonic cult stands with the lord at the top and the 12 council elders beneath him. Unlike the 6 great clans, those elders earn their seats through pure martial ability. The 9th elder of the renowned Black Dragon Palm clan rose during the last great demonic war. He's powerful, intelligent, and helped his clan grow enough to rival the 6 great clans. That's why his descendant is one of the most desired recruits among lord candidates. Mungyu approaches the protagonist, but everyone notices he's limping. The protagonist wonders what happened to him. Mungyu asks whether the protagonist has 6 badges. He says yes, and Mungyu tells him that one of them belongs to him. He explains that the 6 great clans repeatedly tried to recruit him, a descendant of the Black Dragon Palm clan. He refused them every time. Then Yuchan approached him for the 3rd time and asked one final time whether he would become his subordinate. Mungyu says he apologized and made it clear he still wanted to remain neutral and focus on the academy for now. But the moment he answered, Yuchan attacked him, and in the end, Mungyu lost. Yuchan took his badge, broke his left leg and right arm, then threatened him to join his group if he wanted to pass the 3rd test. Becky remembers what a rotten man Yuchan was, not merely jealous of talent, but obsessed with it too. Mungyu says he planned to join any group and take revenge after recovering, but once people learned his leg and arm were broken, no one would accept him. The protagonist still doesn't understand where this is going and asks exactly what he wants him to do. He adds that someone should still accept him because of his ability, but Mungyu says one leader did, then withdrew the offer 2 hours later because Yuchan interfered. Bong realizes what a bastard that man was and feels even happier that his lord severed Yuchan's arm. Gao appears to agree completely. Mungyu says that regardless of the 3rd test, he wanted revenge as soon as possible. Then he heard the protagonist cut off Yuchan's arm, and now he doesn't know whether to feel pleased or disappointed. After explaining everything, he says that's why the protagonist must take responsibility. The boy asks what he's talking about. He understands Mungyu is in trouble, but how did he reach that conclusion? Everyone can tell this take responsibility argument is going too far, so Munju quickly apologizes. He became carried away because he was still upset, but what he truly wants is simple: to join the group despite his injured arm and leg. The protagonist asks whether that means he genuinely wants to follow him, or whether he merely needs a place on the team. Munju cannot answer immediately. He remembers his grandfather warning him to stay neutral after entering the academy. Still, if he ever found someone worth serving, he was told to observe that person carefully before deciding. So Munju asks to join the group first and decide the rest later, promising it won't take long. The protagonist asks whether he's serious, then rejects him outright. That makes Munju panic. Min intervenes, saying Munju is already in a difficult position and asking the protagonist to reconsider. Privately, he warns that allowing someone this gifted to walk away would be a tremendous mistake, especially when other candidates tried so hard to recruit him. Wang Hu agrees. If a cadet powerful enough to lead is kneeling like this, there's a strong chance he'll become a loyal subordinate later, so they should accept him for now. But the protagonist says that if he bends his rules merely because of the circumstances, what about everyone he already rejected? Talent alone cannot justify an exception. Munju quickly begs for 4 days. The protagonist starts to refuse, and Munju continues bargaining, reducing it to 2 days, then 1. The protagonist stops him and asks why he's so desperate to join the group. At the same time, he tells Nano to scan Munju's face. Munju begins stumbling over his words, saying he only wants to understand what kind of person the protagonist really is, while Nano begins the analysis. Then Nano suddenly reports an error. She says the target's face cannot be analyzed, and he asks what that means. Nano explains that the face is covered with artificial skin. He notices that the skin around the ears and behind the neck looks different and wonders whether it's a human skin mask. Why would Munju conceal his face? After scanning the rest of the body, Nano estimates the target is between 15 and 17 years old. Then she adds one more fact. The target is female. The protagonist realizes Munju may be hiding her identity. That shocks him. Meanwhile, Munju notices him staring at her ear and neck and wonders whether he discovered it, but tells herself that should be impossible. Then he says it aloud. She's a girl. Munju immediately panics and blurts out that she truly wants to become his subordinate. She says she hadn't fully considered it before, but now her life belongs to him if he'll simply accept her. Everyone around them is stunned by how suddenly she surrendered. She quietly tells the protagonist that she needs to speak with him privately before he says anything else. He agrees. A little later, he speaks with Munju again, and she answers calmly. Wang Hu, Baekji, and Bong introduce themselves to her. The protagonist watches from a distance. Now that the faction has grown, he reorganizes everyone. 26 new members join, bringing the total to 53. So he divides them according to the number of badges he has and chooses 5 leaders based on skill and loyalty. First team goes to Wang Hu, the second goes to Baekji, the third is led by Sunwoo, who commands the female cadets. The fourth team goes to Yeoman, and the fifth to Gao, who previously led a group of 4. Just like that, the protagonist ends up leading the largest faction in the academy. Later that night, around 8 behind the specialist training area, he meets Munju privately. There she reveals that the face she wears belongs to her younger brother. She explains that before she was born, her father was sent on a mission, ambushed, and killed by evil forces. The shock caused her mother to die while giving birth to her brother. Her brother, Munju, was born disabled because of the difficult delivery, and their grandfather concealed that from everyone. The protagonist realizes she devoted herself to martial arts because of all this, but also feels the lie cannot remain hidden forever. So he asks why they went so far. She says the 6 great clans keep trying to force her clan into serving them, even sending matchmakers to bind the families together. They already knew everything before she entered the academy. That helps the protagonist understand. Traditionally, the clan head is always male. So if the truth were exposed, they could marry her off, force her brother into the academy, and have him die in a staged accident, allowing someone else to seize control of the clan and disrupt the balance among the 6 great clans. That's why she suggested entering the academy disguised as a man. If she earns strong results, the 6 great clans won't dare touch her brother. The protagonist points out that no one knows her gender anyway, so why use her brother's name instead of her own? She says it must appear to be something she chose herself. That way, if she's exposed, neither her brother nor the clan will be punished. Hearing all this, the protagonist is moved, especially knowing she grew up without her parents. She tells him that now he knows why she wears the skin mask and asks him not to tell anyone. He promises, then asks whether she's been altering her voice too. She switches back to her normal voice. Of course she was, otherwise she would have been exposed immediately. The protagonist realizes the forced voice truly sounded like a teenage boy, but now it's obvious she's female. She says speaking normally feels much better because forcing the other voice always makes her throat ache. Then she remembers something important. It's time to glue the mask back on. If she doesn't reattach it every night, it could slip off at any time. So she begins removing the mask in front of him. She struggles briefly, then finally pulls it free, revealing her real face and allowing her hair to fall loose. She says it's been incredibly difficult to do this one-handed. As she begins putting herself back together, the protagonist cannot stop staring. She says it's fortunate he's there. At that moment, the protagonist learns life isn't only about nanomachines and severing arms. He's strangely happy to hear that, and then she asks for his hands. She hands him the mask. With one arm injured, she says he should understand why this is so difficult. He barely maintains his composure. Looking at her, he realizes how beautiful she is. Moon-gyu thanks him too, saying sharing her secret with him wasn't so bad after all. Then she says that as he can see, she still hasn't fully recovered, so training is difficult right now. She asks whether he's heading to the specialist training center, and he says yes. Then she asks where his dormitory is. He tells her building 4, room 7. Since she joined his group, she says she should move her belongings there and tells him she'll see him later. That leaves the protagonist standing there in a daze. Then he remembers what building 4 is like and becomes slightly worried. At the same time, Mugi-un is beating another cadet down. The boy can barely remain standing, and Mugi-un looks annoyed by his weakness. The bald follower beside him thinks that during the 10 days the young master spent in the hospital, the cadets became much stronger. Even so, an elite clan cadet surviving 30 techniques could still become troublesome. He also notes that Mugi-un now possesses over 60 years of ki thanks to medicinal pills, but because he's so desperate, his understanding is already near the level of a natural-born expert. Mugi-un tells Jerian that now they have a badge, they can leave. Jerian knows exactly why they're going after that monster. Mugi-un thinks the same. He needs to improve until defeating people like this becomes easy because he plans to catch up to the protagonist. Meanwhile, back at Academy Dormitory Building 4, Moon-ju is already there, lying on one of the beds and waiting for the protagonist. He immediately thinks this is bad. Still, he tells himself her mask should keep her safe. But then Bong begins undressing the moment he enters the room and walks across it completely naked. The protagonist wants to disappear. He knew this would happen, and in his mind he apologizes to Moon-gyu for failing to protect her dignity. Then the others do the same and begin undressing right there. The protagonist quietly asks whether she's all right. She says yes. It's happened before, so she no longer cares. She even tells him to bathe too, but in truth, her face is bright red, her temperature is rising, and he can tell she's pretending to be calm while she cannot even meet his eyes. He begins thinking there should at least be a rule against being naked in the room. The next morning, on the 7th day of the 3rd test, the protagonist and his subordinates go to the main building to report their badges. They're officially recognized as group leaders. There are 17 badges total, but the Sama clan has 2 badges and still only 1 leader, so only 16 groups are registered. That means out of the 106 cadets, 15 still don't belong to any group and must join one within the next 21 days. Right after breakfast, everyone heads to a field to learn the sword forms. He hesitates, but Wang Hu says he knows the protagonist is busy training his own people, so it would be better if they trained their groups themselves. That makes Qian think they're pretending. This is about helping him, when the real reason began the previous day during a discussion about training. It all started at breakfast, and he happened to overhear it. Then Gao agrees with Wang Hu, saying they already have their own training method and want to continue using it, so the protagonist tells them to do whatever they want. Still, he notices they're clearly trying to outdo one another. Even so, he thinks a little rivalry might actually help. Then Min admits his group still needs more members. Sun Wu says she's in the same situation. She apologizes and asks Qian to watch over her people until her group is complete. They say they'll continue searching for recruits, and he tells them not to worry. He says it won't be easy to persuade anyone because joining a group is a major decision. Then he remembers Bak Ji also needs more members. But Bak Gi hates accepting help, so he'll probably handle it himself. Sometime later, the protagonist begins training some of the cadets. Mungyu watches closely. She doubts he can keep track of everyone with so many people present, but she's still excited. She's finally going to learn martial arts from her lord. Qian feels nervous because it's his first time teaching, but he knows he must begin. He says he'll demonstrate first, slowly, so everyone must pay close attention. Then he begins the demonstration. What he shows is unbelievable. The others think it looks exactly like the illustrations in the secret manual and cannot understand how he made it so perfect. Munju can barely believe it because she heard Qian spent 5 of the last 7 days in detention. Even so, he performs every movement perfectly. She knows she's talented at copying techniques, but even she doesn't think she could master a brand new martial art this cleanly. When he finishes, the protagonist asks whether they understood. Then he says he'll help all of them and tells them to repeat the 7 swords. Everyone becomes excited. Their leader will personally coach each of them, and opportunities like this are rare. Mungyu asks who should go first, but Qian cuts her off. He says they all need to perform together to save time. Going one by one would take forever. Naturally, everyone wonders what kind of absurd idea that is. They're left speechless. Mungyu thinks this might work if they were only practicing the formation together, but teaching everyone simultaneously seems impossible. She wonders whether she should intervene and help. Mungyu suggests they try their own first, but Qian simply orders them to begin the first technique. Then he asks Nano to activate augmented reality, use tutorial mode to analyze them, and tell him who is making mistakes. As she begins, Nano understands what he wants and activates the mode. After a moment, he gives the order to begin the first technique, the first sword. Everyone moves simultaneously, and Mungyu quickly notices the problem. From a distance, it looks fine, but several of them are making mistakes. Qian begins checking each person one by one with Nano. Mungyu considers using sound transmission to tell the young master who is making mistakes, but then he says that because they're training together, he'll call them by number. He begins with number 31 in the front row. Qian points out that he isn't applying enough force to the first arm movement, and if that continues, the rest of the technique will weaken too. He tells him to remember that. Then he turns to number 95 and says his balance is wrong during the technique. On the third movement, he should have stepped forward with his right foot, but he used the left. If his footwork is wrong, the entire technique will fail, so he must be careful. He also calls out Bong and says his sword is losing power. In the third movement, he's using only wrist strength during the right step, when the force should come from his hips. Bong thanks him immediately. Munju is stunned. She had been watching Bong herself, and Qian identified every mistake perfectly. Now she wonders whether he truly can monitor everyone. The protagonist gives advice to number 508 as well, and Mungyu realizes this is far beyond ordinary sharp observation. He keeps correcting all of them while they practice together, still relying on Nano. Qian thinks there is still much to correct, but some things they must discover themselves, so he'll address the rest later. Moon-gyu notices the forms already look better than before and realizes the protagonist truly is remarkable. He thinks they aren't foolish enough to keep repeating the same mistakes. And with this method, 7 days should be enough. Still, it takes longer than expected for everyone to master the techniques. Cadets from martial clans manage it in 7 days, but those from martial families need more time. Zhang also started late because he spent 5 days in the infirmary, but the protagonist says he was fortunate. Zhang is talented, so he caught up in only 5 days. Then 10 days later, Baek Ji returns. He admits he lost to Wang Hu. Wang Hu looks delighted and says any man who can admit defeat so openly is the real thing. Baeki then says Gao needed 9 days too and asks how Wang Hu managed it in 7. Wang Hu shrugs and says, "It wasn't difficult. According to him, you simply beat them until they learn," and everyone in his group is trembling with fear. Baek Ji can only stare at him in disbelief. But mastering the technique wasn't the only change during those 10 days. Baek Gi, Sun Woo, and Yu Min all completed their groups by recruiting skilled cadets who could have been leaders themselves. One even came voluntarily. Cadet 708, Taek Gi. He tells the protagonist that still water always rots, and he doesn't want the cult wasting its strength fighting among the 6 clans. He believes someone like the protagonist, a descendant outside that system, can change things. A friend of Sun Woo also appeared. She said that in a world ruled by strength, words mean nothing. If he proves his power, she'll swear eternal loyalty to him. The protagonist defeats her absurdly easily. Even with his eyes closed, he thinks she felt a butterfly dance in only 3 movements. With that, 2 natural-born experts become his subordinates. During the same 10 days, Wang Hu and Sun Woo, who were already serious about training, also reached the natural-born expert level. Qian says he wants to congratulate them on that achievement. Sun Woo and Wang Hu thank him, and Wang Hu adds that as the first sword, he must keep improving, so he won't become a burden. That comment makes Baek Gi stop and think. But then another cadet speaks. He says he doesn't want to interfere, but if anyone deserves that title, shouldn't it be Baek Gi or Moon-gyu? Wang Hu's followers immediately object, asking how he can claim he isn't interfering when he's clearly promoting his own leader. Baek Ji's side, even though Baek Ji himself remains silent, begins arguing with the other group. Meanwhile, Qian and Taek decide not to intervene. Taek then speaks to the protagonist through sound transmission. He says that with so many followers, this kind of conflict was inevitable, only sooner than expected. In his view, this is the perfect moment to establish a hierarchy. Taek reminds him that loyalty matters, but in their cult, strength determines rank, and he must never forget that. Qian knows he's right. A hierarchy is necessary if he wants to lead people. But the third test is near, and injuries beforehand would be dangerous. So he wonders what to do. Then he suddenly orders everyone to be silent. Since they've already raised the issue, he says he'll use this opportunity to establish a hierarchy. He announces that he'll select the 6 most skilled members and grant them the title of 6 swords, with all 6 standing as equals. Seok-jun then asks why he chose the number 6. The protagonist says that after they graduate, they'll stand against the 6 clans, so he wants 6 swords powerful enough to lead that charge. That answer makes everyone tense. Wang Hu points out that they would destroy the 6 clans only to replace them with 6 swords. Wouldn't that create the same problem again? Qian says no, because the title won't belong to anyone permanently. Every year, the strongest will compete for it, and that rule won't change even after he reaches the top. Baekgi says that if the protagonist wins the heir's battle and becomes lord, a system like that would break the current power structure controlled by the 6 clans. The protagonist says that because the third test is approaching, he'll keep the selection simple. Everyone below natural-born expert level should step back. Then he asks whether anyone objects to the 6 selected people. The 6 standing there are too intimidating, and no one objects. Qian begins considering who should become first sword, but Baekgi says he has something to add. There should be rankings, even among the swords. Gao agrees. If they're doing this, he says, the order should be determined by ability. The protagonist admits they have a point, but because injuries would be a problem, they cannot use anything beyond 3-star power. Then Mungyu says that because she isn't fully injured, she wants to participate. But Taek says that's unfortunate because he wanted to fight her, and she replies that they can settle it next year. Taek realizes that means Mungyu will take 6th place. Wonho begins laughing and pulls off his shirt. The 2 women look at him with complete disgust, fully excited. He asks whether they're starting or not. But Baekgi wonders why he removed his shirt. While Wonho continues hyping himself up, the women become even more irritated. Then both charge him, saying they'll kill him first. Wonho loves it. He's thrilled to fight, both of them simultaneously. Next, Taek steps forward. He says he may not be as gifted as Mungyu, but he hopes Baekgi won't hold back. Baekgi introduces himself too and tells him to make the first move. Taek warns him not to regret it, then rushes directly at Baekgi. At the same time, Sun Woo and Ho Sang keep pressuring Wonho, but he manages to hold them off. He notices an opening whenever the 2 move too close together. Using that gap, he sends both women flying. They're stunned. Ho Sang snaps at Sun Woo, telling her to stop getting in the way. Sun Woo fires back, saying Ho Sang should be the one hearing that. Then the 2 turn against one another, and Ho Sang tells Sun Woo to try taking her down if she can. One mocks the other for being too large, while the other calls her too small. Sun Woo nearly knocks Ho Sang down. The protagonist notes they've been stuck like this for 30 minutes and should end soon. Sun Woo says it's over as she attacks Ho Sang, but Ho Sang spins through the air and lands a blow. Her strike crashes into Sun Woo's head and drops her to the ground. The blow also hits Ho Sang's shoulder. Sun Woo says her shoulder is dislocated and cannot believe she lost to Ho Sang. Ho Sang tells her she complains too much for a swordswoman, and Sun Woo snaps back that Ho Sang is merely a ridiculous axe fighter who only understands brute force. Then Wonho shouts at them not to forget him and charges. Baekgi tells him to stay out of it, but Wonho only laughs and says sharing makes it better. Then he attacks. Baekgi continues striking hard, and the 2 become deadlocked. Baekgi says Wonho's body carries a lot of weight, so one clean strike could decide everything. Wonho answers that Baekgi's punch won't compare to his kick. Before they can finish, Taek cuts between them and says that if they keep stalling, he'll steal first sword from both of them. He slips directly through the middle, but they both dodge aside. Then Wonho appears behind Taek, asking where he thinks he's going. He nearly lands the strike. Tak avoids him but runs directly into attacks from Wonho and Baekgi, eliminating him completely from the fight. The protagonist thinks Taek dug his own grave, while Mungyu decides the 4th sword is settled. Baekgi says only 3 remain. Wonho tells them to stop dragging it out. He challenges both of them to attack, and Baekgi asks who he thinks he is. Ho Sang says she's had enough too. The fight continues, and after some time, Ho Sang finally gives up. She admits to herself that she thought she had tremendous stamina, but those 2 are on another level. Wonho then declares that first sword belongs to him. Baekgi realizes Wonho's weight and reach are making the fight extremely difficult, especially because Baekgi comes from the Black Fist clan and specializes in fist techniques. So when he rushes forward, he feints, ducks low, and drives a kick directly into Wonho's stomach, blasting him backward. Baek-gi chose that movement because he was certain a low attack would work. As Wonho is thrown upward, Baek-gi prepares another strike and rushes in again, sending Wonho flying once more. Afterward, Wonho admits defeat, and Baek-gi claims first sword. So the final order is first sword Baek-gi, second Wonho, third Ho-sang fourth, Taek fifth, Sun Woo, and sixth Mun-gyu. The protagonist thinks the group that will one day oppose the 6 great clans is finally taking shape, but there's still a long way to go, and he must become stronger so no one in the cult dares challenge him. Then the day of the 3rd test arrives, around 8 in the morning. Inside the director's office, Mayung asks the Grand Guardian whether this was truly approved. He says it was decided by the higher authorities the day before yesterday, and the Lord gave final approval. He explains that except for the first test, academy examinations are created by the director and instructors after the cadets are admitted. Only afterward are they reported upward, first to the elders and finally to the Lord. If there's a problem with the test method, changes can be requested, but there has never been a change on the day of the test. Myung realizes the reason must be that the previous test was considered too easy, and he thinks this is absurd. He cannot believe the Lord, who has been keeping the 6 great clans under control, approved something like this. It doesn't feel right. The Grand Guardian silently watches Myung, then takes something from his pocket and hands it to him. The moment Myung reads it, he's shocked and begins gathering his key. Who sends a letter at a time like this? Still, he says he accepts the order. He assumes the 6 great clans are trying to gain something from this 3rd test. But whatever it is, they're only walking into a trap. Around 10 in the morning at the Academy's main training hall, everyone lines up facing one another. The protagonist thinks this is perfect. It wasn't easy, but they mastered the 7 swords formation, and now they're full of confidence. Still, something feels wrong. They've been waiting 15 minutes. And even the instructors who always arrive early haven't appeared. Then they finally see people approaching. But the instructors are dragging badly beaten men with covered faces, striking them and shouting that they're going the wrong way. The protagonist stares, wondering what the hell this is. Are those prisoners? Then Myung arrives and asks whether they prepared well for the test over the last 20 days. Everyone says yes. Myung says there's a last-minute announcement before the test begins. The cadets immediately become nervous, asking what's happening and saying, "This looks bad." Then real swords are thrown onto the ground. Everyone is shocked, and Myung explains that the original test required defeating the instructors using the demonic sword formation. The new test isn't very different. They still have to defeat enemies using the formation. The chained prisoners before them belong to the Martial Arts Alliance, the righteous side, and are enemies of the cult. To pass, the cadets must kill them. In other words, this will be their first real battle. Mayung adds that the prisoners will be freed if they win, so they'll fight with everything they have. If the cadets show mercy, they'll die. That immediately destroys the mood, and the protagonist notices it. It isn't only Jin-guk. Everyone has changed. There's no excuse now. This is truly life or death. Myung calls the first team, led by Cadet 700 Sama, and Sama introduces himself to the others. Then, he tells everyone to remain calm because the prisoners' pressure points are about to be released. As soon as they remove the hood, Myung orders them to begin. The prisoner looks confused and asks what this is. They tell him he volunteered because he was promised freedom if he could defeat a sword formation. Then he realizes his opponents are only children. Sama immediately orders everyone to use the 3rd formation. They all move into attack. The prisoner realizes they're serious. The protagonist can tell they truly mastered the technique from how well each member matches the others. Even if someone interpreted the manual differently, All that mattered was using the same method together. Even so, the prisoner deflects every strike. Then more swords begin cutting into him from every direction. He realizes his muscles are still stiff, so he cannot fight properly. Sama sees an opportunity and orders everyone into the second formation. But two cadets execute it incorrectly and collide with each other. The prisoner notices the opening and swings his sword at one of the boys. The cadet nearly dies, but just before the blade lands, the prisoner hesitates. He feels guilty about nearly killing a child, so he stops his sword. The protagonist notices that pause, and in that instant, 3 other swords stab the prisoner, killing him immediately. He looks back with tears in his eyes and collapses. The cadets are shaken. They realize they just killed someone, but others begin shouting and celebrating the victory. Sama thinks the man had already stopped, so they didn't need to kill him. Then the director congratulates the cadets and says they passed. They're confused when they learn only 7 succeeded. They wonder whether it's because some of them collided during the formation. The protagonist realizes that was the point. Even though the test is performed as a group, each cadet is evaluated individually. The next team is led by Mugi-un, and their opponent is a skilled martial artist from the evil side. He attacks before anyone can use a technique. They shift to the 5th formation to evade, but he still severs one cadet's arm. Then he uses the cadet's fear of death to completely break their formation, but he becomes careless and pays for it when Mugi-un lands a perfectly timed fist strike. Afterward, they kill him without much difficulty, and the remaining 5 cadets who never drop their swords complete the formation. In the end, only 6 pass, including Mugi-un. He loses half his men, including Cadet Adi Jayon, one of his trusted followers. The third group faces a fighter from the righteous side who goes all out and badly injures many cadets. In the end, only 3 pass. The next 5 groups also fight prisoners to the death, but Mu Young's is the only team where everyone passes. Mayung thinks nothing unusual has happened so far, just as he expected. They're targeting only the protagonist. They must have decided they cannot wait 4 years. 2 candidates already lost their arms, and one no longer has his dantian, so they want him dead now. Still, with the Lord watching, they cannot simply ignore the Academy's rules. They tried to outsmart everyone by changing the test, but he wonders whether it will truly unfold as they expect. Next is Cadet Yeowon's group. The moment Bong sees their opponent, he thinks they're in serious trouble. The man looks dangerous. His pressure points haven't even been released, yet he radiates brutal killing intent. And he's clearly not from the righteous forces. As the man is freed, they glance back. Chien finds it strange. Unlike the others, this prisoner appears to be searching for someone. Then Instructor Ho speaks to the protagonist through sound transmission and warns him to be careful. He is shocked. Ho used telepathy to warn him. Since the test was changed too, he's now certain something is wrong. Then they give the order to begin. The man raises his sword. Kian notices he takes a stance but doesn't attack, making him wonder whether he's that confident. So he orders the 4th formation. But when the command is given, the man stares directly at the protagonist. With a crazed expression, everyone charges him and he knocks their attacks aside with ease. They cannot understand what's happening or why his strikes are so powerful. Then he puts terrifying force into his counterattack, slamming into them with overwhelming weight and nearly killing them in one blow. Myung becomes uneasy, wondering how he shattered 2 swords so easily. He begins realizing this man's ability exceeds that of a normal specialist. Becky also senses that something is wrong. Ho orders the test stopped. If the enemy is a master-level martial artist, this becomes deadly quickly. Ho tells Yeowon's group to retreat immediately, wondering how this happened when the man's ki was checked before the test and showed only specialist level. Was he concealing his strength? But the man grabs one of the boys and throws him directly at Ho, forcing him to catch the cadet and lose time. Now Ho realizes the man is as powerful as a natural-born master, and he cannot believe he failed to notice it. As Ho is pushed back with the boy in his arms, everyone notices that the man is using the reverse bloody, demonic technique. He says the games are over, and now it's time for them to die. Then he turns toward Qian. He's confused. He was told this child had only recently become a natural-born expert. But instead of fear, the protagonist stares directly back at him. That's when everyone realizes Qian was the man's true target all along. The man rushes at the boy, saying he'll cut him apart, piece by piece. Bong and the others call out to their lord, but there's no time to help. The man swings his sword, and Qian calmly says, "He's far too loud." He draws his sword and uses the first technique of the heavenly demonic sword art to cut the man down in a single strike. Everyone is stunned. Even his brother nearly trembles as he looks at Qian, realizing he truly is a monster. Ho, meanwhile, notices the man's skin was so tough that even that strike failed to cut through cleanly. Even on the ground, the man keeps moving, then stands again. But the protagonist already expected it. The man rises in a berserk state, screaming that he'll kill the boy. Then he roars, and everyone is struck by the aura wave, with some even coughing blood. Nano explains that the scream carries powerful high and low frequency sound waves, so emergency defense activates and blocks them from entering Qian's body and ears. The man says that since the lion's roar appeared, the protagonist must die here. Ho tells him he can keep talking if he survives. The man raises his sword and tries to strike Qian, but the right guardian appears and cuts off his arm in a single blow. Qian and everyone else are left shocked. The guardian demands to know how this filth dared touch his disciple, and the protagonist calls him master. The attacker becomes increasingly desperate, completely losing control, and charges the guardian. Qian says that's too dangerous, but then remembers hearing they were told to bring the man back barely alive. So they cut him from every direction, dropping him to his knees before he collapses unconscious. Qian is shocked that they shut down all his movements instantly. He recognizes it as a Grandmaster's butterfly dance and says it looks at least twice as powerful as the avatar he fought in augmented reality. The man groans on the ground, realizes he cannot move, and decides to use his final option. But Siab grabs his head. He says the man was about to self-destruct by reversing his ki flow, then asks who gave him permission to die. Seo pours ki into the man's head, knocking him unconscious. Then he asks whether they don't think they've wasted enough time on small fry. Mung can only stand there, annoyed. He says Siab is acting far too proud for someone who only had to handle one enemy, calling him a damned nuisance. Then they realize the Guardian unit defeated 7 people in an instant. They cannot even tell when it happened. And it's clear that's the level of a Grand Master. Siab becomes angry and calls Myung an idiot. Then several more people appear, and everyone realizes they've been there the entire time. Everyone wonders where these people came from and how long they had been hiding. They soon recognize them as the Guardian unit serving the Lord, composed entirely of martial arts specialists. Siab looks around and says he's receiving too many requests here. He hopes to hear good news about Qian later. He leaves, and the protagonist thinks they won't meet again for 4 years. When that day comes, he wants to greet him as Vice Lord. Outside, Simbi says he still cannot understand the Lord's true intentions. He used Qian Yuun as bait in a trap, as though his own son were merely another pawn. Still, Simbi says he couldn't see clearly from his hiding place, but that looked very much like the heavenly, demonic sword technique, and since that red-haired bastard knew about it, this must be the Lord's doing. He thinks that if he continues watching, he may learn more, and if the Lord has some hidden plan for Yuun, a new revolution will surely shake the demonic cult. Then he decides it's time to finish his remaining business. He says they're heading to the Sword Clan mansion, and everyone follows Simbi. Sometime later, Bong asks Mashi whether he's all right. Mashi says he is, thanks to instructor Ho catching him. He wasn't badly injured. Qian says they're becoming bold, attacking him in a public place. They even dared do this before the Left Guardian, one of the Lord's most trusted men. Since Mashi was already hiding nearby, that means he knew this would happen. Qian begins wondering whether he's truly nothing more than a pawn. His mother never doubted the Lord's love, even with her final breath, but while she was dying from poison, he abandoned her. The protagonist begins asking whether his father ever truly loved her, if he really used the protagonist's mother to deal with the 6 great clans, he'll regret it. Meanwhile, Myung is deep in thought. Han Sang, the 5th elder and leader of the Sound clan, lost control during the first test and was placed under house arrest for a year. Bak Yu, head of the Poison clan, violated the rules by entering the demonic academy and using his techniques against Yowon, so he was imprisoned for 2 years. On top of that, the Sword clan's 2 secret branches, the Shadow Sword clan and Empty Sword clan, which handled the cult's prisoners, were both tied to the reverse bloody demonic technique case, costing the Sword clan part of its power. Even though they achieved results by using the Lord's own son, they were exposed far too easily. Myung believes they were nervous after seeing Yowon lead the heirs' conflict, but creating such a huge mess right while they were gaining strength makes no sense. To him, something is wrong, just like the poison used on Lady Hua. Myung announces that because Yowon's group performed the demonic sword formation perfectly, they all pass. Even with the unexpected incident, the test will continue, and from now on, instead of prisoners, they'll face martial arts instructors. Everyone agrees. Bong thinks they were the last unlucky group. He even says they should feel proud because 4 of the 7 remaining groups belong to their lord. But things don't unfold as Bong expects. The next 7 groups are judged much more harshly. And because the instructors already know the 7 demonic swords and the demonic sword formation, the fights are harder. Out of 206 cadets, only 120 pass the 3rd test. Since most of Yowon's 72 subordinates were chosen for loyalty, the 38 weakest fail. Then they congratulate everyone who passed the 3rd test, saying they are now officially recognized as high-ranking cult warriors. From this point onward, they're allowed to use the weapons they specialize in. Bong is thrilled to receive the bronze badge of a high-ranking warrior. They also receive their weapons, and Ho Sang becomes emotional upon seeing her baby again after so long, saying she missed it. The others cannot help wondering what kind of baby carries a giant axe like that. One instructor tells the remaining cadets that if they don't have a weapon, yet they should obtain one. The protagonist begins thinking about which weapon suits him best. His master once said the wild sword dance, one of his clan's arts, is needed to bring out the true power of butterfly dance. So now he wonders which weapon works best with the heavenly demonic sword technique. Myung says they entered as snot-nosed children, but they've grown into genuine warriors. Then he moves to the next announcement. The 4th test begins now, and it has no time limit. It can take as long as necessary during their next 4 years at the Demonic Academy. Everyone is stunned. 4 years is a long time, so the test must be brutal. Myung calls the 4th test the Academy's simplest one. They may use any weapon and any martial art they want. All they need to do is defeat the instructor before them. The cadets think that sounds insane. Even the group leaders couldn't defeat the instructors when they used only the 7 demonic swords. One cadet complains that his leader earned the badge merely by stopping a single movement, but another tells him to stop whining. They have 4 entire years. The protagonist realizes what that truly means. If they may need 4 years to defeat one instructor, they'll have to reach at least specialist level. The others also know that's impossible without making tremendous progress with their ki. This test is designed to separate them from the beginning. Myung reminds them that he warned them about this when they entered the academy. Failing even once can mean immediate expulsion, so they must not forget it. That's all for the fourth test. Myung wishes them luck and dismisses everyone. A little later, the protagonist speaks with the cadets who were sent away after failing. He apologizes for not being able to lead them until the end. They stop him immediately. Without him, they wouldn't have come this far. They pray he wins the heirs' conflict and say they'll wait for him outside. The protagonist says it's unfortunate. They were beginning to become close. Then someone calls for Ket 7. Its instructor, Seon Moon Yom. Bong whispers that this is the instructor who spent 22 days in the infirmary after the sovereign broke his ribs. Wonho tells him to be quiet. The instructor walks directly toward the protagonist and orders him to come to the Demonic Academy's main building. The protagonist asks whether something happened. The instructor snaps back, asking since when a mere cadet had the right to question him. The protagonist pauses, then says he understands. Before leaving, he tells the others to return directly to the dormitory. Wonho agrees. On the way, the protagonist wonders whether the director is calling him because of what happened earlier. Meanwhile, as they walk, something feels wrong. This area shouldn't even be accessible to cadets yet. Then the instructor says, "This looks like a good place." The protagonist immediately realizes the director never summoned him. Seon Moon Yom asks when he ever mentioned the director. While drawing his sword, the protagonist immediately knows something is wrong. Seon Moon Yom begins cursing him and tells him to listen carefully. Right here, right now, he's challenging him to the fourth test. Seon Moon Yom thinks he has waited long enough for this. Remembering his defeat, he burns with anger. How dare this child humiliate him before everyone? The protagonist crushed his pride and left him, bedridden for 20 days. Still, Seon Moon Yom tells himself the boy is only at natural-born specialist level. The protagonist remains silent while he thinks that with his sword art, he can kill him in fewer than 10 movements. He swears he'll finish him, saying the only story anyone will hear is that the boy challenged him first. Then he charges. But the protagonist calmly blocks the attack, shocking him. The protagonist says this is actually perfect because the instructor was the one who said it. Seon Moon Yom has no idea what he means. With cold eyes, the protagonist says this is the fourth test. The instructor can only grunt in confusion. He's forcing his blade forward with 10-star key, but instead of cutting through, his own hands begin trembling. The boy knocks him away, and he stumbles backward. The instructor thought the protagonist was only a natural-born specialist at best. How could he have improved this much in only 28 days? He admits the protagonist has grown stronger but says he won't hold back anymore. The protagonist tells him to try. The instructor curses him again and charges with a sword art. Weightless sword technique, double light upward slash. The protagonist sees how fast it is but uses Butterfly Dance's circular butterfly movements to stop it. The instructor is stunned. The boy blocked his keyblade. How? Then he wonders whether the protagonist can form a keyblade too. If so, then he's a natural-born specialist just like him. He cannot attack carelessly now, but before he can steady himself, the protagonist uses Butterfly Dance's sixth technique, Shining Butterfly Flight. The strike sends the instructor's sword flying, leaving him in shock. The protagonist charges again and swings at his head. Panicking, the instructor shouts that he lost and begs him to stop. He's so frightened that he nearly loses control of himself. The protagonist stops with his sword at the instructor's nose while the man trembles in fear. Then the protagonist says that means he passed the fourth test. The instructor says yes. Since the boy won, they should end it there, but inwardly he has no intention of allowing him to pass. The moment the protagonist lowers his sword and sheathes it, the instructor plans to cut his head off with a surprise attack. So while the protagonist sheaths his sword, the instructor truly attacks, rushing in using only his ki. But the protagonist simply turns and strikes him hard in the solar plexus. That sends the instructor flying before. He crashes to the ground. He cannot understand how the protagonist saw through it. Then, Nano tells the protagonist that the energy in the instructor's hands disappeared and his threat level dropped. The protagonist says the instructor truly tried to lie, then conceal the key in his hands. The instructor begins coughing violently. Realizing he cannot win, he apologizes and swears he won't lie this time. He says he'll accept defeat and report to the director that the protagonist passed the fourth test. But the boy steps on the instructor's stomach, making him spit blood, and says of course he will. About an hour later, the instructors are all disappointed by what they're seeing. Mayung is too as he looks at Seon Moon Yom lying on the floor. They think he crossed the line this time. He caused trouble again, and even attempted revenge against a cadet. It's a complete mess. Myung says he doesn't even need to hear the instructor's explanation. Since the fourth test is about fighting an instructor, the protagonist still kept himself under control. Even though Seon Moon Yom attacked with hidden intent, the protagonist didn't go too far. If he had been more brutal, he would have looked like the villain, but breaking his ribs only once seemed almost restrained. Myung realizes the protagonist has become sharp and calculating. Ho-jin says a victory is a victory regardless. Myung agrees and says he knew it was only a matter of time. Then he takes something from his drawer and tells the instructors to take Seon Moon Yom to the infirmary. Afterward, he tells the protagonist to accept a plaque. The boy asks what it is. Without answering immediately, Myung removes the old badge from his chest and places the new one on him. He congratulates him for passing the fourth test in record time, saying that in just 2 months, he restored his reputation and earned status equal to that of a martial instructor. Then he calls him squad leader Chian Yo-won. The boy is stunned. The instructor congratulates him again and tells him to take the Black Dragon medicinal pill, and he thanks him. The instructor adds that passing the fourth test comes with 2 more rewards. First, he gets a room all to himself. The protagonist is clearly thrilled. Then the instructor explains the second reward. Tomorrow at 9, they'll go to the blacksmith north of the main building. The boy isn't sure why until Ho explains that every squad leader who passes the fourth test receives a custom weapon from the cult, and honestly, that's exactly what he needs most. The protagonist thinks this is perfect. Not only will he stop sharing a room, but he can also solve the problem of which weapon best suits his style. Then Myung explains the fifth test. To pass it, he must clear the sealed demonic chamber, and the minimum requirement is reaching master level. Meanwhile, Dr. Bake is surprised. Only a few days have passed, and that man is already back. As Myung continues explaining the fifth test, which requires clearing the sealed demonic chamber, he says the minimum requirement is innate master level. The protagonist knows becoming a master means standing among the cult's top 100. So what kind of place is this chamber if it requires an innate master just to enter? He figures this test will take a long time. Myung says every generation has had many cases where 10 or more people pass the fifth test, then gives him one piece of advice. Don't be impatient. Impatience makes success much harder. He wishes the boy luck. The protagonist thanks him and says he'll do his best to meet his expectations. Sometime later, Jan heads to the academy library. He says it's finally time to inspect the sapphire monoliths on the 3rd and 4th floors. When he arrives, he asks about entering with his cadet badge. Then he shows them his new plaque. It's silver, proving that he just cleared the 4th test. The guard freezes, and everyone nearby starts whispering. The test ended only an hour ago, so at first they think he's lying. But that medallion matches the ones carried by the instructors, so he clearly passed. The guard can't believe it. In the previous generation, reaching the 4th test took 5 months after entering the academy. Kian did it in just 2. He quickly apologizes for doubting a squad leader. Kian brushes it off and asks if he can look around the 3rd floor, and the guard lets him through. On the 3rd floor, the protagonist notes he gets 4 hours here, twice as much time as on the second floor. Looking around, he figures everyone else is busy trying to memorize the books, so he goes straight to the monolith. Once he sees it, he realizes this one is far more complex than the monoliths below. He decides to study it later and tells Nano to record and save the sword marks first. After that, he moves on to scanning the books. The people around him get annoyed, wondering what's wrong with him since he's doing the same strange thing again. In the end, he fully scans all 179 books there, then heads up to the fourth floor and wonders what happened there. The moment he sees the stone, he notices a clean slash and guesses it came from a sword technique. But why are these monuments so badly damaged? He sees that the sword marks are deep and rough. Nano reports that the force used on this monument was about twice as strong as on the others, leaving Qian stunned and even more curious. He'd love to view the augmented replay now, but decides to save it for later and has Nano scan it first. He notices that the higher the floor, the smaller it becomes and the fewer books there are. Since only the best martial arts are kept here, he figures there must be a limit. As he checks the collection, he sees that about half are advanced elite techniques from his own cult, while the rest belong to the Justice faction or the Evil faction. Memorizing them could help greatly when he faces warriors from those groups. Since he still has 6 hours left, he starts with the books from his own cult. By the end, he scans 245 advanced martial arts books on the fourth floor, 112 from the Heavenly Demonic Cult, 83 from the Justice faction, and 50 from the Evil faction. After scanning like crazy, Qian thinks of something else. There's no reason only he should learn these martial arts. His followers from the mid and lower level clans should learn them too. Then the guard reminds him it's late. It's already past midnight, and the protagonist apologizes, saying he didn't even notice the time. As he leaves, he says he'll begin training in his private room. Bong is shocked to hear that he made it all the way to the fourth floor. They all congratulate him on passing the fourth test, while Munju thinks this is incredible. If young Master Qian passed in a single day, then he may be the strongest candidate to become Vice Lord. The protagonist tells them this will be their final night sharing the same room, and Bong asks what he means. The protagonist explains that passing the fourth test earned him a private room, and he plans to move there tomorrow. Mungu takes note of that, realizing the test also gives cadets their own rooms. The next day at 9 in the morning, Qian arrives at the blacksmith shop north of the Academy's main building. On the way, he thinks about what kind of weapon he needs. The blacksmith greets him as squad leader Qian, the young man who passed the fourth test in record time. He introduces himself, and Qian notices something strange. There's nothing on his face, no eyebrows, and no hair on his arms either. Qian wonders if the forge burned it all off. The blacksmith says it comes with the job, and the protagonist realizes he may have stared a little too long. The man introduces himself as Sugo Wangho, a descendant of Yezi, and says it's a pleasure to meet him. That name catches the protagonist's attention. He remembers reading about Yezi in the great historian's records. Yezi was a mastersmith from the spring and autumn period. Many of his swords were praised as top-grade weapons coveted by every martial artist. Black Purity, Fish Belly, Great Destroyer, and many others were said to be his creations. Sugo Wangho tells him not to look so impressed. Yezi had many descendants, and he doesn't think he matches his ancestors' talent. The protagonist says he's sure the man still inherited great skill. Pleased by that, Sugo Wangho says he judges people well and promises to forge his finest weapon for him. He notes that the protagonist seems to use both long swords and short blades. The protagonist confirms it and asks if both can be made, but Sugo Wangho apologizes. He can forge only one weapon, so the protagonist must choose. That leaves him hesitating, as if facing a real puzzle. Then he remembers how bad it felt when he used the heavenly demonic sword art against that prisoner, and how his sword cracked all over immediately afterward. If he had used the second technique too, the blade would have turned to dust. So he chooses the long sword. Sugo Wang-ho calls it a good choice and admits he's better at forging long swords than daggers and similar weapons. Before starting, the blacksmith asks to see Qian's sword technique. He explains that to forge a sword that truly suits him, he needs to watch how the protagonist fights and judge the proper length, power, and hardness of the blade. The protagonist understands immediately and draws his sword, taking his stance. As he performs the technique, Sugo Wang-ho watches in shock. When Qian finishes, he asks if that was enough, and the blacksmith says yes, more than enough. But then his expression changes. He struggles to put it into words, then tells Qian that forging a sword for him may be impossible. Qian wonders why. The blacksmith asks to borrow his sword, and once the protagonist hands it over, Sugo Wang-ho taps it with his hammer, and the entire blade shatters. The protagonist is stunned. It didn't just crack where it was struck. The whole sword broke apart. He thought it would be fine since he hadn't used that technique on a real opponent. But the blacksmith explains that this is the result of a sword technique so fierce that an ordinary blade cannot withstand it. Qian asks if a stronger sword can be made. Sugo Wang-ho says he would make one if skill alone were enough. But to survive that technique, the blade would need to be forged from at least cold iron. He explains that cold iron is metal filled with icy energy from the Northern Ocean. It's far harder than normal iron, but extremely rare. The cult gives it only to brigade leaders or people of even higher rank. He knew the heavenly demonic sword technique was powerful, but not this overwhelming. Sugo Wang-ho apologizes. After seeing such a monstrous technique, every part of him wants to forge the perfect sword for Qian, but there's only so much he can do. The protagonist says it's fine. He just has to pass the 5th test and become a brigade leader. Since that leaves only the short blade for now, he says he'll show the blacksmith that technique instead. Luckily, after watching Butterfly Dance, Sugo Wang-ho says he can forge that weapon. He tells the protagonist to return in half a month. Later, in his private training room, he notices more people training than usual. It seems several cadets have reached master level. Now he has to decide whether to take them one at a time or both at once. He goes back and forth for a moment, then dumps them both into his mouth, saying he doesn't have time to overthink it. A strange feeling hits him, and he tells Nano that he's about to cultivate the heavenly, demonic sword art. He asks for help absorbing the energy from the Black Dragon medicinal pills. Nano reports that a huge amount of energy has entered his body and is rising rapidly as it mixes with the energy in his 14 energy channels. Nano warns that his pressure points could overload if the energy's spread is restricted while his body absorbs it. Qian cuts her off, telling her to stop making it sound so dramatic. It's simple, even if it's going to hurt like crazy. He remembers Baekhyeo, the founder of the Poison Clan, known as the Lord of 10,000 Poisons. Even with his profound knowledge of medicine and poison, he failed repeatedly before creating the first Black Dragon pill. Those pills were designed at the perfect size, so their power could be absorbed without damaging the pressure points. Then the protagonist continues using the technique. Blood starts bursting from his body as his meridians begin tearing apart. Nano rapidly replicates cells to repair the damaged areas. Qian realizes that without Nano, all his blood vessels and pressure points would have ruptured, and he would have bled to death. She tells him it may be better to use the breathing and cultivation methods from his many other martial arts instead of heavenly demonic art. Nano says many of his blood vessels have burst, then quickly begins healing the damage. He feels that one lapse in focus could kill him, but he forces himself to endure. Since he swallowed 2 pills at once, the energy raging through him is like a tsunami. 4 hours later, he collapses to the floor, coughing up blood. After getting back up, he thinks he almost died and swears never to overdo it with those pills again. Then he wonders how much his ki increased. With Nano's help, he expected to gain about 40 years worth. But he notices something else. He actually gained 60 years. And that's not all. The flow of ki through his body improved greatly too. He begins thinking that breaking and restoring his pressure points may have made him stronger and tougher. Compared to before, he can now pour out twice as much ki into his techniques. So he creates an even larger ki sword. The blade is twice the size and denser too, making it likely stronger than instructor Ho Jin's. He says he still hasn't reached master level because his understanding is lacking. But his ki foundation is finally there. So now it's time to learn the second half of the heavenly demonic sword art. He asks Nano to extract the ki cultivation method from the monolith's third move, along with the destructive sword technique. Nano begins sending both into his brain. Then he suddenly flinches. Something feels wrong, so he asks Nano how many attempts the destructive technique needed to counter the heavenly demonic technique. Nano answers that it would nullify the third move on the 93rd attempt. That shocks him. No wonder the monolith had far more sword marks this time. It means the third technique is much stronger than the first two. He asks if Nano can transfer the third technique directly into his body. She says no. His body is already at its limit, and pushing his muscles further could leave them damaged. When he asks if it's still possible, Nano says yes, if he accepts the risk. She adds that even under that strain, he could still use the technique once. His curiosity immediately takes over. Since the second technique was far stronger than the first, he decides he has to test this one too. But as he performs it, he feels a massive burst of pain. He drops to one knee. Nano says the excessive movements injured muscles throughout his body and begins healing him. He realizes the technique is difficult to use because it hasn't been fully imprinted into his body yet. But then he looks down and notices the floor cracked from the shockwaves alone. At that point, 93 attempts no longer seem surprising. He wonders how powerful the third destructive sword technique truly is if it could counter the heavenly demonic art, and decides to test it again once his body recovers. After that, he begins trying several more movements and realizes this technique is incredible. By combining only a few sword movements, it perfectly countered the third move of the heavenly demonic art. It didn't hurt his body at all, but the movements were far more complex. He begins wondering whether the swordsman who created it truly mastered something extraordinary. If countering the third technique is already this difficult, he cannot imagine the fourth. So he asks Nano to transfer the fourth floor monolith techniques. He watches them all appear in his mind, but feels as though something is missing. Still, he cannot identify it. So he asks Nano to show both techniques fighting in augmented reality. She creates a 3D simulation. There, the fourth form of the heavenly demonic sword art faces the fourth form of the destructive sword. The two collide, and both swords break. He can hardly believe it. The destructive sword technique failed to defeat the heavenly demonic sword art, so he continues running more simulations. No matter how many times he watches, the result never changes. That only makes it stranger. He cannot believe the final move of the heavenly demonic art can stop the destructive sword at its peak. So he asks Nano how many sword marks were on the monolith. She says there were signs of about 130 attempts. On the final attempt, part of the monolith was cut during the 24th move. He thinks cutting sapphire stone would require more than simply filling a sword with ki. It would need a perfectly focused strike. That means the final move of the heavenly demonic art held only because it used incredibly powerful, materialized ki. He figures cutting the monolith was probably the swordsman's way of venting his frustration after failing to counter the technique with pure sword skill. From the marks, it seems he once challenged someone extremely powerful and became furious when he couldn't win as he wanted. That man must have been fascinating, and Qian still doesn't fully understand his sword art. In the end, he knows he has no choice but to deepen his martial understanding. Strengthening his body and pouring information into his brain can only take him so far. So now there's only one path left. Elsewhere, at the Demonic Academy cafeteria, everyone is eating together. He says it feels refreshing to share a meal like this, and admits he really likes the idea. Wu tells him they should all at least have dinner together. He asks why, since everyone has been busy with their own training. Wu says that's exactly why it matters. Bong agrees, and another cadet adds that individual training is important, but they still need to build teamwork. He agrees that becoming stronger alone won't be enough. They need to grow stronger together. For that, he heads to the Demonic Academy storage room. The instructor tells him that as a squad leader, he may use as many materials as he wants. Still, the man asks what he plans to do with all that paper. The protagonist mentions martial arts books, then says it still won't be enough, and that he'll return later. The instructor is stunned. That pile contained enough material for about 60 volumes. Did he really memorize all of it? Half a month later, everyone gathers at their lord's request. He says he has an important announcement, and Moon Gyu thinks the young master has been acting strangely lately. So she speaks to him and asks what's on him, saying he still has some on his face. He says it's only from the things he has to write. Back in the present, everyone sees him arrive, and she wonders whether it has something to do with that. He's carrying a stack of books. He asks if everyone is present, then says the reason he called them together is that starting tomorrow, he'll begin closed-door training. Everyone is shocked because it came out of nowhere. Then Wang Hu asks whether he has a fixed time limit. He says not really. It could take 1 year, perhaps 2, and he won't return until he achieves the results he wants. Wang Hu can tell he's serious and says he hopes he finds what he's looking for. The others quickly say the same. Baek Ji adds that this won't remain only his problem forever. They'll probably have to enter closed-door training too, after passing the 4th test. Before that, he gives them 2 orders. First, all of them must pass the 4th test before his training ends. That shocks everyone, but Sun Wu and Tak accept the order immediately. Tak thinks Sun Wu is far too loud, though the stronger ones are clearly confident. The cadets from mid-level clans are discouraged. It's a worthy goal, but it won't be easy for them. Then he gives the 2nd order. They must master all the martial arts books he'll distribute. That shocks them again. Mungusa says she finally understands why he was covered in ink. Writing all of those by hand must have been difficult, and she would have helped if he'd asked. They're stunned to learn he copied down the martial arts he studied on the 4th floor by hand. Expert-level techniques meant to compensate for their weaker arts. He tells everyone to come forward in the order he calls them, starting with Bong. The moment Bong sees his books, he freezes, and the others ask what could make him react that way. They include the illusory sword technique, falling petal technique, and iron ripper kick. They realize these are elite clan arts. Some even come from both the righteous and evil factions, and many are expert-level techniques. Bong says he'll give everything he has to become strong enough to repay such ocean-deep kindness, and swears to follow every order. The others feel the same. He's even taking care of cadets from lesser clans, and they feel ready to give their lives serving him. Until then, they hadn't known the other 99 books all contained different martial arts. Everyone is stunned to receive a different book filled with expert-level techniques, especially those who saw what Qian did on the 2nd and 3rd floors. They realized their lord wasn't being disrespectful in the precious library after all. He wasn't simply flipping through books for no reason. Wang Hu asks whether he truly memorized all the books, and the boy awkwardly admits he did. Wang Hu can barely react. He just stares at him in complete shock and admiration. Then it hits him. The library's time limit exists, so no one can take too many martial arts from it. And the arts their lord gave those 5 came from several of the 6 great clans. If they learn movements from multiple clans, they can study those clans too. Wang Hu admits he thought he understood him, but he was completely wrong. Qian is walking a path he cannot even imagine following. The others call their lord a true monster. How could anyone memorize that many books? Still, the proof is right before them. Sun Wu snaps them out of it and tells them to stop staring and collect their books. One by one, they do. Each vows to master what they received and not disappoint him. They promise to do everything possible to meet his expectations. Mungyu starts laughing, but Baiki points out that one problem remains. Some already practice their own cultivation and breathing methods, but people like Jin Guk from smaller clans or martial families probably need proper techniques most. Then Bong points out that one of the books contains a cultivation and breathing technique, and they quickly find several more. Baek Gi realizes he worried for nothing. They receive even more techniques, and Mungyu asks how something like this can even exist. Although it moves energy through unusual pressure points, it looks incredibly effective. She hates to admit it, but it's far better than the Black Dragon Palm, Clan's breathing and cultivation art. Taek turns to Qian and asks where he found a cultivation method like that, but then they realize they shouldn't be asking because they got carried away. Still, the protagonist begins lying with a completely straight face. He says the universal origin art is a secret cultivation technique hidden on the library's 4th floor, while wondering if that lie will actually work. 2 days earlier, when he was almost finished copying every martial arts book, he had been considering which breathing and cultivation technique to give them. He asks Nano whether she made progress with the analysis. She says the energy created through breathing is still being studied. Since that energy hasn't fully taken form, future technology needs more time, but she can already determine which breathing and cultivation methods best increase the energy in a person's dantian. So he asks whether she can select one. She says the heavenly demonic sword arts breathing and cultivation method produces the best results, and he immediately tells her to exclude it. Nano then suggests the 1,000 martial breaths technique, but he rejects that too. His master would definitely become angry, so she brings up sample 37, and he asks what that is because he doesn't remember seeing anything like it. Nano explains that it's a breathing and cultivation method created by analyzing a book called Origin of Ki from the 1st floor of the Precious Library, using techniques from the 1st through 4th floors as references. He asks whether she's saying she created a cultivation technique. She says it's a leftover result from building model samples during her analysis of breathing energy. When he asks when she made it, she answers that it was created 40 hours ago, after she finished analyzing the 4th floor's breathing and cultivation methods. He's shocked it took only 2 days and asks whether she also analyzed the heavenly demonic sword arts cultivation method. Nano says not yet because it combines body movement with breathing energy. The analysis isn't finished, so he asks to see sample 37. The moment he looks at it, he's stunned. He cannot believe it. After cultivating with it for only a short time, it's already close to the 1,000 martial breaths technique. The ki flow is also far more stable, and he quickly realizes it should work well with any martial art. Then he begins thinking of a name. Nano 37 sounds impressive, but in the end, he names it the Universal Origin Art and claims it was a secret technique hidden on the library's 4th floor. The others decide it truly must be a treasure, and Wang Hu guesses it belonged to an elite clan that vanished long ago. Qian cuts the discussion short and asks if he forgot anyone. Then he orders them to memorize every book he gave them by tomorrow and destroy each one afterward. The next day, northwest of the Demonic Academy's closed training area, he thanks everyone for seeing him off. While he trains in seclusion, he wants the 6 swords to help the slower members master their martial arts. Baek Gi agrees and tells him to focus on training without worry. Taek says he heard they were taught a method for training others so he'll gladly handle it. The protagonist wishes them all well, and they pray for his safety and health, hoping his training succeeds. Once he enters, he sees this is the fourth seclusion chamber. It's slightly larger than the expert level private training room inside. He finds some rations and says he asked them to bring plenty. The Godseed pills alone should keep him fed for years. Thinking about reaching master level, he admits he's honestly surprised. Then he tells Nano to transfer all the expert level martial arts from the fourth floor into his brain. And she says she'll load 245 books. They contain elite clan and sect martial arts, but compared to butterfly dance, the heavenly demonic sword art, and the destructive sword technique, they are far weaker. Even so, learning all these different arts broadens his perspective considerably. He decides to divide his daily training into 3 parts. In the morning, he'll practice techniques. In the afternoon, he'll fight augmented reality avatars. At night, he'll cultivate. Since it's afternoon now, he decides to begin with an avatar battle. He tells Nano to activate augmented reality and set Yuchan as the opponent. She starts the simulation, and he thinks that for now, 1 Yuchan is enough. Later, he should increase both the number and difficulty. His final goal is his master's avatar. He wants to surpass the movements his master used when defeating the prisoner from the evil faction. He decides it's time to begin. At that point, no one could have guessed how long Qian Youwen's seclusion training would last, not even Qian Youwen himself. 1 week after his seclusion began, the Dark Clan candidate Mu Young passed the 4th test by defeating an instructor, setting the fastest record in academy history if Qian isn't counted. On the 10th day, Mungyu of the Black Dragon Palm Clan became the 3rd to defeat instructor Li Paiyong. That day, the cadets saw her jumping with joy for the first time. She was thrilled to finally receive her own room. The 4th to pass was Kyung-won, the Sword Clan's Vice Lord candidate. He wanted to clear the test before anyone else, but took longer than expected because he wanted to be certain he could properly defeat the instructor. 2 months after the protagonist entered seclusion, Go Wang-her and Kim Go-wang entered seclusion too, while Mungyu also felt the need to train that way, but set it aside so she could teach the lower clan vassals. Around then, Baek-ji, the first sword among the 6, passed the 4th test. Go Wang-her's men were happy that their second vassal had passed, but Baek-ji himself wasn't pleased because he failed to do it before Mungyu. 4 months after the protagonist entered seclusion, Mu Guo, the Spring Clan's Vice Lord candidate, passed the 4th test and immediately began secluded training. The 2nd sword, Wang Hu, and the 5th sword, Seo Jun, became 2 more members of the 6 swords to clear the 4th test. But after 5 cadets failed the test, no one dared challenge the instructors for a while. In the 5th month, the remaining swords, Sun Hua and Tak, also passed the 4th test. By the 6th month, Womin, Ojong, Yuhua, and Jinho, all from mid-sized clans, had reached the natural-born expert level. In the 10th month, both Womin and Yuhua passed the 4th test, though by then a total of 15 people had already failed it. Exactly 1 year later, the protagonist's vassals dueled again to determine the new 6 swords. The results were Mungyu 1st, Baeki 2nd, Wang Hu 3rd, Seo Jun 4th, Sun Hua 5th, and Taek 6th. Once the new swords were chosen and over 30 of their allies had reached the natural-born expert level, Mungyu, Baek-gi, and Wang Hu could finally enter secluded training with peace of mind. 2 years after Qian entered seclusion, most of the cadets had taken the 4th test. Out of 121 cadets, 71 cleared it, and the rest were expelled. Of the protagonist's 34 vassals, 19 were among those expelled. After training harder than anyone, Wang Hu reached the proficient expert level in 2 years. During that time, nearly 80% of those who passed the 4th test entered secluded training. So the 6 swords duel was skipped that year. That led to the calmest period the Demonic Academy had ever seen. Aside from the protagonist, the 70 cadets in secluded training eventually emerged, but not even 40. 90% of them reached master level. Then, 2 years and 4 months in, Mu Young of the Dark Clan became the first to pass the 5th test and clear the sealed demonic chamber. But even before that, in the 8th month of the 2nd year, Kyungwon, Samasha, Wu Qishen, Mungyu, Wang Hu, and Baek Gi, a total of 6 cadets, had already challenged the 5th test. On top of them, 7 more people, including Mu Young, challenged the sealed demonic chamber. None passed, and 3 cadets died. After that, everyone became far more afraid to take the 5th test. In the 3rd year, the 6 swords dueled again. Since everyone had grown stronger through secluded training, this time all the vassals fought for those positions, throwing the rankings into chaos. The results were Wang took 1st sword, Munju 2nd, Baek Ji 3rd, Sunhwa 4th, Seo Jun 5th, and Wo Min 6th, and 2 more months passed. When Wang Hu arrives to meet the others, he notices that not everyone is there. He says Mungyu and Bong went there again, and Baek Gi realizes they must be back at the secluded training facility. Sunhwa says she's simply glad they went together. Wang Hu still feels uneasy about leaving them alone, but Baek Gi brushes it off, saying Munju is strong enough. Wang Hu says he wishes that were true, but the heir's conflict has been worsening. Kyungwon even approached him again recently. In the cafeteria, Baek Ji asks if he truly thinks they'd join a bastard like that. Wang Hu says it isn't about trust. They simply don't know what Kyungwon might attempt. Seo Jun says Wang Hu is right. Kyungwon is no different from Yuchan, so who knows what kind of trick he'll use. Baek Gi answers that this is exactly why they've been moving around together like this. Wang Hu says he has a terrible feeling about today and thinks they should go get them. Meanwhile, at the Demonic Academy's secluded training facility, Bong asks Kyungwon what he thinks he's doing with those weapons. Kyungwon says he has no interest in Bong and tells him to stay out of it. Then he asks Mungyu one last time whether she's certain she won't reconsider his offer. She says she has already refused him many times because she already has a lord to serve. He questions that answer and says a useful pawn sometimes needs to be properly taught. Then he proposes a bet. If she defeats him, he'll let her go. If he wins, she becomes his vassal. Bong snaps that this has gone too far. Kyungwon is supposed to be a future lord, but he sounds like a rotten thug. Kyungwon cuts him off and tells him again to stay out of it. Then his men rush forward, but suddenly they're seized by a force that freezes them in midair. They panic, wondering what the hell is happening. Their bodies won't move, leaving both of them stunned. Then they're slammed straight into the ground. Kyungwon curses and demands to know who did that. Then the protagonist steps out from inside, his clothes torn apart, and his hair grown long from training. He looks even colder now, with murder in his eyes. Seeing that, those outside cannot believe it. Moving objects with ki alone means high-level ki telekinesis. Kyungwon realizes the protagonist has reached Grand Master level. He cannot accept it. Kyungwon needed 2 years just to become a master. He tells himself it must be luck, but if he backs down now, everyone will look at him with contempt. So he orders his men to attack. Mungyu blocks them and asks if they truly think she'll allow that. She calls them cowards for ganging up on one person. One of them calls her insolent, saying trash from a lesser clan dare stand in their way. Bong says he must at least stop these men to make things easier for his lord. Then he charges straight at them. They wonder where Mun is going, but she handles them with ease. Still, she notices one technique is the Sword Clan's Imperial Sword, so she can't relax. She has to coat her hands in ki to fight someone at master level. At the same time, the others keep rushing the protagonist, trying to kill him, but he simply raises his hand and catches all 3 with ki, lifting them before striking their backs and throwing them away. They collapse completely, leaving the rest terrified. Kyungwon realizes they have no chance. The protagonist is already a monster, and no one there can stop him. So they decide this must end now and tell the protagonist they'll stop. Here, they admit defeat, but the protagonist only stares at them with a look that freezes everyone in place. Kyungwon's brother asks whether he truly intends to let them go. He has no choice, saying that if everyone there fought to the death, even he couldn't handle it easily. The protagonist steps forward without a word, raises his hand, blasts everything apart, and terrifies them all. Then he turns and says they're next. While Kyungwon is still fighting Moon-gyu, he says it makes no sense for someone so small to use such a powerful palm technique. To him, it's absurd. She realizes his ki scattered while he attacked. Then he forms a ki sword and tries to force the girl down with one strike. She thinks it's over, but then the protagonist appears between them and catches the ki sword with his bare hands. Kyungwon can only wonder whether he truly became a grandmaster, but before he can react, the protagonist passes him in a single strike. Kyungwon's arm goes flying. At that sight, Moon-gyu cannot process what happened. Kyungwon only feels the pain of losing his arm, screaming for his severed limb. He begs the protagonist to stop, but the protagonist drives a foot into his chest and slams him onto his back in the snow. Kyungwon begs for mercy, but the protagonist says it's too late and unleashes a terrifying. Then Wong-hoo asks Bong and Moon-gyu if they're all right, but stops when he notices the pile of bodies in front of Bong and demands to know what happened. Then he looks at Moon-gyu and asks who she's speaking to. But when they see that face, they all realize it's their lord. Wong-hoo drops to his knees before him. Now the first sword, Wong-hoo welcomes back his sovereign. Only then does everyone fully understand what's happening, and Moon-gyu remembers what she should do. She kneels too, greeting the protagonist as the second sword. Baek-ji also feels crushed by the pressure. It's like standing before the academy director himself. Then the third sword bows as well. Sun-hwa wonders if this is the first time Baek-ji has shown respect by using the title. It's amusing because he used to say honorifics embarrassed him around them. Then they all kneel before the protagonist. He thanks them for waiting for him. That sends everyone into cheers, until they notice behind him the Sword Clan's Vice Lord candidate. They realize it's Kyungwon and ask whether he reached Grand Master level. With a calm, confident expression, the protagonist confirms it. Half an hour later in the Demonic Academy infirmary, even the doctor treating Baek-ji notes that he finally emerged. By then, word of the protagonist's return and what he did to Kyungwon and his mizen had spread throughout the academy, with the protagonist taking down 5 of the 6 Vice Lord candidates from the major clans. The cadets began seriously thinking they might see a Vice Lord from outside those 6 clans. That placed tremendous pressure on Mu-young's subordinates from the Dark Clan. He didn't care much though and continued focusing on improving his skills and techniques. As for Mu-young, he asks one of the instructors whether the protagonist is close to Grand Master level. The instructor says it isn't that he's close. He's already there. After letting him out of the secluded chamber, the instructor saw him use high-level ki telekinesis with his own eyes. Mu-young thinks the protagonist's secluded training took longer than expected, so he assumed he would only reach true master level, but he reached Grandmaster. In the entire history of the Demonic Academy, no one had ever done that before passing the 6th test. At this point, calling him a genius isn't enough. Then something clicks in Myung's mind. The instructor asks the director whether something happened, and the director says yes. Then the instructor asks what it is. Before he can answer, someone knocks. He tells the instructor to let them in. If he hadn't just read those reports, he would have assumed it was one of the council elders. The hostile energy surrounding the academy was that intense. Myung says he's become so strong that he's almost difficult to recognize. Then he asks what brings him there. Squad leader Qian. Sometime later, at the cave, Instructor Ho is shocked that he wants to take the 5th test only 4 hours after leaving seclusion. Ho says Qian must be in a real hurry. The protagonist explains that his vassals were afraid of this place while he was in seclusion, so he decided to deal with it as soon as possible. Ho is impressed. He trained for 3 years to become a true master, and now he's the one overseeing Qian's test. So Ho tells the boy to enter, but Qian suddenly feels a powerful wind from inside and becomes uneasy. It's even fiercer than the winter wind outside, and the cave is much larger than he expected. Ho explains that the 5th test is to cross the cave of the sealed demon. Inside, the protagonist must pass countless traps in total darkness, relying only on his senses. Once he enters, they'll wait for 2 hours. The protagonist figures the nearby lever must control the traps. Ho adds that if the protagonist cannot finish in time, they'll assume something went wrong and shut the traps off, just as everyone said. With that, Ho announces the start of the 5th test. Qian remembers this is the cave with the sealed demon inside. He studies the path ahead, and another gust blows from deep within. In the darkness, he catches sight of something with scales and one terrifying eye. He immediately begins cheating a little. He asks Nano to activate night vision. As it turns on, his eyes change color. The path ahead is long, and the air smells like oil, blood, and many other things mixed together. Then he spots something ahead and wonders if it's a tunnel. He guesses that's where the traps begin, and since he can see clearly, he should be able to pass through quickly with movement techniques. He steps on a few trapped spots, but still sees every trap activate and come straight at him. When the arrows fly toward Qian, he simply flicks his hand and shatters them all. He realizes anyone without great skill would easily be caught in this darkness, so he gives up on moving quickly and begins walking carefully instead. Even so, he triggers more traps. The ceiling begins dropping toward his head, so he breaks into a run and barely escapes being crushed. Now he understands the traps activate when someone steps on the wrong bricks. He tells himself to watch his footing, and with Nano's night vision, these traps are basically useless. 30 minutes later, he realizes the cave has more than one tunnel. He glances back and notices that without the airflow, it would be easy to get lost. Then he notices something familiar. He was here over 3.5 years ago. This is the secret chamber. Inside the detention center, he has found the heavenly, demonic sword art again. There he bows before the founder of the heavenly demonic art and calls himself fortunate for finding this place. If the Poison Clan leader knew about it, he'd be furious. Qian decides the only thing left is to erase every trace of this place. He doesn't want anyone else learning the heavenly demonic art or its techniques, but then the whole chamber begins shaking. He blurts out, asking what the hell is happening. The pillar itself begins moving. Startled, he jumps back and wonders what's going on. When the dust settles, he sees that the pearls once set into the ceiling are now directly before him. Then he begins to understand. These are the texts explaining the movements of the heavenly demonic sword art. There was a hidden mechanism here. Still, something feels wrong. He notices strange lines behind them and realizes that when the lines from all the lamps connect, they form a map. He's certain it's a treasure map leading somewhere. Even so, he has no way to know where it points, so he tells Nano to scan, save everything. Nano reports that the lamp map matches the cave, and Qian is glad he had her save it. This is a treasure map of the cave of the sealed demon. Nano also marks their current location, and he's impressed she can do that too. He decides to head back toward the entrance, but there's still plenty of time. The founder wouldn't leave something like this without a reason, so he goes to investigate. As he walks, he begins remembering hearing about something like this before. He recalls Mingyu saying the cave felt eerie inside. He asked why, thinking it was only the darkness. But she said no, she heard a strange crying sound inside, and Mingyu was shocked that someone else heard it too. Qian realizes the sound is far too real to be his imagination. But no matter how much he sharpens his senses, he still cannot detect what it is. The route also feels strange. Even if it isn't the way out, it has more traps than the other paths. As he continues forward, he notices that even though this is the route shown on the map, It still appears to be a dead end. Then his eyes widen. Is it truly a dead end? He spots writing on the wall, saying something is sealed. Then he hears the crying again and wonders whether the founder sealed something behind that wall. He doesn't know what it is, but it feels demonic. Perhaps that's why this place is called the Cave of the Sealed Demon. Still, he begins worrying that his curiosity might release something he cannot handle. He remembers the warning that curiosity gets people killed, so perhaps he shouldn't touch it. But then why would the founder leave a map leading here? In the end, Qian decides there's no time to overthink it. If the founder left it behind, it cannot be a mistake. So he says he'll break the wall first and pours key into his sword. Then he uses the linked strikes of butterfly dance. The fifth technique, the wall breaks apart. He stares in shock, realizing his attack only scratched the surface compared to the founder's mark. Something is wrong with that wall. It resembles the sapphire monolith. Then he realizes it isn't merely similar. It is the sapphire monolith, only covered by a different outer layer. So he prepares another strike. This is the technique he couldn't use before. When he possessed only the knowledge in his body, he could perform it only after reaching Grand Master level. As he gathers ki, he says he thought he would save this move for a truly dangerous enemy, but he's using it here instead. He steadies himself and unleashes the fourth technique of the heavenly demonic sword art. The attack twists like a drill and crashes directly into the wall. This time, Qian blasts a huge hole through it and thinks it finally worked. But then he smells the same stench. From the cave entrance, a terrible feeling strikes him. Perhaps he made a serious mistake. Then his sword begins cracking apart. Qian realizes the blade Su Go Wang Ho made for him could withstand only one strike. Ordinary metal truly cannot endure the heavenly demonic art. At that moment, Nano warns him about an abnormal plasma burst ahead. The protagonist is stunned as Nano says an atmospheric shockwave is approaching. That instantly terrifies him. He's blasted away in a single hit and slammed into the wall farther back. He wonders what the hell that was because he couldn't block it at all. Another attack comes immediately afterward, and he has no choice but to dodge and run. Then he turns around to see what it is. Emerging from the black haze, he sees a giant serpent, an emugi. Qian has heard that emugis are usually white or blue, sacred spirit beasts that live in lakes. But this one is nothing like that. It's merely a violent monster. The creature attacks again, and the protagonist keeps dodging charge after charge from the massive serpent. It even clings to the ceiling, and he realizes the cave will collapse if this continues. If this entire chamber is made of sapphire, then he needs to lure it outside. The giant serpent chases him the entire way. Once it fully leaves that area, he notices and moves back into the chamber. He thinks the plan worked, but inside he lands in a pool that looks like blood. That leaves him stunned. He looks around and wonders what that black liquid is. The smell is so terrible it gives him a headache. Then the serpent comes after him again, and he runs farther away until it tries to swallow him whole. He realizes the sticky liquid is slowing his movement technique, so he gathers ki in his hand and forms a sword, then slashes the serpent with all his strength, but freezes. His hand actually bounces back. The serpent roars and blasts him away again, and he sees the heavenly demonic sword. Art didn't even scratch it. It felt like striking solid metal. He begins wondering whether that monster's body is tougher than sapphire. Then something ahead makes him tense again. He's shocked that the water around the serpent barely moves. A beast that large should have raised the water level the moment it entered the Black River. But nothing changed, so he tells Nano to activate augmented reality. She does. She confirms that strange black plasma energy fills the chamber. Nano explains that it occurs when atmospheric energy becomes so dense that ion particles condense, even though science cannot fully prove it. She says this could be called a spiritual phenomenon, and he asks if that's truly what this is. Nano warns him to be careful because another atmospheric shockwave is approaching, while the serpent continues charging. It tries to bite him again, but this time he dodges easily, confirming his suspicion. Even when that enormous head strikes the water, no large wave forms. Still, he hears something hit the bottom. After analyzing it, Nano says there are 24 metal fragments floating in the air, all radiating powerful plasma energy. That catches him off guard, and he asks what she means. He tells Nano to mark every metal fragment she detected, and she does while he continues, dodging the serpent's bites. The markers appear scattered across the serpent's head. He can barely believe it. Those points align perfectly with the path of the basic heavenly, demonic art technique. As the serpent prepares to strike again, he reminds himself that he practiced that basic sword form with its breathing and cultivation method for 3 full years. Now he has to perform everything at once, so he rushes directly toward the tip of the serpent's head. When they meet head-on, he lands precise strikes on every single point, across its scales. He thinks he succeeded, and then everything disappears. He's alone now, and when he turns around, his face stiffens in shock. That's when he sees the Imugi's true form. Those fragments begin coming together and form a black sword wrapped in a dark, eerie aura. He realizes that it is the heavenly demonic sword, and he cannot understand why something so valuable, the symbol of the Lord of the heavenly demonic cult, is here. The moment he grabs it, the sword begins sinking into his arm, and he's swallowed by a black mist that turns everything dark. He cannot see, hear, or even speak. It feels as though every sense in his body has vanished, but instead of feeling terrifying, it almost feels comforting. That frightens him even more. He knows he shouldn't feel that way. Then the light returns, and he finds himself in a completely soaked place. He says his mind was nearly consumed by the darkness and begins calling for Nano, but she doesn't answer. Then the true Imugi, covered in white scales, appears before him. He realizes there was another one all along, and it opens its mouth with a roar directly in front of him. But then he notices its horns are growing, and its body is becoming larger. The creature is transforming into a dragon, and he reaches for his sword to attack. But before he can do anything, something slices off one of the dragon's horns. The horn falls near him, and the dragon panics after losing it. He also sees the Imugi's white scales turning black. Then he looks at the person who cut off the horn and wonders who this swordsman is. The swordsman swings his blade and points it at the serpent. Qian notices the key-made sword, and that black blade is one he knows very well. The black-scaled Imugi growls at the swordsman, and the two charge at each other. The swordsman cuts through its body again and again, and Qian recognizes the third technique of the heavenly demonic sword art. His own version doesn't even come close. Once the serpent is dead, the swordsman drives his blade into it, and the sword begins absorbing the aura coming from the corpse. The man thinks it will take time to absorb all that energy, and that it isn't meant for him. Then he turns and sees the boy standing there, staring directly at him. The sight leaves Qian shaken. The man only smiles at him, and the protagonist snaps back to reality, lifting his face out of the sticky sludge. He begins coughing, and Nano asks if he's all right. He realizes he accidentally swallowed some of the black liquid and thinks it's disgusting. When he asks how long he was unconscious, Nano says he never lost consciousness. He simply collapsed the moment he grabbed the sword. That shocks him. He thought he had been near death for a long time, so he asks how long it's been since they entered the cave. Nano says it hasn't even been an hour. Relieved, he asks if all that happened was his collapse. But Nano says no. The moment he held the sword, black plasma energy entered his body and fully stimulated the nerve cells in his brain. She adds that the black plasma he absorbed merged with the energy already inside him, leaving him stunned. He says that explains the terrible demonic energy he felt within himself. But how could it change him this much? He begins wondering whether it was the sword's effect because now that he thinks about it, the sword he held turned into the bracelet around his wrist. He stares at it, wondering what it is and why it's attached to him. Meanwhile, outside the cave of the sealed demon, everyone finds the delay strange. Someone at master level shouldn't need this long, and nearly 2 hours have already passed. They begin wondering if something went wrong. One of them reminds the others that this cave may contain a demon. Ever since the Sword Lord founded the academy, it has been used for the 5th test. They've heard that only qualified people could enter this place in the past, so the instructor begins wondering whether Qian failed and was swallowed up inside. But while they stand there guarding the cave, the exit door opens, and everyone sees the boy emerge. They're immediately struck by the awful smell coming from him. Still, they congratulate him on passing the 5th test. He thanks them, even though he can tell he reeks. The instructor continues staring at him and notices something that resembles a deer horn. Later, Qian goes to wash off the horrible stench. He leaves the horn nearby and says the smell is finally gone, which makes sense since he's been bathing for nearly an hour. Then he glances to the side at his clothes and the horn on the floor. It brings back what happened inside. While trying to draw out that sword's full power, he pushed the heavenly, demonic art to its limit. The more he tests it, the more amazed he becomes. The blade can withstand that art and cut through sapphire easily, but combining it with his ki is terrifying. As he continues using ki, it begins falling apart, and so does the sword before returning to his wrist. He says it won't come off, no matter how much force he uses. It reacts only to the demonic energy mixed into his ki. His body has also felt hot and sweaty for a while. Then Nano tells him that the strange liquid didn't merely enter his body. It seeped into his veins, and the remaining toxins are slowly being expelled. That surprises him all over again. He says that when he reached master level, his body already underwent cleansing and expelled many toxins, so it shocks him that this liquid can remove even the smallest traces left in someone's body. Then it finally clicks. The black liquid is the Amugi's blood, and he thinks it could help his subordinates greatly. He decides to take some with him, but while scooping up a small amount of that strange liquid, he notices the ground shaking and is caught off guard. Everything is collapsing. He nearly gets swept away with the liquid, but manages to save a little using the sheath. Even so, he feels terrible. There was enough of that blood river to increase the entire cult's strength. Then he looks down, spots something still covered in blood, and realizes it's the Amugi's horn. It's the same horn the man in his vision cut off. He decides to keep it, though he has no idea what he'll use it for. Perhaps it can increase his ki like a medicinal pill, so he asks Nano to analyze it. She says it's made of an unknown material, but its hardness is only slightly below diamond. He can hardly believe it. That means it's even harder than sapphire, so he decides to test his ki sword against it and brings down a full power strike. He's completely shocked. It isn't merely durable. Some strange force pushes his ki sword back, and he wonders whether that's because it's the horn of a spirit beast. Then an idea strikes him. This could be forged into a sword or short blade, perfect for the heavenly demonic art and butterfly dance. It's so hard that perhaps the legendary blacksmith's descendant, Sugo Wang Ho, could craft it. At 4 p.m. in the main building, inside the director's office, Myung thinks only 4 hours have passed, yet the boy's energy has grown tremendously. He still controls it well, but Myung can also sense a trace of demonic energy within him, making him wonder whether Instructor Ho was right. He had always believed it was only a legend, that only someone truly qualified could meet the demon sealed in that cave. Myung begins laughing. First that sword technique, and now this demonic energy. This child must be important somehow. Ho snaps him back to reality. Myung quickly apologizes to Qian, calls him squad leader, then decides brigade leader fits better and congratulates him On clearing the 5th test, he says Qian is now a true martial master and a source of pride for the cult, so there are rewards he deserves. Qian asks what the item is, and Ho explains that it's a black metal badge given to brigade leaders of their cult. The boy notices the words Heavenly Demonic Cult engraved on it and feels power in the carving, guessing it was made by a swordsman, not a smith. Ho says the Lord carved it himself, and only brigade leaders receive such an honor. Qian would love to throw it away, but with everyone watching, he decides to keep it. Then he turns to Myung and asks whether he can take the 6th test right now. Everyone there is stunned. No one expected those words from him. Myung stares directly at the boy, then says yes. He's more than qualified. The 6th test normally requires at least Grand Master level, so everyone is shocked. Watching someone reach that point is unbelievable. He's the first in 70 years to qualify. Myung explains that the 6th test is to challenge one of the 12 council elders, the strongest hidden martial artists. That catches the boy off guard, and Myung asks whether he already has someone in mind. Later, at the Demonic Academy library, the boy heads there, thinking he never expected the 6th test to grant him the right to challenge one of the 12 elders. Once he graduates, the conflict with the 6 great clans will begin. Now he has a chance to eliminate one major enemy beforehand. To improve his odds against the 6 clans, he needs to master the final technique of the heavenly demonic art. Back in the office, Myung remains behind and thinks the boy has matured. He expected him to choose the Poison Clan leader immediately because of Lady Hua, but the boy remained calm and asked for time to think before answering. Even after gaining the chance to strike his target of revenge, he stayed cautious. To Myung, that makes him far more dangerous than someone driven only by hatred. He says the Academy's 4 years of protection are almost over, and soon the 6 great clans will reveal their claws. When that happens, the entire cult could become a massacre. He wonders how Chen Yowen will handle it. Meanwhile, on the library's 5th floor, the boy walks alone and notices there are only 20 books. Something feels strange, and he remembers his master telling him to be grateful for learning butterfly dance and the 1,000 breaths technique because they were kept on the 4th and 5th floors. Since his master said it was here, he approaches the technique. He had already inherited, but when he turns, he realizes the moment has finally come. This is the final technique of the heavenly demonic art. He asks Nano to scan the monolith and analyze the key control behind it. But as the scan begins, the boy starts pacing in confusion. Then he jolts in shock. How is that possible? There are no sword marks. He cannot understand it. A destructive sword technique should have left something behind. Why didn't the swordsman leave it there? He asks Nano if the monolith truly has nothing, and she says it does. A mark left by a single person. Nano immediately activates augmented reality and zooms in on the target, revealing one tiny hole. The boy stares at it in complete confusion. It's only a hole. He wonders whether this is truly part of the heavenly demonic art. Could a technique like that even exist? Then he asks himself whether the attack pierced straight through it. He says he missed it because of the poem, but the stone truly was pierced. He cannot believe it because it doesn't even look as though ki was used. The founder must have concentrated the technique's raw power into a single point. If even a little ki had been used, the monolith would have shattered. So the monolith has no sword marks, not because the swordsman failed to find the hole, but because he couldn't determine how to counter the technique with ordinary sword movements. The boy realizes the founder's greatest discovery in his final years wasn't only sword unification. It was something else. By drawing the sword's intent into himself, the user reveals his own desire and intent, and when those two desires become one, it means something he is only now beginning to understand. Then it clicks. The boy begins glowing as though he's undergoing a complete evolution. And just like that, he enters a state of enlightenment so powerful that even the guard notices. The inspector rushes over asking what's happening to the brigade leader, but when he sees the light, everyone is confused. One of them tells the newcomer to remain quiet. They all notice the others have formed a defensive stance around him. While the boy sits there cultivating, they think he must be unifying the 5 kinds of ki. None of them ever expected to witness this. It's said that when someone reaches true Grand Master level, they receive the energy of heaven, earth, and man, which cleanses the body and aligns the 3 dantians. Even then, that stage is only half complete. A true Grandmaster is born only after unifying all 5 energies, and that's exactly what the boy is doing now. As he sways in meditation, his skin begins cracking, and it looks as though he's breaking out of a shell. The inspector watches everything happening to him as the cracks spread farther. Then he realizes what this must be: body reconstruction. After all the chaos on that floor, everything finally becomes quiet. The inspector thinks that although the boy was releasing enormous energy a moment ago, now he cannot feel anything at all. He must have gained complete control of his ki. If this continues, even the director may not be able to sense Brigade Leader Qian's energy. When the boy opens his eyes, everyone congratulates him on the breakthrough. He wonders whether this new sensation is what he thinks it is. He truly reached Grandmaster level, and for the first time he understood a technique without it being fed directly into his brain. Then he notices the 3 of them formed up to protect him during his enlightenment. So he thanks them, but then he finally sees the mess left behind and apologizes for what happened to the library. They tell him it's fine, especially after such a tremendous achievement, and remind everyone to handle the martial arts books carefully. While returning them, they ask if he knows how valuable those books are. The boy decides this is the perfect opportunity, while everyone is busy with the books, to erase the hole in the stone. He doesn't want even the slightest chance of someone else learning the heavenly demonic art. Afterward, the inspector tells Qian the books are no longer an issue, and he may continue studying. The boy simply thanks him. The first books Qian scans are martial arts from the 6 great clans: the Insane Spiritual Sword of the Sword Clan, Spring Cave Fist of the Spring Clan, Black Cloud Palm of the Dark Clan, Destroying Soundwave of the Sound Clan, Poisonous Demonic Toad Palm of the Poison Clan, and Phantom Demonic Blade Dance of the Blade Clan. He knows these probably aren't their strongest techniques, but they're still among the finest arts in the entire demonic cult. Then he spots the Crimson Fire Sword technique and assumes it must belong to the Left Guardian. The name suits him well. Next, he finds Wind God's Step and wonders whether it's a movement technique rather than a martial art. He says the timing is perfect because he lacks a good movement skill. Then he wonders who would donate something like that to the library and tells Nano to scan it. Sometime later at 8 p.m., back in his quarters, the boy is with his subordinates, and they all congratulate him on passing the test. They're thrilled, but Wang Hu asks whether he knows about that, while Mengyu wonders if they're dreaming. Then another girl says monsters like that shouldn't even exist. People would be shocked to learn something can actually frighten Manhwa. She adds that the girl is strong enough to destroy those monsters alone, yet she still took a heavy hit. But Qian decides not to mention what he found, telling them would only cause trouble. Meanwhile, Wang Hu is busy thinking about how cute Manhwa is. That's why Qian called everyone there. Then he pulls out the serpent, blood he took from the cave. A horrible rotten smell fills the room, and Wang Hu blurts out, asking what that disgusting substance is. The protagonist knows it will be difficult to explain that it's Imugi blood, so he simply says he found it after taking a wrong turn in the cave of the sealed demon. They're all shocked that he brought it back from the cave and ask why. He tells them he wants each of them to drink a little. No one can believe he's serious. Qian explains that he drank it accidentally, and it expelled every toxin from his body while improving his ki flow. Since it works so well, he brought some back for them too. Even so, everyone thinks there's no way they can actually drink it. Then Wang Hu steps forward and says they shouldn't hesitate when their lord is offering something beneficial. To prove it, he declares he'll drink first. He tells everyone to move aside, grabs a huge cup, and says the smell is nothing. After thanking his lord, he gulps it down. The moment it enters his mouth, he acts tough and thinks it wasn't even that bad. Then the sickness hits, he falls backward, looking half dead. Wang Hu stammers, asking if Qian is saying this stuff is truly an elixir. A moment later, his ki begins moving wildly. He says Qian was right. His body feels renewed and his ki flow became much faster. Seeing that, everyone realizes they're doomed to drink it too. After seeing the results, they all take some except Ho Sang, who refuses, and Mun Gyu, who has trouble because of her mask. Still, none of them wanted to drink it willingly. A while later, at the Forge North of the Demonic Academy, the descendant of the legendary blacksmith is hammering at that dragon horn, but it doesn't even scratch. Instead, his hammer shatters into pieces. He asks the protagonist where in the world he found that thing, but the protagonist says he cannot tell him. The smith says it doesn't matter. With material like that, he can forge the finest weapon in the world. He asks if the protagonist wants a spear, and the protagonist says yes, but the smith remembers that he also received cold iron and asks whether he wants a sword made from that. The protagonist reminds him that he once said he could forge only one weapon. The smith explains that the protagonist is now a brigade leader. He can request weapons whenever he wants. The academy limits how much cold iron it distributes, but that's fine. They can obtain materials directly, so Qian asks him to forge a sword. He needs to hide the black sword until he learns why the heavenly demonic sword was sealed within it. A replacement sword would help. The smith warns that with materials this fine, each weapon will take about a month, so 2 months total. The protagonist tells him to begin anyway. Afterward, he heads to the academy director's office, where the director asks whether he's certain about what he just said. He says yes. Myung is clearly shaken. He admits the protagonist is bolder than anyone else and wonders whether the child is actually insane. Qian's target is the Dark Clan leader, Mong Gilun, the first of the 12 elders. He reached Grandmaster long ago and was one of the strongest fighters competing for 2nd and 3rd place in the demonic cult, alongside the great guardian Marikim. Myung realizes the protagonist plans to deal with the first elder, but challenging a grandmaster is no easy matter. He can tell the protagonist has thought it through, though it still feels reckless. Even so, he says he'll send a formal letter in the name of a heavenly demonic cult. Everything seemed to be going Qian's way, but the world didn't move according to his plans alone. On the 10th day after Qian applied for the 6th test, envoys from the Martial Arts Alliance arrived at the Heavenly Demon Castle for the first time in nearly 10 years. The entire demonic cult was shocked, but Qian Yewon, still training at the academy, had no way of knowing. Then 1 week before the 6th test, Qian is told that Myung wanted to see him. The man looks troubled, and the protagonist asks whether something happened. He apologizes and says the protagonist will need a different opponent for the 6th test. Qian asks why. Did the first council elder change his mind? The answer is no. Then Myung spreads his energy throughout the room. Qian understands immediately. It must be confidential. Myung says he cannot share every detail because the information is secret. But right now, only 4 elders remain, from 9th to 12th place. The protagonist realizes none of the higher-ranked elders are present, meaning he cannot face any of them in the 6th test. Myung says he never wanted to recommend this, but the clan rankings recently changed. He explains that the Poison Clan leader was pushed down to 12th place, and Qian is surprised. Then he smiles. The next second, his eyes turn cold and deadly as he looks at Myung, thinking this is better than nothing. The next day, in the office of the Poison Clan chief, the elder hears the news and thinks the timing is strange, because he expected that bastard would have already been dealt with by now. He knows Mong Gilun has long been a thorn in their side, And over the last 3 years, the Dark Clan Elder grew stronger than both the Poison Clan Elder and Sword Clan Elder. Using battle as an excuse, the Lord kept trying to weaken Mongilun. So the Lord had truly been using these matches to diminish the Dark Clan Elder. Still, while the 6 clans, including the Poison Clan, waited to recover their full strength, an unexpected request reached them on the morning of the 6th test and changed everything. One of the Poison Clan men urges their leader to reject it. He says little time has passed since the Elder was freed from prison, and the Lord is always watching them. Another agrees, warning that if they're pushed any further, the balance among the 6 clans could collapse. But their leader says refusing would only tell everyone they've become weak. His grandson is still bedridden, and now a request like this has arrived. What is he supposed to do? One of them sides with his elder and says that boy has already reached Grand Master level. It would be better to eliminate him now, especially considering their history. Another says this concerns all 6 clans. Even if he claims he trained every day, he doesn't possess the strength to support that claim. He asks whether this is meant as a threat, then says the real threat is the Lord. But their leader cuts everyone off. He says he wants Qian dead more than anyone, but they have too much to lose if they move too quickly. Then he decides to reject the request. Afterward, he goes to see the grandson, the protagonist, crippled. The boy lies in bed, barely alive. The man apologizes, saying there's nothing he can do to help him. The toothless boy weakly calls for his grandfather. Then someone appears at the door and addresses the elder, saying he has a visitor. He asks who would come so late and tells them to let the guest in. But then a telepathic message reaches him. It's Lady Mu, wife of the Dark Clan Elder. They ask whether she should be turned away, adding that she's already waiting outside. He's genuinely shocked, leaves the boy behind, and says he's coming immediately. But when he opens the door, Jongsun sees that woman waiting there. She was the source of all his clan's misery. He remembers the past, how she approached his mother and smiled at him before everything fell apart. His rage rises until his eye feels ready to burst. He realizes this was the woman who asked his mother for poison. The next day, at the Demonic Academy director's office, a message arrives from the Poison Clan Elder saying he accepted the request for the 6th test. Myung says it happened exactly as he expected. On the morning of the 6th test, Qian goes to the blacksmith. When he arrives, he sees the man still working on a sheath. Half an hour later, he finally finishes it. The smith says Qian nearly frightened him to death because he didn't even notice the boy arrive. When the protagonist takes the blade, he notices how smooth it feels. This is the White Dragon blade, and the smith says he named it exactly as the protagonist requested. The protagonist says the name suits it perfectly. Then the smith tells him to turn the blade over, takes out a handkerchief, and drops it onto the edge. The cloth splits apart the instant it touches the blade. The protagonist is thrilled. The weapon is sharp enough to cut even something that light and soft, and the smith asks if he likes it. He says yes immediately. He never expected such an incredible weapon and calls him the finest blacksmith around. The blacksmith laughs and thanks him. Meanwhile, the boy thinks that with this blade, he may even surpass his master Siob and the wild sword dance. This is the moment Qian gains the White Dragon blade, one of the 2 great weapons that will later define him, the black sword and the white blade. On the day of the 6th test, everyone gathers at the Demonic Academy training ground. People stare at Qian in shock. He already reached the 6th test, and some call him a complete monster. Reaching Grandmaster level this quickly is insane. But can he truly defeat an elder? They also wonder whom he selected. Perhaps someone from one of the 6 clans. Then they guess it must be the 12th elder, and Qian hears all of it. As the director enters, everyone notices someone beside him. It's the 9th elder, the elder of the transformation. Clan Sama, his descendant Sama Sha lights up when he sees his father. But then another person arrives. It's the Poison Clan Elder. That choice stuns everyone. They cannot believe Qian truly selected the Poison Clan leader, the man whose poison leaves nothing behind. Qian, however, remains calm as the old man walks toward him. The director begins by thanking the 12th elder for accepting Brigade Leader Qian's challenge. Then he announces the start of the 6th test, with the 9th elder of the Transformation Clan serving as witness. The Poison Clan elder watches in silence, his eyes fixed on Myung. He says that after spending 2 years imprisoned because of that incident, the boy has finally shown himself. Soon the two stand face to face, with Qian staring directly into the old man's eyes. Myung gives the order to begin the test, and the old man moves. Before Qian can even think, he charges directly at the boy and seems to land a palm strike on Qian's chest. Everyone is horrified by the sudden cheap shot and shouts Qian's name, but it was only an afterimage. Surprised, the elder realizes he missed, and Qian appears behind him. The 9th elder can hardly believe it. Qian truly is at Grandmaster level. Myung is even more shocked, wondering whether there was a book about the great Guardian's movement skill on the 5th floor. The Poison Clan elder tries to attack again, but misses once more. Qian slips away effortlessly, thinking the old man is quite fast. The elder attacks again, and Qian realizes he's very skilled at copying techniques. Then the old man says he'll cripple the boy's legs first. Qian is surprised to see him use a key projectile. The ground erupts in dust, but Qian leaps clear. The elder continues pressing forward, swinging his staff at the boy again. Qian figures he's trying to restrict his movement by targeting his legs. But then he catches the old man off guard with the 2nd form of butterfly dance, light butterfly circular steps. The elder counters with the 5th form of the destructive poison art. The shockwave of ki hits everyone nearby, and it feels as though their ears may burst. Then both fighters are thrown apart, and Qian still looks completely calm. The old man, however, begins wondering how this child became so powerful. He also questions that blade. How did something so thin survive his technique? And that's not all. Even if Qian reached this level, the elder expected him to lack battle experience, but he fights like someone who survived hundreds of wars. The old man wonders if Qian is truly only at lower Grandmaster rank. He has fought at full strength from the beginning, yet still hasn't made the boy waver even once. Worse, he can tell Qian still isn't using his full power. For the first time, he's seeing a monster grow this quickly, and now he understands why Lady Mu said what she did. The day before the 6th test, she visited the Poison Clan elder. He asked whether she wasn't going too far by trying to force him to accept the demonic cult's request. Even as the Dark Clan leader's wife, she had no right to command another clan leader. So whose idea was this? She calmly replied that she knew where the Divine Doctor was, and that shocked him. Then she asked if he had heard of him, the greatest healer in China, said to cure anyone who isn't already dead. Perhaps he'd save his grandson. The elder says that's impossible. No one knows where the Divine Doctor is, but she explains that her grandfather received the Divine Doctor's plaque and was told that with it, he could find him at a certain place. So she tells the elder to kill the boy. If things worsen because of that past incident, the Dark Clan leader will intervene because the next academy director has already been chosen. Remembering that conversation, the elder thinks there must be a reason Qian was selected. At this level, no one below the 3rd elder could face him. If they make one mistake, the 6 clans may end up facing the greatest enemy in history. So he decides Qian must die here and begins gathering even more ki. The boy begins to feel uneasy. The director notices he's releasing poison, and the 9th elder demands to know what his senior is doing. Does he intend to kill the challenger? Everyone begins fearing for Qian. Then the elder uses the 5th form of the destructive poison art and spreads purple poison across the arena. Everyone panics, asking how anyone could defeat that monster, and realizing the boy may die. Qian's subordinate begin praying for him, begging him to surrender, but while the old man walks through his poison, Qian remains completely calm. Then he rushes directly at him, and the elder is stunned. He raises a curtain of poison to stop the boy. Manju begins shouting to Qian. The elder thinks that should be enough to melt even his bones. If the boy dies, it's his own fault for being foolish. But a key slash from Qian cuts toward him. The elder is forced to defend with everything he has. He's shoved backward, and Qian follows the slash, appearing directly before the old man with a punch ready. Now it's his turn. The Poison Clan elder is completely shaken when he realizes Qian's skin is burning and healing at the same time. Then the punch lands, sending the old man flying. Outside the cloud, no one can see through the smoke, and they all wonder what's happening. Bong begins crying out for his lord. Wang Hu thinks that poison is strong enough to melt someone to the bone, and they all wonder why Qian had to choose the poison. Clan elder of all people. Then someone flies out of the smoke, crashing across the ground. Everyone thinks it's over. Even Instructor Ho says that was too much. But when they look closer, they're stunned. It's the elder. Qian defeated him. And as Qian walks out through the poison, he looks completely unharmed. Everyone wonders how he could survive. Elder bakes poison. They remember the war against the Martial Arts Alliance, when the Poison Clan elder's toxic smoke was so deadly it was called a massacre. Even a shaman grandmaster left no body behind after being struck by it. Myung says he cannot believe it even with his own eyes. Then the elder rises, shocked and unable to understand what's happening. Even while defending, his bones were shattered, and Qian's internal energy and raw combat power are beyond belief. He remembers that healing ability and wonders who Qian truly is, or whether he's even human. He gets back to his feet, but Qian attacks again with Wide Butterfly, the final form of butterfly dance. The Poison Clan elder thinks about defending, but realizes his staff is gone, and he simply stands there trembling. He sees he has no choice. His skin changes color, turning dark blue-purple, and Qian realizes he's using even more poison power. The old man says he's purging the toxic poison from his body while healing his wounds at the same time, and Qian notices that even the white dragon